haters catch your feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live somebody. Let's go.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Pascal Show. It is day 13, y'all, of the Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard trial. Wow. And we're only on day 2 for us, you know what I'm saying, of doing these things. But we are doing another watch party in hopes that we're going to be seeing some big moves happen today. What those things are going to entail, we do not know. But at the same time, there is some speculation on some things popping off allegedly at some time today. So it looks like Johnny Depp's team is starting to wrap up. I think they have this one last witness right now, that we're in the second half of it right now of their deposition. And then I think it'll move over to Amber Heard's team being able to call up their own witnesses and all that stuff. So it should be a very, very interesting turn of events today. And then maybe we hear a snippet of Amber Heard later on in the afternoon. That's my prediction. I have a feeling that we're not going to get her right off the bat. I don't think we're going to get a good full day of Amber Heard. I think we're mostly going to get that tomorrow, but I think we might get a little, you know what I'm saying? Little hint of her later on today. Hopefully, depending on what goes on, how long this person, the forensic psychologist that they have coming in, Dr. Hughes, on behalf of Amber Heard's team, she's supposed to be coming in, I'm assuming, right after this registered nurse gets done talking and doing her deposition. But then after that, we got this forensic psychologist coming in, and it should be a very, very interesting one for sure. We got about 3 more minutes until the thing gets on and popping. So real quick, guys, do me a favor, hit that like button down below. If this is your first time checking out this show, of course, hit that subscribe button, okay? I'll say this again, though. Hit that like button, send it past 100 likes real quick. You know your boy is hard out here in these streets showing you guys this. I am really looking forward to what might transpire today, because there's going to be some very revealing things today. So this is going to be very interesting. But nonetheless, let's get into some conversations in the meantime. Now, we already had yesterday a very interesting cast of witnesses that came through on behalf of Johnny Depp. One of them was a guy who works for Google, which was very interesting. I don't know if that was the strongest witness to have. Personally, I really don't think that was the strongest witness to have. I don't know. It just didn't seem like the strongest person to put into near the end of their whole side. But at the same time, they came out strong. Mr. Marks, I forgot the guy's first name. I'm gonna have to look him up. But the guy who was basically like he was like a closer, if you will, in Hollywood. He makes those deals happen. He's the one who secures them bags. I thought he was an extremely strong witness to have come out and sit at the podium or sit on the stand and say his piece, because a big piece of it, yep, you're right. Real quick on that. Yes. It did nothing. In other words, it was kind of like a nothing burger. He still, Johnny is still going to end up looking like a good guy. He still ended up going out strong. It's just that I don't think it was the strongest thing. So yes, it didn't hurt nor destroy him, but it was just kind of like, just wasn't as strong. You know what I'm saying? I'm expecting bangers. You know what I'm saying? Like when you go see an action flick, right? You expect to see nothing but explosions, guns, big arms, pretty women, car chases, boat chases, plane chases, foot chases. You feel me? So in a way, I was kind of like, I was hoping to see something like, you know what I mean? Nothing but bangers. But hey, it's all good. It happens. You're going to have weak witnesses every once in a while. But Mr. Marks, let's talk about Mr. Marks really quick, which I'm forgetting his actual. I'm just going to put in. Let me see for myself. Oh, it really was. His name really is Richard Marks. So, Mr. Richard Marks, I thought was an extremely I think he was it was an extremely heavy person to have on to the show because he is heavily connected into he's heavily connected with inside of Hollywood, all the workings of inside Hollywood. He had a laundry list of people that he has worked with or helped create some big ass movies and shows and all that. I thought it was an incredibly huge thing to have him on. I thought it was extremely strong to have him on and do his thing. You know what I mean? Just personally. And as we can see, these guys are starting to get ready. Let me grab this and share this with you guys. But I thought it was a very strong choice to bring that guy on because he came. Richard Marks. It's Richard Marks.
All right. Are we ready for the jury? Okay. Thank you.
But I thought it was a very, very strong choice. Like as the jury walks in, I'll just say this: I thought it was a very strong choice because he came in. He came in and they used him for the whole point of it's all about the op-ed. Everything's about the op-ed. Did the op-ed defame Johnny Depp to the point where he can't work anymore? So him being able to talk about, hey, Hollywood got this such and such and so on and so forth. Once they saw this op-ed, yes, Hollywood was not wanting to rock with Johnny Depp. I mean, I thought it was incredibly a crucial witness to have on the stand, especially somebody who's been in the game. And of course, they had other people come in. Of course, they had other people coming in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Are we ready to continue with the witness on deposition?
Yes, Your Honor.
But I just thought that he was one of the strongest.
The video of Aaron Filati will include the questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
All right. Thank you.
So they're going to wrap this up. This Aaron Filati, if I'm correct with her last name, the registered nurse. So we're going to finish and continue on with that.
Any professional responsibility to report or document?
Be sure to hit that like button, y'all.
Suspected physical abuse of one of your patients.
If I am,
and I'll do my best.
Witness or
Nosy
find out
Rosie.
information
All right.
of domestic or child abuse. Yes.
And so, what is that responsibility?
I need to notify superiors of the information I was provided with.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I believe it was the end of, excuse me, hang on one second. I have it here. I'm just looking at my nursing notes.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my
It
darling.
looks like
Put it on the Ritz. Why does she look like the dude in that music video? What's up with that?
Okay, so can we please pull up the nursing notes, which I believe are Exhibit 2? Okay, I'd like to, while we have this document up, I'd like to go through this section that's called client history. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Was the information in this paragraph self-reported to you by Ms. Hurd?
I just have a quick moment to review that and then I can answer that question.
Certainly.
Thank you. So to answer that question, I believe this was information given to me from Ms. Hurd. I'm not positive, but I can say that anytime I refer or begin a sentence with client states or client reports, those I can confirm, you know, I received that information from the client. As far as in totality, I would assume most information came from Ms. Hurd, but I can't rule out that I would get any information from the treating physician in preparation either.
And I think you, would this information have been relayed to you at that first meeting with Ms. Hurd?
Listen, the client admits a
This
history of anxiety.
If it was information I received from Dr. Kipper, I would have had that information probably prior to meeting her. But anytime that I said states and I can confirm that I got that information, I would assume that it was sometime within the first day or two of meeting her, because I usually take a client history when I meet a client.
Put down a couple more sentences. It says, AH reports history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor.
Flat out.
CT client reports abstaining from cocaine for a couple years, but was unable to report exact dates. Do you see where do you see that where I'm referring to?
Yes, I see that.
And that's something that you would have written?
Yes.
Okay. And this is also information that you believe Ms. Hurd would have reported directly to you?
Again, I don't have specific recollection of this, but I would have to refer to my notes that says the client reports it. So
In her
the
reports,
assumption would be made that
she
she
also-
provided me with that information.
she also says that she's bipolar.
So it says, it goes on to say, CT does not smoke cigarettes. She reports consuming 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, this is based off of your notes, something that Ms. Hurd reported to you, correct?
Again, I don't recall the specifics of that. I would refer again that in that particular sentence you're referring to, I used the verbiage of she reports, meaning Ms. Hurd reports. So I would make the assumption that she reported that information to me.
In the time that Ms. Hurd was your patient, do you recall seeing her consume wine?
Yes.
Is this self-report of 1 to 3 glasses of red wine each day consistent with your recollection?
I don't recall her drinking red wine every time I saw her, so I can't confirm that each time I saw her, she would drink 1 to 3 glasses. I don't recall her drinking every time I saw her.
Did you ever see Ms. Hurd appear intoxicated from drinking alcohol?
I don't recall her being intoxicated.
Okay, so moving on to the next sentence here, it says she reports a familial history of substance abuse. Both mother and father have abused and become dependent on stimulants, methamphetamine, opiates, and alcohol. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
And the she here, it refers to Ms. Hurd?
that's correct.
Okay. So this is also something that Ms. Hurd reported to you as far as your notes reflect?
Again, I don't have specific recollection of this. It appears that she did report that, but I don't remember.
So a couple sentences later here, it says client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
And based off of this note and specifically the language that says client admits, you believe that this is something that Ms. Heard would have reported to you?
As you stated, because it says client admits, I would make that assumption.
What do you recall Ms. Heard saying about her history of anxiety issues?
I don't recall specifics. As I stated earlier in the morning, I remember a general anxiety with many issues in her life.
What do you recall Ms. Heard telling you about her codependence issues?
I have vague memory of discussing codependence issues within previous relationships. I couldn't give you specifics on that. I just sort of have a vague memory of discussing that.
Do you have any non-specific recollections of Ms. Heard being angry or enraged?
Other than that time that I spoke about in London, 2014, I didn't specifically witness anger and rage from Ms. Heard.
The next sentence here says her mood has been labile. Am I pronouncing that correct?
Yeah.
So first of all, what does that mean?
Emotional ability is typically when emotions swing on a pendulum. You know, for example, you may see someone very sad at one moment and quickly transition to extreme happiness. It sort of swings from
Bipolar disorder?
Sort of a pendulum.
Maybe.
And did you ever in the time that you treated Ms. Heard, did you ever personally witness this type of emotional ability?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. The next sentence says, client expressed concern to husband and Dr. Kipper that she's nervous about being alone while husband is working on movie set in London and expressed she has difficulty dealing with feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of her husband. Did I read that right? Do you recall learning this during your initial meeting with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall learning this during the initial meeting, but again, when I initially met Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, it was fairly brief because then after that we traveled to London. So I don't recall if I learned of this instantaneously or if that was gathered, you know, throughout the next day or two, spending time with her.
Is this description of Ms. Heard having feelings of insecurity and jealousy when not in the presence of Mr. Depp, is that consistent with your recollection when you were treating Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't say all the time that was an issue. I have a vague sense of those issues popping up throughout the years, but I wouldn't say that that was a constant theme.
But you do have recollections of that being an issue at some time while you were treating her.
I would say that's a fair statement.
Please go to the entry for August 29th, 2014.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to everybody who's filing in. Thank you so much for coming in.
I'd like to direct your attention to this section that starts with 2345. And specifically the first sentence, it says client RN and Debbie RN went to dinner together. You see that?
I do.
And Debbie RN is Debbie Lloyd, is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't see what
going
she's
down
talking
a couple sentences here. It says client verbalizes feelings of confusion as she feels fiance would like her to decrease / eliminate acting career and stay home. Do you see that? Do you remember having this specific conversation with Ms. Heard?
I don't remember specifically, but I do have a general recollection. No, I don't recall specifics.
Did you ever have any discussions with Mr. Depp concerning Ms. Heard's acting career?
I have a sort of vague general memory of discussing that before. As to specific details, I don't think I can provide you with specifics, but it sounds familiar.
Did you ever have the impression that Mr. Depp wanted Ms. Heard to stop her or end her acting career?
Wow.
I don't recall that being a sentiment.
But it's in the notes, though. She verbalizes feelings of confusion, feels her fiance wants to decrease or eliminate acting career and stay at home.
2nd, 2014.
These are her notes, right?
No, I'd like to direct your attention to a sentence in the middle of this entry. It says, RN and CT discuss CT's history and current relationship. CT records difficulty with jealousy, issues, and anxiety around fiance's fame and ability to interact with females often. Did I read that correctly? And that's a note that you wrote, correct? Do you recall Ms. Heard expressing the sentiment to you?
Again, like we discussed earlier, I don't recall that specifically. The general sense of jealousy, anxiety issues popping up throughout the years, but I don't remember that specific discussion to give you anything deeper than that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ed.
The entry for September 4th, 2014.
Moskowitz. Thank you. Good point. They can be altered.
Now, I'd like to.
And this was a long time ago, so that's a good point.
This is also in the middle. It says CT ate dinner with RN at 2100 at restaurant.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. CT became frustrated with wait staff over miscommunication. CT calmly repeated herself to staff to resolve issue. CT expressed frustration over conflict to RN. RN reflected change in coping mechanisms as CT's previous coping skills involved impulsive anger and yelling. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you recall this incident at all?
I wouldn't have said that I remembered this in preparation for the deposition. When I was rereading through these notes, I have sort of a vague memory of this, but I think my notes here probably are more specific than what I exactly remember.
Let's actually go to the entry for September 21st, 2014. And yes, okay. Please take a moment and review this. And once you're done, the question is does this note reflect that incident in London that you just referred to?
To answer your question, yes, that is what I'm referring to.
Oh, damn. Somebody hacked into her phone and leaked nude photos?
The notes. Client's fiance offered emotional support. Is that accurate to your recollection?
Hamburger.
I don't recall. I would have to refer to my nursing note, as it's probably a lot more reliable than my current memory.
I believe you testified earlier, though, that you recall that Mr. Depp was present on this occasion. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now we can move on to the entry for September 22nd.
Yeah, somebody hacked into Amber Heard's phone and leaked nudes, and then she was tripping. That's what I read in
This note
the
begins,
read in her notes. It's crazy.
this strike that. This starts with 0100. Is that 1 o'clock in the morning on September 22nd?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it starts, RN notified that client who requires assistance. Upon arrival, client noted to appear irritable, loud, and angry. Client screaming at times and appears agitated. Client crying and states she got into a verbal argument with fiance after RN departure. Does this refresh your recollection at all about Ms. Heard having an outburst?
I don't know that it refreshes my memory. I would say it
Aaliyah, that's a very good point.
reflects my memory.
This is the same outburst in London that you have been previously referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recall anything about what the fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was about that's reflected in this note?
I don't really recall. I remember a general sense of Ms. Heard being very upset that her phone was hacked because there was very sensitive information that was leaked from it. And I feel like she was having a difficult time calming after that. So what there was any verbal disagreements, I would assume it's in relation to that, but I just don't remember the specifics of what that disagreement was about.
It says here, the client states she feels fiance did not provide support to client. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that consistent with your recollection?
I didn't recall that, but again, I would state that my notes are much more reliable than my current memory, and I think that probably speaks to your previous question.
Let's please go to the entries which from March 7th, 2015, which are on page with the base number 16952. Now, I think we looked at these entries earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the entry for March 7th, 2015, it says client notifies RN via text of increasing anxiety, reports emotional lability. Do you recall Ms. Heard reporting why she was feeling anxious at this time?
No, I don't recall the specific reason of why she is notifying me of that at this time.
So it says here that she notified you via text, right?
Right.
Directing your attention to the next note from March 8th, 2015. And I know you discussed this with Adam earlier, so I won't belabor this too much. But do you recall that at the time of this entry on March 8th, 2015, Ms. Heard was in Australia?
I would make that assumption based upon my note for March 8th. I state that client will be returning to Los Angeles, accompanied by house manager Ben. I'm paraphrasing there, but yes, I I believe she was coming from Australia for this particular entry.
It says here, RN plans to meet client upon arrival. You see that?
Oh, yes, yes, I do.
And I think you testified to this earlier. You did see Ms. Heard the next day when she arrived back in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you look at the entry for March 9th, I refer to meeting her and her friends. So yes, I would have met her in person that day.
Do you recall how long you spent with Ms. Heard that following day?
I don't recall. My note states that I met her for dinner at 2200, which military time would be 10 p.m. I don't recall how long I was with her. So I would assume a couple hours, but again, I'm just making an assumption.
Do you recall observing any injuries to Ms. Heard when you saw her on March 9th, 2015?
No, I don't recall. I don't make note of it, but I don't recall either.
If Ms. Heard had visible injuries, is that something that you would have documented in your nursing notes?
I would assume so.
Do you recall Ms. Heard seeking any medical treatment from you when you saw her on March 9th, 2015?
I don't recall.
If Ms. Heard had sought medical treatment from you on that date, is that something you would have documented in your notes?
Perhaps if there were requests for medical treatment that differed from sort of day-to-day status, then yes, I might have put it in my notes if I hadn't discussed with Dr. Kipper, but I don't make any reference to it in this particular note.
Could we please pull up what should be I think I would have uploaded as document B. It bears the base numbers Pilati 0134. Is it 14? I think we covered this before, but just to confirm, is this your email up at the top that says erinboren@hotmail.com? I'm sorry, did you respond?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Okay, I'd like to direct your attention down to this email from David Kipper on March 9th, 2015. That starts out, Erin, love you too much. Do you recognize this email?
I believe I produced this in
No kidding.
reference to the subpoena.
Just a bad choice. It was just a bad choice. You know what I mean? Like milk was a bad
Do you
choice.
recall
You know what I'm
receiving this
saying?
email?
It's a bad choice. That's all.
I don't recall, but I do remember reviewing this. I don't think I reviewed it in preparation for today, but probably at the time of the document request. I think I probably reviewed this.
Directing your attention to the middle of the email, do you see where it says, I'm sure JD will let her know we are coming home. I want her to please not see him for a few days until we can get him organized with the hand surgeon and get his meds balanced. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And JD refers to Mr. Depp in this instance?
Yes.
And the her is Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Did you have an understanding at the time as to why Dr. Kipper didn't want Ms. Heard to see Mr. Depp for a few days.
I don't recall exactly. This might have been in reference to Australia when they, meaning Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, were separated. I would have to check the dates on that.
Well, turning back to your notes where Ms. Heard was returning from Australia on March 9, 2015, does that orient you?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that would be the same time period.
Okay. And you alluded to an understanding that Dr. Kipper wanted Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard separated.
Yes.
And why didn't you, what was your understanding as to why they should be separated?
I don't recall specifics. I wasn't present in Australia at that time. I just remember a general sense of
from my understanding, this is a defense witness, Lady Justice, but
treatment team deciding that
this is the last one.
Other. So Ms. Heard returned to Los Angeles, and Mr. Depp stayed in Australia for how long? I don't recall.
I mean, in all honesty, it was 7 years ago.
Says, please use the excuse that Dr. Kipper insists that JD stay quiet without any distraction for the rest of the week while we get his medication organized and balanced. None of this will be accepted by her, but I will be very upset. You can tell her this. If there is any stress created by a visit, that's premature. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper was directing you to provide this excuse to Ms. Heard?
Yeah, and just the general sense that there was a major argument in Australia, which I wasn't present for, and separating because of that.
I agree, Lady Justice.
Do you have any understanding as to why Dr. Kipper stated that none of this will be accepted by Ms. Heard?
Thank you for the $5 super chat.
I would be speculating on that, but we used joking terminology.
They should have just stopped at Mr. Richard Marks.
Experience treating Ms. Heard at this time in March of 2015. Would you agree, or did you agree with Dr. Kipper that Ms. Heard would not accept not seeing Mr. Depp for a period of time?
I don't know specifically. As I think we talked about much earlier this morning, there was generally a sense of arguing, reconciling, and that sort of cycle happening frequently throughout their relationship.
If we could please go back to the nursing notes, which are Exhibit 2.
I agree. Like I said, I wish that you would have stopped at Richard Marks. I think that would have been a really strong ending to all of this. But hopefully something within this deposition, there's something in here. I'm hoping that there's something in here that's crucial, and that's why they're playing
Can
it.
we please go back to the entries from March 2015 that are on the page with the base number 169502?
Peace and blessings to you, California girl.
Now, we covered this earlier, but it says in your March 9, 2015 entry, it says client states she would like to discuss recent events between her and husband with RN in private tomorrow. Do you see that?
I feel like it's going to be total recall.
Directing your attention to the entry for March 10th, 2015. It says RN met client at home at 1600. Does that refresh your recollection that you did meet with her the next day?
No, it doesn't refresh my recollection. However, I would refer to my nursing note.
Do you have any reason to doubt that these notes are accurate?
No.
Do you recall what their misheard showed any injuries to you on that at that time?
Oh, I don't recall any injuries.
Okay. Can we go back to Exhibit 2, which is the nursing notes, and specifically the entry for March
Hamburger.
25th.
I think there's like 20 more minutes of this
Let's
ish.
go back up to the top of this entry for March 25th, please.
Hamburger.
And I just want to ask you about one more part of this. It says, states she is concerned about ability to trust fiance following argument on March 23rd, 2015. Do you have any recollection of Ms. Heard expressing concern about her ability to trust Mr. Depp?
See, I totally
I would
agree.
say I have a
But this is
generalized memory of there being, as I stated before, jealousy and anxiety issues,
okay.
including mistrust within the relationship.
I was going to say, my memory is not the greatest either, but that's why
Do
you write
recall
things
Ms.
down
Heard
in
ever
notes
telling
so it
that
reminds
she
you.
thought Mr. Depp was
Just saying.
cheating on her?
Good morning, Devin S. Good morning, everybody who's starting to file
I don't recall
in.
that specifically. I just, as I've said, have a general sense of remembering jealousy being an issue.
If we could, okay, I think, do you recall us talking about visiting Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp for Thanksgiving earlier today?
Yes.
Does anything stand out in your mind as from that Thanksgiving dinner that you can recall?
Nothing really stands out other than it was, I sort of have a general sense of it being a really jovial, fun time together.
But then again, in her defense, she wrote these notes
Do you
down,
recall
maybe
how
never
long
thinking
you stayed at the dinner?
that it would ever happen again, like be reoccurred.
Not specifically, I would
Maybe.
assume a few hours.
Like her notes were going to be used in trial.
Can we please just quickly go to the note from November? This is in Exhibit 2, and then entry for November 26, 2015, which is on page 16954.
Please stand by.
Yeah, Simone. It looks like she's just struggling to remember. But then again, she's writing these notes, and maybe she's not thinking that they're going to be used 6, 7 years later in court. But at the same time, it should help at least jog her memory so that she can actually answer the questions fully instead of saying I don't recall.
For November 26, 2015, you recall seeing this entry earlier today?
I want to know what's been redacted
Yes.
too, dag
And
nabbit.
I believe you testified that this is the entry from the Thanksgiving dinner that you spent with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
I believe it is.
You see in the middle where it says JG appeared calm and coherent.
I do.
And Ginger, they might try. They might try for dismissal, but
Is that accurate to your recollection? Of
it
that
might get
evening?
denied. It'll instantly
And I
get
don't
denied.
remember that specifically, but I just remember a general sense of it being a fun, happy evening.
So this is consistent with your recollection of that evening.
I would make that assumption.
Strong point, Marshall.
And you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of your note. Correct. Directing your attention to the December 17th, 2015 entry. will you just take a minute and read this over and confirm whether strike that. Do you recall going and visiting Ms. Heard on December 17th, 2015?
I remember it in so much as my nursing notes regarding this night. I can't say that I recall much more than I have here, but I do remember visiting her.
It says here that the client had visible bright red blood appearing at center of lower lip. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you, other than the blood on Ms. Heard's lip, do you recall seeing any other injuries to her on that date?
I don't recall other than what I state.
Do you recall examining Ms. Heard's lip at all?
Don't think I examined it other than a visual examination. I didn't physically examine her lip.
The note says here, client also stated her head is bruised and that she lost clumps of hair in altercation. RN briefly looked at client's scalp, but was unable to visualize hematomas client had described. Is that what you wrote in your note?
Yes.
If you had observed the bruises or hematomas that Ms. Heard had described, would that have been reflected in your note?
Would assume, but again, I'm not trained in looking for those types of injuries, which is why my note continues that I encourage her to be seen by a professional that is trained to do so.
Can we drop down to the next page? And this is just the end portion of this note. It says here,
So wait,
RN reminds client to hydrate with oral fluids and to limit abstain from alcohol. Client was consuming red wine with RN left, but assured RN she would consume in moderation. Is that what you wrote in your note?
It is, and
so no hematoma. She doesn't
wrote there,
right?
Probably it should say client was consuming red wine when RN left, not with, just to clarify.
Am I correct? No hematoma? Did I hear that right?
Why would you advise Ms. Heard on this occasion to limit, or why did you advise Ms. Heard to limit or abstain from alcohol on this occasion?
I don't recall why I would be speaking to limit or abstain from alcohol on this occasion.
To confirm, based on your nursing notes, you were aware that Ms. Heard claimed to have been injured by Mr. Depp in December of 2015, right?
Correct.
And you went and actually saw her shortly after that alleged incident, correct?
Not that same day, but possibly the following day, I believe.
Interesting.
And you, on that occasion, you observed that she had a bloody lip, correct?
There we go. I was waiting for the bloody lip
Correct.
question.
And she told you that that was a result of the altercation with Mr. Depp, right?
Right.
If she had had any other injuries on that occasion, would you have recorded them in your nursing notes?
Make that assumption based upon my other notes that reference the blood on her lip.
Could we go back to Exhibit 2 in the nursing notes for April 21st, 2016? Which number? Which is on case number 16957. where it says RN socialized with JD for 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, and sociable, thought process logical and clear. Do you have any reason to doubt that that's accurate? That's an accurate description of Mr. Depp on that date?
Jessica, I apologize. Can you just use your cursor to help me see the note that you were just reading?
Sorry, I actually don't have control of it, but it's down towards the middle. It says RN socialized with JD at times 45 minutes. JD appeared coherent, oriented, and sociable.
Oh, yes, I see it. Thank you.
Thought process, logical, and clear. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was your question regarding that?
So they spend time laughing and watching.
Do you have any
PSA.
reason to doubt that that's an accurate description of how Mr. Depp appeared to you on April 21st, 2016?
I have no reason to doubt it. I would stand by my notes.
You knew that Mr. Depp was being treated for substance abuse issues by Dr. Kipper and Nurse Deputy Lloyd, correct?
Yes.
If Mr. Depp had appeared intoxicated on this occasion, is that something that you would have documented?
If it had been outwardly visible for either client, I would have made reference to that.
Yeah, J. Marcus.
We could go back to the nursing notes, exhibit 2, please.
I don't get that part either. Her lip was bleeding a whole day later.
And
Still?
if we could go down to the entry for May 11.
That's a damn good question, man. If the altercation happened yesterday, why would it still be bleeding? And yeah,
you looked at this.
Wouldn't she have a fat lip and all that?
Earlier today, correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention to just a couple lines down, it says, client discussed her birthday trip to Coachella Music Festival. Trip was April 22nd, 2016 through April 24th, 2016. Client admits to illicit drug use during the trip and states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was, quote, high for at least 24 hours straight.
Shrooms and MDMA.
Yes, I did see that.
Did I read that correctly?
Going off the rails.
Do you recall, well, first of all, do you recall Ms. Heard relaying this to you?
I don't recall these specifics that I state here in the note, but I remember sort of a conversation talking about the trip after they had returned.
And this starts out, client admits to illicit drug use. So am I correct that this is based on these notes? This is something Ms. Heard reported to you directly.
That is
Again, I don't remember these specifics. However, my usage of client admits refers to the client reporting something to me.
Real talk. Amber was
admitted to illicit drug
for 24 hours straight
before this time.
Ooh. I believe in reference to my nursing notes from when I first met her, he alluded to previous substance use.
It says here, RN reminded client that illicit drug use will not be tolerated by medical staff and that any medications or drugs that are not prescribed can interfere and cause adverse effects with her prescribed medication. Client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA on May 9th, 2016, at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Do you recall Ms. Heard laughing in response to your reminder about illicit drug use?
No, I don't recall that.
In your time caring for Ms. Heard, did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse her? Did you ever see Ms. Heard physically abuse Mr. Depp? Did you ever see Ms. Heard throw anything at Mr. Depp in the time that you cared for her?
No, I did not witness that.
In the time that you treated her, did you ever see Ms. Heard lose her temper?
As we talked about previously, the one incident that I can remember is in London,
So yes.
2014. Yes, 2014. In regards to her phone being hacked and sensitive material being leaked.
So yes.
Did you ever feel that Ms. Heard was hostile towards you at any time during your treatment of her?
No.
Did you ever feel like she was ignoring attempts by you to contact her?
Yes, I have a general memory of not often, I should, excuse me, I misspoke, of that happening on more than one occasion where I would reach out and not get a response. I remember feeling frustrated by that.
What are you confused
When
about
have
paranormal?
you treated domestic violence victims?
What are you
prior to
confused?
this time?
What are you confused about?
The time that I worked with them was in nursing school. I don't want to say the specific place for confidentiality reasons, but it was for domestic violence victims.
So she's seen it and witnessed it before.
Sort of a safe house.
Ms. Wadi, do you remember when you were treating Ms. Heard that at some point she had a cyst on her eyelid?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay. And do you remember that you had a procedure to have that cyst removed?
Yes.
And was that a surgical procedure to your recollection?
From what I recall, that was handled at an outpatient surgical center. Other than that, I don't know the details of that specific process.
She was on shrooms and MDMA.
Do you recall
at the
whether
event.
Ms. Heard had any
Paranormal.
marks around her eye after having that procedure?
I don't recall. I remember a topical ointment being applied, but I don't recall if there were marks on her eye or not.
At this point, the questioning switches back to counsel for Ms. Heard.
All right, thank you.
Do you say
Yeah.
Pilates 93?
Yes.
Okay. And
Wait, there's more?
this is another picture of Amber from May 21st, 2016.
Here we go.
Correct. This is a picture of Ms. Heard.
And Amber sent you this text on May 21st, 2016.
That looks like makeup,
I
y'all.
believe so based on the timestamp.
Is it just me or does that look like makeup? That looks like makeup.
And the same for this picture on the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her.
Correct.
Come
And
on,
the same
y'all.
for this page, the next page. Amber sent you this picture of her on May 21st.
Shrooms and MDMA. Yep. She was
When you when you
high as
saw
hell.
Amber on December 17th, 2015, and you spoke about that, how long were you with her? Do you recall?
Don't recall. I would assume based on the fact that I stopped by briefly, maybe an hour or two.
Okay. Did you go inside her
I
house,
mean, shoot,
or were you
yes.
outside the door?
That's makeup.
From what I recall, I was inside
Okay.
the penthouse, yes.
By the way, when you saw Amber on December 17th, was she wearing makeup Or
She's like,
not?
when is
Do you
this
recall?
over? When is this over?
I don't recall. Yeah, I don't recall.
Fair enough.
All
And
right, thank you.
that's all she wrote.
Before we get to the next witness, could I have council approach on the plaintiff's 46?
Hamburger. Okay. That's all she wrote for that one. For I forgot her first name, or it's Aaron, right? Aaron such flabbergasted. Yeah, the RN. And yeah, that looks like something else to me. But the bruising doesn't look like bruising to me. It looks like she could have just like slapped her face really hard, like slapped her face really quick before taking that photo, or it was blush or makeup. I don't know. I'm not a makeup guru. I don't know nothing about makeup, but it does not look real to me. That could have been her trying some new makeup
All right.
off for
So
a
plaintiff
scene in a
46
movie
is
that they just took
evidence.
photos of and
Your
she
next
decided
witness?
to use. Anything's possible. But let's see who they call up now.
Yes,
Yes,
Mr.
Your
Dixon?
Honor. Plaintiff calls Michael Spindler.
All right, Mr. Spindler.
Wow.
Yes.
Johnny Depp ain't done yet. My Lord. Holy cow. Oh, come on. Let's go. He ain't done yet. He was like, I want to make sure that you guys know that I am innocent. Literally. Hamburger. Now we got Spindler. If I'm correct, Spindler. Let's go. Who is this guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, what else does he? You shot, the horse is dead. You know what I'm saying? It's done. Like, you killed it, Johnny, you killed it. How many other, damn. Let's go. Let's go. This is going to be 17 hours later. God, come on.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in penalty of law?
I do.
Man. Like he already won me over. You feel me? Like the deed is done. Let's just hear the other part so we can wrap this
Good
up
morning, sir.
Good morning.
and be done.
Would you state your name for the record?
Michael Spindler.
Dang, nah.
Where do you live?
Microphone control.
I live in the Los Angeles, California area.
Okay.
What's your occupation?
I'm a forensic accountant.
What do you mean by forensic accountant?
Well, a forensic accountant does accounting work that is a bit more investigative in nature. So it's essentially taking a look at business records and accounting records in connection with some form of business issue.
How long have you worked in that field?
I've been a forensic accountant full-time since 1990.
What'd you do before that?
Before that, I spent about 10 years doing auditing of financial statements.
Can you describe
so-
your educational background?
This is gonna be boring.
Yes, I graduated in 1981 from the State University of New York at Albany with
Sorry.
a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting and a minor in economics.
Here we
Are
go.
you currently employed?
I am.
Who's your employer?
B. Riley Advisory Services.
What's B. Riley Advisory Services?
It's a national forensic accounting boutique firm that does forensic accounting, business valuations and appraisals, and bankruptcy and restructuring work.
How long have you been employed at B. Riley?
Since January of 2015.
What did you do for work prior to B. Riley?
Well, it's a long career,
said
so I'll give you the highlights. I spent about 30
Please.
years with national accounting firms as partner at two different firms, and also was involved with a couple of forensic accounting boutique firms.
Okay. Do you hold any certifications?
I do.
No,
Whatever.
he doesn't. I mean,
I'm a certified public accountant with licenses from 6 states: New York, California, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, and Hawaii. I'm also certified in financial forensics. I'm a certified fraud examiner.
dang.
I'm accredited in business valuation and a certified anti-money laundering specialist.
Do you participate in any professional organizations?
I do.
What are those?
So in other words, he's
Well,
a
I've
beast.
had leadership positions in a couple of them. I'll mention
Highly
the
decorated.
Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter, and I'm currently on their board. I've been actively involved with the California Society of CPAs, I was the president of the Los Angeles chapter. It had 11,000 members at the time. Was also on Cal CPA Council, which is kind of their board of directors, and also member of the board of trustees of the Cal CPA Education Foundation.
Have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 100 times, roughly. About half of that in trials and arbitrations.
What's your typical role in those cases?
Typically, it can take a number of forms, but commonly I will testify with respect to damages.
Bang. That's why he's
You've
here.
done any film industry work?
Yes, I have.
What was that?
I've done work involving all of the major film studios, and I've also done work on behalf of writers, directors, producers, actors, studio executives.
I guarantee you he's here to just talk
Your
about
Honor,
the
I'd like
money
to
flow and how
offer,
much
Mr. Spindler
money
as an expert
Johnny Depp
witness.
has lost.
All right, any objection?
No.
All right, so moved. Thank you.
What work did you do in this case?
Well, in this case, I was asked to take a look at issues with respect to lost earnings for Mr. Depp.
What in particular did you do?
I looked at accounting records that were produced by Mr. Depp's accounting firm, Ed White and Company. I looked at trial exhibits. I looked at deposition testimony. I looked at some trial testimony. And I've looked at various other documents and exhibits in connection with the case.
What specific period did you analyze with respect to lost earnings?
I looked at the period following the publication of the op-ed. So I looked at the period from December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020.
Here comes the bomb, hopefully. Eventually.
What materials did you review?
I looked at the accounting records that have been produced by Mr. Depp's accountants.
Any other materials?
Various deposition transcripts, trial testimony, contracts, etc.
What conclusions did you draw from your review?
I concluded that Mr. Depp suffered lost earnings of approximately $40 million.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, there are really two main components to that. The first relates to the loss of the role of Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates 6 film. So the loss related to the loss of that role in that franchise picture was $22.5 million based on testimony provided by Mr. Jack Wiggum. In addition, we looked at, yes?
Did you do anything else with respect to Pirates 6?
Jeez. He lost some money.
Well, we also calculated the net earnings that Mr. Depp would have received from that.
Jen Jules, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you.
And what did you base your analysis of Pirates 6 on?
$40 million.
Based on the testimony of Mr. Jack Wiggum.
Shoot.
Okay. What else did you do with respect to the lost earning analysis that you did?
Well, the other main component to this is taking a look at all the other roles, the non-franchise films. So those films, studio films, independent films, and endorsements that Mr. Depp realizes and enjoys. So in connection with that, we looked at his bookings for the year 2017. And by bookings, I mean instances where Mr. Depp is hired for a project. And he receives that first money related to that project in 2017. So, in other words, you've got a deal and cash has showed up, so it's real. So we looked at his 2017 bookings and we calculated for that year, for that period, his bookings were about $17.5 million. The main components of that, Mr. Wiggum testified to. We then looked at the period of time following the op-ed of December 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020. So if annual earnings was $17.5 million in what is known as a typical year, a reasonable base year, at that rate, what would we have expected Mr. Depp to have earned from that period of October 18th, 2018 through October 31st, 2020. And we then compared that to his bookings, his actual bookings for that period of time.
Why did you use 2017 as a typical base year?
Well, a couple of reasons. First of all, Mr. Wiggum testified that that was a typical year for Mr. Depp. And it's also the most recent clean year that was experienced. In 2018, you had the publication of the op-ed. That didn't happen in 2017.
Okay. Did you do anything, did you
Jeez.
prepare anything to assist the jury with respect to the analysis that you performed?
We did prepare a chart, yes.
I was going to say, is there graphs? Are there
Go
graphs that are
ahead,
about to come out
All
now?
right. Yes, sir.
Here we go. And if you carry the one, you can see that he lost $40 million. $40 million.
Thank you.
Have mercy. Here comes the charts.
You know, I think this is plaintiff exhibit 1240. I'm going to, I'm not going to move it into evidence. I'm simply just going to use it with your permission to publish it to the jury so that the witness can explain it.
Any objection to demonstrative 1240? All right, demonstrative, well,
That's
do
funny.
you have electronic copy of it? Okay.
Shoot, I just bought McDonald's off the dollar menu. I'm still pissed I spent a $4.25. You feel me?
Who did this?
$40 million though.
I, in combination with people working under my direction from my firm.
All right.
Oh,
Can
my.
You explain to the jury what you've done here.
Yeah.
Sure,
What
I'd
the
be
hell
happy
is
to.
this?
So as we discussed previously,
What's up with the letters?
Mr. Depp lost the role in Pirates 6. And the effect of that was lost earnings of $22.5 million based on Mr. Wiggum's testimony. And then what we've shown here is the 10% agent commission. That
So
would
why
have
did
been,
you deduct 10%?
because that's the rate for Mr. Depp's agent. That's what his agent receives out of Mr. Depp's earnings in connection with setting up a
that
project
makes
for
sense.
Mr. Depp. So we deduct that 10%, which comes to $2,250,000, just 10% of 22.5 million.
Right.
And the net effect of that, the amount that Mr. Depp would have received after deducting that fee would have been $20,250,000. And that's the first component of this.
What did you do in terms of the analysis of lost bookings for non-franchise films?
Okay, so that's the next section of the chart. And as I mentioned before, his 2017 bookings were about $17.5 million. So that rate of earnings over the period from mid-December through the end of October 2020, or mid-December 2018 through the end of October 2020, would come to about $32.8, $32.9 million. We then compared that to actual bookings during that period of time of mid-December 2018 through the end of October 2020. That amount was $10,586,000. We deducted those bookings, the actual amounts, from what we would have expected to arrive at his lost bookings for non-franchise activity.
Okay.
And that comes to about $22.3 million. And once again, we've deducted the 10%
10% of the
agent's
money
commission.
to his agent.
So the net effect, the lost earnings to Mr. Depp after that agent's fee for non-pirate films comes to about $20 million.
What does the figure at the bottom corner of the chart, the $40,318
It'd be called math.
$40,318,237, what does that represent?
You add
Well,
the
that's your
two
grand
together.
total. That's the sum of those two components
Ta-da!
for total lost earnings of $40.3 million.
Million
No
mother
further
loving
questions,
dollars.
All right, cross-examination.
Hamburger. So he's actually being nice in saying, "Hey, I'm going to tack on another, $10 million
Good morning.
for defamation, and that's it."
So this lawsuit isn't the first time you've worked with Johnny Depp, is it?
Here we go.
It is not.
You've worked with him in a lawsuit that he had in the past with his old law firm, correct?
Yes, just a little bit of work, yes.
And so in this second go round as a paid expert for Mr. Depp, you're making $550 an hour is what he's paying you. Is that right?
That's the amount that my firm bills. I do not receive that.
Word.
Now, the subject matter of your opinion testimony in this case is the economic damages that Mr. Depp has allegedly suffered as a result of Ms. Heard's December 8, 2018 op-ed, correct?
Correct, yes.
And this is the first case in which you've testified as an expert relating to economic damages claimed by an actor, correct?
First time I've testified to, but I've done that work before.
And you understand that this case is about only whether Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed
They went there,
constitutes defamation of Mr. Depp, correct?
That's my understanding.
And you understand that this case isn't about anything else Ms. Heard has ever said or done, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And to be clear, you were testifying only as to alleged damages, right?
Right.
Correct.
So you are not offering any opinion or any testimony on whether those specific damages that you just discussed were caused by the op-ed, correct?
That's correct.
And you're assuming for the purposes of your report that the damages that you're testifying about were caused by Amber's op-ed, correct?
Yes.
So you're therefore not looking into whether anything else that's happened with Mr. Depp's life or career could have caused him economic damages, correct?
I believe that's generally correct, yes.
So you're not looking at whether the article published in the UK in June 2018 calling Mr. Depp a wife beater caused him the damages, correct?
Oh, they're going to keep going after this.
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the lawsuit that he brought in the UK against the publisher of that article
Has nothing to
caused
do
him
with
those
this.
damages, right?
Correct.
They're going to keep
You're not
pulling this out.
looking at any of the evidence that came out in that lawsuit about alleged instances of abuse against Amber, correct?
Correct.
I see what he's trying to do, though. I see what he's
You're
trying
not
to do.
looking at whether the consequences of Mr. Depp's
Consequences.
drug and alcohol use have caused him the damages you're discussing, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
You're not looking at whether the worsening performance at the box office of Mr. Depp's movies over time has caused him the damages. that
Are
you're
you
testifying
kidding
about,
me?
correct?
Get the hell up. Sit down.
Correct. And I'm not acknowledging any of this being accurate. I'm just saying that that wasn't part of my calculations.
Sure, I understand. I just want to make clear what you
This
didn't
lawyer
look at,
needs to take
what you're
several
not
seats.
opining on. And so to round that out, you're not considering even the impact of Amber obtaining a restraining order in May 2016 and whether that may have caused some damages. That's
No.
not part of your opinion, correct?
Well, since we were taking a look at lost bookings using 2017 as a base year, any activity that preceded that would have been baked into those calculations that way.
And we'll get to those calculations in a minute because I'm going to put up the chart that you put in your expert report. But first I want to talk about Pirate 6 because that's basically the two components of your damages is Pirate 6 and then this non-franchise lost bookings, right?
Correct.
So for Pirate 6 specifically, you assume that he would have made $22.5 million on Pirate 6, right?
Correct.
And you took Jack Wiggum's word for it in making that assumption, correct?
I based it on his testimony, yes.
Now, you never saw a contract that Mr. Depp had for Pirate 6, correct?
Correct.
Because no contract exists, to your knowledge, correct?
So far as I know, I've not seen one.
And you didn't take into consideration Jack Wiggum's testimony that Disney was non-committal about Mr. Depp being in Pirate 6 even before the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't take into consideration the press articles that came out prior to the op-ed that suggested that Disney had made a decision not to cast Mr. Depp in Pirate 6, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea whether Pirate 6 will ever be made, right?
Not anymore.
I wouldn't know that.
And you have no idea if Disney has decided one way or the other whether Mr. Depp would be in it or whether they'd offer him a role in it if it is ever made, correct?
Well, my understanding is that they made a public statement that he would not.
Okay.
Flat out.
And you have,
Causing him not to make any
if
money.
Disney decided that he wouldn't be in it, you have no idea when they decided that, correct?
I know that there was a public announcement subsequent to the publication of the op-ed.
What public announcement are you talking about?
I believe there was an interview of Mr. Bailey that was published several days after.
Oh, okay. Well, that interview of Mr. Bailey didn't say that he wasn't going to be in it. In fact, have you looked at the article that the jury saw the headline for yesterday, dated November 5th, 2020, about Mr. Depp potentially not being in Pirate 6? Have you looked at that article? I assume not.
No.
Okay. And you didn't take into account Mr. Depp's statement that he wouldn't do Pirate 6 for $300 million and a million alpacas, correct?
That sounded like hyperbole to me. I didn't take that very seriously. It
Okay.
sounded like somebody who was a bit hurt or in pain as a result of the loss of the role.
So if Mr. Depp didn't lose a role in Pirate 6 because of the op-ed, but he lost it for other reasons, then your damages opinion relating to Pirate 6 would drop to $0, correct?
I believe that's correct. If it's not lost for that reason, if it's lost for some other independent reason, then I think that would need to be considered.
Okay, thank you. Now let's shift gears and talk about the non-franchise earnings for a moment. You claim this number is about $21 million, right? Roughly.
20.
We'll pull it up. Well, actually, we'll look at the chart here. $20 million, about $20 million after agent fees.
Correct.
Okay. And to reach that number, you looked at what his historical earnings records showed, right?
Correct.
And you got that information from Ed White's office?
Yes.
And you assumed that the information you got from Ed White's office was accurate, right?
I did, yes.
Can we please pull up the chart that's in his expert report? Your Honor, this is, or Mr. Spindler, I'd like you to take a look at this and confirm for the court that this is the chart that's in your expert report, if you would.
It appears to be, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this just as a demonstrative.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
All right.
Man, I would love to see our own Black Pirates
So,
of the
Mr.
Caribbean. That'd be
Spindler,
fun. And
this chart
hilarious.
shows Mr. Depp's earnings by year based on the information that you received from Ed White, correct?
Correct.
From 2009 to 2020.
Yes.
And
Back to the
it shows
back
that
to the
from about
charts.
2009 to 2019, and I didn't add these up visually, but from your report, you say that Mr. Depp made about $459 million. Correct?
Correct.
Oh my God, that hurts.
Now, the two highest earning years in this time period were 2010 and 2011, right?
Yes.
You see that? You made about $70 million in 2010.
I do,
And
yes.
then the third highest year was 2014, right?
Yes.
Stayed under 60 million. And you'd agree that from the period 2010 to 2020, his annual income on average was decreasing.
Yes, but you have to take a look at the components of this.
Right.
And,
And in
as
2000, that I was just wanted to get your agreement that from 2010 to 2020, his annual income was decreasing. Now, in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2016, correct?
on an overall basis, yes.
And in 2020, he earned more than he did in 2018, correct?
Yes, just
After the
based on
op-ed.
earnings.
And in 2018 and 2019, he earned an almost identical amount, correct?
Yes,
And
just based on
2019 and
earnings.
2020 were both after the publication date of the op-ed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to talk about some of these non-franchise earnings because when I looked at your chart that was displayed to the jury, I didn't see anything specific listed. So can you just confirm for me that you can't name a single lost business opportunity other than Pirate 6 that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed?
That's correct. That's
And
not the
you can't
nature of this
identify
calculation.
a single television, just if you could just answer my questions yes or no as best you can, please. you can't identify a single television
Him
project
trying to
that
establish
Mr. Depp
dominance.
allegedly lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct. That's not the
And
nature
you
of this.
can't identify a single advertising campaign or marketing opportunity that Mr. Depp lost out on as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Right. These are the
And
calls. that
so
he did
it's
not
fair to
receive.
say that for the lost opportunities that you can't name, you're assuming,
Just talk over him.
as
Good
with
idea.
Pirate 6, that those opportunities were lost because of the op-ed, correct?
Talk over the witness. Great
Correct.
idea.
Now, you mentioned something interesting in your direct and in your report. You say that you used 2017 as the base year to calculate what you claim Mr. Depp's should have earned in 2019 and 20, correct?
Correct.
And let's take a look at this, because 2017, he made that much, correct? About 45 million or so.
Yes.
But in 2016, he made just a shade over 20, correct?
Correct.
2018, he made a shade under 20, right?
Yes.
Same with 2019, right?
Correct.
And then 2020,
It's a little
he
bit of
actually
an
made
uptick.
more than he had in the prior 2 years or in 2016, and made about, what, 22, 23 million or so? Is that right?
Wouldn't you think that
Right.
would?
But as I indicated, this is
So-
just based on earnings. You need to get behind it.
Right. So you said, there were a couple interesting things you said. You said that the most recent, that 2017, I want to explore why you relied on that. Now, first of all, you said that you relied on Jack Wiggum's testimony that 2017 was a reasonable year to use, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Despite the fact that 2017, he made more than twice as much as he's made in any year over the last 5 years, correct?
Yes,
And you
but when
say
you
that
take a
this- you
look
say that
at
the most
their,
recent-
if I can
No.
finish
You
this
answered
thought.
my question. No, well, I want to get to your thoughts, because you said that one of the
You
reasons
don't
you used
actually, you're lying.
2017 was because it was, you said, I wrote it down, the most recent clean year, right?
Correct.
And then I think you explained, you said because the op-ed was written in 2018, right?
Correct.
But the op-ed wasn't written until December 18th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
So if 2017 was clean, then the first 352 days of 2018 were also clean, weren't they, sir?
If I may explain,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Wiggum testified that for the first half of 2018, Mr. Depp chose to take some vacation time. Also, he chose to go touring in the summer with his band, and then he did a film towards the end of 2018. With the publication of the op-ed in December of 2018, that would have impacted the prospects for that film that was done in 2018. So he chose to do just the one film in 2018. And then the impact of the op-ed on that film would have meant that it was not a clean period. You could not have looked at that film to get a good sense of what his earnings should have been, because he didn't have the chance to earn box office bonuses or
Okay,
profit participations.
Well,
So that's why 2017 is a much, much better year to use than 2018.
Well,
And
let's
also when
break
you
that.
take a
Let's
look
break
at the
that.
bar
No,
for-
I think
Yeah.
let's break that down a little bit. You said that 2017 was a much cleaner year, but isn't it also true that there were other reasons why 2018 wasn't clean? For example, the April 2018 article by Dan Wooten calling Mr. Depp a wife beater, correct?
That did occur in that year, yes.
The June 2018 lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater, correct?
Yes.
And how about the October articles reporting that Disney had decided to move on from Mr. Depp and not cast him in Pirate 6, correct?
I'm sorry, what effect would that have had?
Well, it came before the op-ed, so it's another reason why 2018 isn't a clean year in your mind, correct? An article
No,
2
those
months
aren't the
before the
reasons
op-ed,
why-
an article
those-
2 months before the op-ed saying that Disney had decided not to cast Mr. Depp. That would also keep 2018 from being what you would call a clean year, correct?
I've described the reasons why I believe 2018 was not a clean year.
Okay. Now, You're aware, as we talked about, that Amber's op-ed wasn't published till December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Depp could not have lost out on any opportunities as a result of the op-ed prior to December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2017 as a result of the op-ed. Fair?
Fair.
And he couldn't have lost out on any opportunities in 2016 as a result of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And so in calculating your damages, you didn't use 2016, you didn't use 2018, but you chose to use 2017, correct?
Yes,
And
for very
Mr.
good
Depp
reasons.
still made more in 2020 than he did in both 2016 and 2018 before the op-ed was published, correct?
Correct. And that's
Nothing
just
further.
based
Thank
on
you, sir.
earnings.
All right, redirect.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
Oh, and there's more.
You explained 2018. Why didn't she use 2016?
Thank you, sir.
Well, first of all,
Thanks, Doc.
2017 was a more recent year. 2017 was a year in which Mr. Wiggum indicated that that was a typical year for Mr. Depp. He had a studio film, he had a independent film, he had an endorsement deal. 2016 is further back in time. As I understand it, his earnings capacity for that year would have been just about the same or even higher than 2017, because there was an endorsement deal that Mr. Depp passed on that would have been worth a lot of money, according to Ms. Jacobs. So 2017 made the most sense.
Why did you ultimately use the method that you did to determine the lost earnings?
Because it just makes sense. It's the correct approach to take. You're taking a look at what Mr. Depp would have been expected to earn in a typical year, and then you're comparing that to the period of time where you're analyzing following the op-ed from December of 2018 through October of 2020. So you're taking a look at what you would have expected him to earn. It's very simple compared to what he actually did earn.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right.
There
thank
we
you. Is this
go.
witness subject to recall?
Probably
All
a
right.
15-minute
Sir, since
break.
you're subject to recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, but since you are giving expert testimony, you're free to stay into the courtroom, okay, sir? Thank you. You have a good
Thank
day.
you very much.
All right,
Thank you, everyone.
watch your step there. All right.
Plaintiff rests his case.
All right, plaintiff rests. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're
Plaintiff
going to go ahead and take our morning recess. It may be a little
officially
longer because I have a few issues to
rests.
take up with the attorneys, but then we'll proceed after that, okay? So please do not talk about the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
So 15 minutes? Did they say 15 minutes? I didn't hear anything. Sound like she needed to still rap with them for a little bit about some stuff. That's what I gathered, but maybe she said 15, maybe she didn't say 15. I have no clue. But jury is about to walk out. Johnny Depp's team is officially resting, so they are done. Now we are going to be marching over to
Why don't we go
Amber
ahead and
Heard's
take our
team.
recess till 11:45, and then I'll come back and entertain any motions at that time, okay? All right, thank you.
Okay, 15 minutes. 17 minutes or so. But there you have it, guys. This is what we have so far, which is wild. So we had Michael Spindler on, and he was just talking about the math. He was just talking about the numbers, baby. And the numbers don't lie. But at the same time, it seemed as if the team Heard wanted to try to make it seem like, hey, even though the op-ed came out in 2018, he still was making more. He was making more money in 2019 and in 2020. So if the op-ed came out in 2018, was he really affected by this op-ed? Was his monies really affected by this op-ed? So they were trying to show, or they were trying to see that, or prove that this that Michael Spindler, the forensic accountant, they were trying to make it seem like what he was basing his stuff on was weak, was just a very flimsy equation to lean on. But I think that what he was showing proof positive that that op-ed had some sort of effect on certain things. Now, real quick, there's one thing I wanted to point out. one thing I wanted to point out. Team Heard is now starting to push the lawsuit that happened in the UK. Now, what happened in the UK, the trial in the UK, he had another lawsuit against the son for basically another defamation lawsuit about them saying that he was they were calling him the WB. The WB. Yeah. Okay, remember the frog? Anyway, for those of y'all who watched the WB as teenagers and kids, but anyway, here's the thing. He lost that trial. I don't know why he lost that trial. That's something I still don't know, and I need to look at that up and do my due diligence, dag nabbit. But he still lost that. So right now, Team Heard is now trying to bring up this article Sun, or the Sun article, where he is being called WB, okay, an egg beater, for lack of a better term, because you know these code words and everything, these keywords out here in these YouTube streets, okay? But he was being called a WB in that article. He sued. He lost in the UK. Now he dragged this whole thing over to America because he's trying to obviously save not only his career, but maybe secure some bags, maybe, and also prove that Amber is a dirty, 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 dirty woman, okay? Now, Team Heard is now using this. They're trying to seep this into the jury's brains. Because you know for a fact that everybody and their mama now, even the court, even people in the court are going, wait, what actually happened in the trial in the UK? And they're looking this up. So now, even the jury, I don't know what they're allowed to do or what they're not allowed to do after they walk out of that courtroom. I don't even know if they have access to phones or if they can look things up on computers or anything. But you know for a fact that all of them are at least talking with each other, asking what happened in this trial. They're at least getting that jogged in their memory, revved up in their memory over and over and over again. I'm not sitting here saying that it's going to, make Amber Heard walk home with the W, but at least it brings a little bit of question. It makes them inquisitive about what's going on in this trial and wondering if what happened in the UK could happen here in United States in this particular trial. And so that's why I keep thinking that's why they keep pushing the Sun article over and over and over again, and the trial in the UK, because they're like, well, he lost over there. So they found something. They found something that did not make the Sun be in trouble for posting an article about calling him a wife B. Right? So they're going to keep drilling that. And I have a feeling that's going to be one of their main motives here, their main arguments here very, very soon, as they start to bring in their witnesses to the stand so that they can push their narrative. But one of the things that they're going to sit there and say is, well, the Sun won in the UK. But you also got to remember, I mean, she was in cahoots with all those people over there as well, with the people of the Sun and all that stuff as well. I mean, she was finessing the ish out of that. But I do feel like that's going to be one of their biggest arguments, given the fact that it was won overseas. So I don't understand why it can't be won over here as well. That's my own personal opinion. I just kind of feel like that's going to be one of the main things that they're going to push out, but we will see. Marina, thank you so much for the £5. I think that's the pounds. Finally, now that cameras are in the court, we get to know the truth. Regards from the Netherlands. Sorry. So I don't know what that is. But Marina, thank you so much for it. I don't know what currency the Netherlands have, but I appreciate the $5. I'm just going to say the $5 for lack of a better term. Okay. But thank you all the way from the Netherlands. I appreciate you watching. Like I said, the show's got this international love, and I appreciate that. And of course, please, real quick before we continue on in this conversation, hit that like button down below. Hit that like button down below. Send it past 300 likes for me. That would really, really mean a lot. Okay. And if you haven't done it yet, please hit that subscribe button. That would really, really mean a lot as well. And the thing is I do have Eddie Herman. He'll be coming on in about an hour from now to chop it up with us and watch some of the trial and get to hear some of his personal opinions. He's obviously an attorney, a very successful attorney in St. Louis. And it's a euro symbol. Thank you. So five euros. Thank you so much for the €5. But so I will have Eddie Herman of Ed Versus and of Brown and Crouppen. He'll be coming onto the show in about an hour or so because he's been watching a bit of this in the middle of his, going in and out of courtrooms and all that stuff. So he'll be on with me to talk about all this. But what do you guys think of this so far? How did they do? How did they finish? Did they finish strong? Did Team Depp finish strong or no? I mean, I'm happy that they've rest so that we can get into the other perspective. I'm very excited to see what that forensic psychologist has to say. Real talk. But obviously, the moment that we all are going to be waiting for is seeing Amber Heard take the stand. And I'm really interested to see what she has to say about all this ish. It's going to be fascinating as hell, I'm sure. But hearing from a forensic psychologist on the opposing side from Team Heard, and they're psychoanalyzing Johnny Depp, this is going to be fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. But I will say this, though, too. They're going to be saying a lot of stuff we've already heard before. It's not like he's going to come out and say some certain things and we're going to be like, oh, he's addicted to drugs. We've been known that. You see what I'm saying? We've been known that about his appetites for substance abuse. We already know that. And we already know he deals with some level of depression and some level of mental health. We already know this. So this psychologist, I'm sure, will most likely diagnose him with a few things that will be like some huge bombshell. We'll all be like, you know what I mean? Surprised. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of things that we're going to hear from the psychologist that we will have already known. The diagnosis, though, will be interesting. Then let's talk about Erin. I don't know her last name anymore. I feel like a jerk. The RN. She talked about seeing Amber Heard receiving these photos that we saw, that they showed us, receiving these photos. We saw these photos of her that she sent over to this RN, trying to prove to her that she was being battered by Johnny Depp. Now, the question still remains, is that really 110% proof of actual abuse? Was that really a bruise on her face? And, of course, a part of me feels bad, right? Oh, my Lord. I will respond to that in a second. NY to New York to LA. Hold up. That's surprising. That is totally surprising if that's true. But I feel bad because instantly, of course, a part of me wants to believe the bruises. I don't believe Amber Heard, but the bruises. I don't feel right not believing that those aren't real bruises. But you're telling me that she got hit in the face, and if it was a closed fist or a slap, wouldn't it have left a bigger mark? Wouldn't the bruises be more different in color? You know what I mean? We've all had bruises, like really bad bruises on our bodies. We all have. We've been kids. It happens. You know, we've all seen the various colors that are seen. Like if you get hit really hard on the shoulder, the chest, or the arm, you know what I mean? We all seen that. But on her face, it's just a little bit of redness. Could that be makeup? Could that just be blush? We don't know. But a part of me is kind of like, it just, I don't know. It just doesn't. A part of me feels bad, but a part of me is like, nah, that's not real. That just can't be real. That could have been her auditioning or, optioning out some makeup for a movie, where they were working on a little bit of a rouge to make it seem like she just got into a scuffle. And then she just held on to those photos because she's diabolical. You see what I'm saying? She's always plotting. That could be it too. Or it really could have been her just going, well, I need to create a narrative. So I'm going to go into the bathroom really quick and just throw on some rouge and look sad. Look sad and somber and take the photo for me. You see what I'm saying? And then somebody else took the photo for her. So either somebody was in on it or she fooled somebody else into taking photos of her ass. Think about it. If you see those photos, clearly it's somebody taking the photo for her. So it's just weird. And then the other part too, before I go into this comment here, which is hugely surprising if this is the truth. On top of that, the bloody lip. So her lip was bleeding the next day still when she had the altercation with Johnny Depp the day before. Why wasn't there swelling? You see what I'm saying? She even says, I didn't see any bruises. I didn't see anything on her. I just remember there was just the bloody lip. That could be chapped lips. That could be a gang of different things. Right? I mean, that's what I think. But then again, I could be completely and utterly, totally wrong. But like I said, something in this situation ain't mathing right to me. It just isn't. But then again, I could be wrong. New York to LA just said, Pascal, I'm hearing Amber will not take the stand. Man, if she's not taking the stand, I swear to God, that is a big surprise to me. If that is the truth. Now, New York to LA, if you're still with me in this chat, where did you find that? Where did you see this information? Because I want to hear about that too. Why would they suddenly change their mind on putting her on the stand unless they knew for a fact that she would sink? It'd be like watching a train wreck before it happens. Watching a train wreck happen right before your eyes. That's the whole purpose why we're watching it too, right? To see the train wreck happen. So they're saying that she might not take the stand. That is messed up. That's messed up. Hold on. We got Aaron Courtney over here. There's a weird law here in Virginia that allows the defense to move to dismiss the entire trial after the plaintiff's witnesses are done testifying. They don't want Amber to testify. Yes, that is actually very, very true. Actually, I'm very, very glad that you mentioned that as well. There is talks of them trying to possibly dismiss the trial. Hold on. I got this article because I wanted to bring this up for all of us to see as well. Because if that is true, that is some wild-ish. Hold on, I got it right here. Hold on one second, guys. We're going to look at that together. Oh, crap. So many windows open. Hold on. And then we will, hopefully, by the time I'm get done with showing you guys this article, it'll be time to rock and roll. Okay. So this is allegedly from yesterday. I wasn't going to show this to you guys. I was going to do a pop-up video about this yesterday, but I decided not to because I wanted to show you guys. I was like, let me pull this up. Let me see if they actually try to do this. But this is literally what they may do, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to bring in my brother Eddie Herman onto the show. My personal esquire to come on and chop it up about this. But Amber Heard expected to file motion to toss Johnny Depp $50 million case. Required move expected to fail. Now, attorneys for Amber Heard are planning to ask a Virginia judge on Tuesday to dismiss Johnny Depp's $50 million defamation case against their client. However, the defense team is almost certain to come up short, and they know it. Under the statutes of the Old Dominion, lawyers for the defense in civil cases essentially are required, as one legal source told us, to enter a motion to strike once the plaintiff has wrapped up their case and witnesses, zeroing in on the specific claims of plaintiff Depp and evidence presented to support said claims. Heard's legal team, led by Bredhoff and Rottenborn, likely will make the motion Tuesday before Judge Penny Escaret, I guess, to agree with, reject, or take under advisement, we hear. Now, with the jury taken out of the courtroom, lawyers for both sides will have an allotted short-ish time to make their points to Ascart. After that, unless she makes the unlikely decision to axe the case, the judge will tell the attorney she's either immediately refusing to motion to strike or taking some time to think about it. She then will call the jury back in for the defense to commence its case. So yeah, she can literally go up there, the team could literally go up there, present their case on like why they want to get it let go. And it's up to the judge whether or not they're going to continue or not. But there's a lot of people, even when I talked to my boy Eddie the other night, they were sitting there in speculation that they were speculating, or we are speculating, that it's a typical reaction. This is a typical move. This is most definitely a typical move.
Granting a motion to strike is appropriate when the plaintiff, as is the case here, has failed to present evidence sufficient to create an issue of fact on his claims. And in addition, the court may not draw inferences from the evidence that defy logic and common sense. That's the Austin versus Shoney's case, 254 Virginia 134. So the issue here, Your Honor, is a couple-fold, and I'll take the statements.
Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, real quick.
Two of them in one category, and
but
one
that's
of them in
very,
the
very
other
true.
category. But I think we're all clear that the sole issue here is whether Amber Heard can be held liable to Mr. Depp for defamation arising from the 2018 op-ed,
Completely
and the 2018 op-ed alone.
Hold on.
And to establish that, Mr. Depp has to prove the following elements. He has to prove that the publication of the op-ed and that it was written by Ms. Heard. He has to prove that the statements in the op-ed were both false and defamatory. So falsity, and that they contained a sufficient defamatory sting. And he has to show that the statements were made with the requisite intent. In this case, actual malice on the part of Amber Heard. I'll save that argument till the end, Your Honor, and I'll focus on the first two at this point. And because it seems like plaintiff is proceeding under a theory of defamation by implication, under the Pendleton case, 290 Virginia 162, plaintiff bears the burden of proving that the statements at issue were designed and intended by Ms. Heard to imply a defamatory meaning. Designed and intended to imply a defamatory meaning. So, and to satisfy those first two elements, publication and falsity and defamation or defamatory nature of the statements, Mr. Depp bears the burden of proving that by a preponderance of the evidence, and to
This is their
satisfy
motion.
the requisite intent and show that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice, he has a heightened standard of proof that he must prove by clear and convincing evidence. that
This is their
Ms. Heard
motion to
acted with that malice.
dismiss.
So just want to talk about the two statements on domestic abuse in the op-ed. And Your Honor's well aware of the ample Virginia case laws talking about how you have to view the op-ed as a whole. You have to view words in context. So these are the statements that read, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And then the other statement that says, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Now, those statements are entirely opinion, except for,
Morning, Mark.
according to Mr. Depp, the discussion of domestic abuse. So the statement, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and the statement in the second sentence that Mr. Depp was a man accused of abuse. The rest of those are inactionable opinion statements. Now, the evidence adduced thus far, Your Honor, shows that Mr. Depp can't sustain a claim on these for two reasons. First of all, the statements are true on their face. I don't think that there's any dispute about that, and that's been the subject of some testimony in this case. 2 years before she wrote the op-ed, Ms. Heard did, in fact, become a public figure representing domestic abuse when she obtained a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp was indeed accused of abuse. Those are facts that are true. Now, to the extent that Mr. Depp will argue that he's proceeding on a defamation by implication claim, again, the court should grant the motion to strike because the undisputed evidence is that he did, in fact, abuse Amber.
They're really
Now,
trying.
There's a dispute in this case. There's ample evidence that he physically abused Amber, but we acknowledge that there's a dispute in this case on that. But what there isn't a dispute in this case is non-physical abuse. Both Mr. Depp and his expert Shannon Curry have testified that abuse may come in many forms. It may be physical, certainly, but it may also be verbal, maybe emotional, maybe psychological.
Thank you, Dr.
You'll recall Mr. Depp
for the
even
$10
kind
super
of
chat.
setting the baseline for what abuse was when he talked about the non-physical abuse that he allegedly suffered at the hands of his mother. He said it was worse than the beatings, and the example he gave was that his mom used to call him One Eye as an example.
Absolutely true,
because
though.
he had a lazy eye, I guess, as a child. That was something that Mr. Depp himself said was abuse. His mom calling him One Eye. So we setting aside the evidence of physical abuse in this case, which is already overwhelming.
Their motion to strike.
Mr. Depp's claims relating to these two statements should be stricken because of the ample and undisputed evidence in the record of non-physical abuse by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. There's evidence in the record of recordings, messages, including messages written in blood with his finger, blood and paint, vile names, shouting, menacing and threatening statements. There's the video, the kitchen video in Sweetser. There's the audio of him calling Miss Heard, like I say, numerous vile names. There's the audio of him asking her to cut him and whether she wanted to be cut. So there's plenty of evidence out of the words or out of the mouth of the plaintiff in this case that constitutes non-physical abuse of Miss Heard. Again, under the standards set forth by his expert and the plaintiff himself. Those are far worse than his mother calling him One Eye when he was a child. In addition to that, Your Honor, there's Travis McGivern's testimony from yesterday in which he testified that at a minimum on the night of March 23rd, 2015, both parties were being verbally abusive to each other. Mr. McGivern also testified about Mr. Depp, quote, rearranging her closet, throwing racks of clothing down onto the floor and throwing at least one rack down the stairs.
That's not
Now,
hitting her in the
California,
face.
Property damage alone can be a basis for getting a temporary
burger.
restraining order under California law. So further evidence of non-physical abuse or
No.
non-physical toward Ms. Heard.
This
You
is
saw
their
the
motion
cupboards
to
in the Sweetser
dismiss,
kitchen video.
to strike. I'm
And
sorry.
then Dr. Laurel Anderson, Your Honor, testified that she believed that
To
the parties
dismiss this
engaged in
entire
mutual
trial.
abuse and that at least some of the time that was initiated by Mr. Depp. This is all evidence. We haven't gotten to put on our case yet. And to the extent that this case proceeds, and that will start now. But this is all evidence that has come in while plaintiff controls the playing field of what evidence has come in. And he can't overcome that. In this case, Your Honor, if Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard physically, verbally, emotionally, or psychologically, even one time, then she wins on those claims. Then she wins. It's that simple.
What?
And the evidence is overwhelming and undisputed in the ways that I've just described that he did.
The judge's not going to take
For that reason, Your Honor, those claims should be stricken. And I'll just cite the Union of Needle Trades versus Jones case. This is 268 Virginia 512 that states, if the plaintiff does not establish the falsity of the statement by a preponderance of the evidence in his case in chief, he has not met his threshold burden, and the trial court should strike the evidence and grant summary judgment to the defendant. That's exactly what should happen here. Now I'll move on to the second issue, which is the headline.
That was only
containing
one?
The phrase sexual violence.
Have
That should be
mercy.
stricken for a couple reasons. First, Your Honor, the evidence has established that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. Mr. Doherty from the ACLU, that's the only evidence that's come in this case thus far. Plaintiffs control the evidence.
Well, I understand,
No,
but there's
it's far
also
from
a
over.
stipulation that Ms. Hurd would not be called in the plaintiff's case because they would then use her testimony for part of their case, in your case, right? I'm not.
And that's
correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, I agree. And that goes to a different issue that I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that the court should strike because they haven't put Ms. Heard on to say, to testify about the headline.
But
That-
I assume part of that would be that they would, that what they, I guess they intend to get from Ms. Hurd is that she either wrote it or republished it. I
Yeah,
don't
what
know.
happened
Facts.
the next day is Ms. Heard posted it on her Instagram account and said, look what I published yesterday in the Washington Post. So she adopted
Come on now.
the title, and her name was on the article.
What you
which
gonna say?
contained the title.
But-
What are you gonna say
and
on
Mr.
that?
Ron Bourne, the only reason
See
I'm
what it
sorry
had-
to
what it had
No,
interrupt
that's
you,
fine.
the
Of course.
only, because I know that was a stipulation, so it's hard for me to say that that's all the evidence for motion to strike if there's a
Exactly.
stipulation that they're still going to get more evidence in on that particular issue.
I think, and I'm happy to hand the court the transcript of the April 8th hearing, because one of the things that we're not arguing today is that because they haven't put in evidence of I think it was a tweet, but Mr. Chu says it was Instagram. I don't know. Whatever it was, that because there
It
was.
was a tweet adopting the op-ed she published
Okay.
the day before in the Washington Post.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm not arguing today is that because they haven't gotten that tweet into evidence or had Ms. Heard say that she tweeted that we're entitled to summary judgment at this point. I'm not arguing that, but that's all that we discussed on April 8th. And I'm happy to
that
hand the
like button.
transcript up, Your Honor. And we actually it wasn't a stipulation. It was simply an agreement that they didn't need to call her in their case in
Right.
chief to make that point. And then Ms. Bredehoft said, we'd have to agree on the language of any stipulation. And they haven't proposed anything to us and haven't gotten back to us. So
Hit that
I
subscribe button,
think
y'all.
that's only relevant. We're not basing our request for motion to strike here on Ms. Heard not having testified to sending that tweet.
But you're saying for the motion to strike, the only evidence before the court is that the Washington Post wrote that title.
Correct. And that's very different from what happened the next day. The stipulation didn't go toward who wrote the title. That was never part of anything. And it's undisputed, and Ms. Heard will testify.
She's gonna
that she
say
didn't write
no.
The title.
The judge's going
I
to say
understand
no.
that, but I
It's
think
not
there,
undisputed,
This
Your
is
Honor. I apologize
ridiculous.
for interrupting.
okay. But I think the issue is that whether it was republication.
Well, and I'll get to that next.
Right, I know,
it-
but the problem is, how do I do a motion to strike when that evidence isn't before me yet?
Well, the republication isn't. So the evidence that's before you is that the Washington Post wrote the headline, or that Ms. Heard didn't. And that's the only evidence. And that's
Right.
not
She
going to change.
wrote it.
The tweet, which was the only subject of the discussion at the pretrial conference, where there was no stipulation. It was just an agreement that we're not going to base a motion to strike on them not introducing evidence of the tweet. That was what it was. I'm happy to hand the
Sorry,
transcript up if Your Honor would
what?
like to see that. But that isn't actionable because under the Lakova versus Halper case, 995 F3rd 134, retweeting a link
What?
doesn't constitute republication. Now that case
Well,
dealt
it
with
does if you
hyperlink.
add something to it, but I just don't know
What?
the evidence.
Your Honor, very quickly, it's a judicial admission.
This
They
is
admitted
stupid,
in Ms.
y'all.
Heard's answer, she admitted to the tweet. So that establishes that she adopted the op-ed in its entirety, and it was discussed.
Why?
We talked about judicial admissions. One was the op-ed itself. The second, and this is reflected.
Your
in the
Honor, if I could
transcript.
finish my argument, I mean,
Right.
I
I
would
Argument's
appreciate it.
trash, homie.
I
Sit
can't wait to
down.
oppose this.
I
anyway,
know, that's
so.
fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Take
The-
several seats.
Go ahead.
So,
sir.
This is
and again,
ridiculous.
we can look at the
You
transcript.
understand my concern.
I do
though.
understand your concern, and I guess what I'm saying is that there's
Oh my
two levels.
God.
One is there's no dispute, and there's not going to be a dispute that she did not write the headline. So then you look at is the tweet actionable? And
Are
the
you
argument
kidding?
here is that as a matter of law, retweeting
Oh
something
my
isn't
God.
actionable.
Okay.
And so
Okay.
as under the Lakova case, 995 F3rd 134. And that case dealt with
Shut up.
hyperlinks and how
Sit
those
down.
aren't actionable. But to be very clear,
She gonna say
nothing
no.
that was discussed on April 8th, nothing that was discussed at that pretrial conference was in any way relating to any stipulation about who wrote the headline. It was simply that they need not call Ms. Heard in their case in chief to get her to say that she sent a certain tweet. And that tweet's not in evidence yet, but I assume that they'll try to put it in evidence at some point. But that's, the tweet doesn't need to be in evidence for you to strike this claim on that basis. So even assuming that the headline implied certain conduct by Mr. Depp, again, Mr. Depp can't meet his burden of proof on this. Third, Your Honor, he can't prove that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice. Mr. Depp hasn't introduced evidence sufficient to permit him to meet this. Now, again, this is a heightened burden of proof. He has to show actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. And as the Bose Corporation case from the U.S. Supreme Court, it talks about the role of judges as gatekeepers of the Constitution, of the First Amendment, and the role of barring entry of a judgment that's not supported by clear and convincing proof. Now, that case was about appellate review of First Amendment issues, but the same holds true for Your Honor here. Here, Mr. Depp hasn't introduced any evidence, and there can't be a reasonable inference drawn that would permit a jury to find that he's proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard wrote the words with actual malice. And again, we go back to the testimony of Mr. Doherty, which was their witness. They put him in, and Mr. Doherty, the only evidence relating to intent or anything relating to this op-ed, which was, again, maybe Mr. Chu will try to say that we stipulated to Ms. Heard's intent on April 8th, which of course we didn't. But the only evidence that has been presented in this case, Your Honor, by Mr. Doherty was that the op-ed wasn't Ms. Heard's idea, that the ACLU asked her to write the op-ed, and indeed that they even wrote the first draft, and then that Ms. Heard vetted the finished article with her lawyers and with lawyers from the ACLU to make sure that it wasn't problematic. That is the only evidence in the record. And on that evidence, there cannot be a conclusion that Ms. Heard acted with the actual malice that's necessary, particularly when you consider the heightened burden of proof. So reviewing the op-ed as a whole, with the court acting in its appropriate function as a gatekeeper of the First Amendment, we ask that the court strike plaintiff's evidence and award summary judgment to Ms. Heard, either in whole or in part.
Grasping at straws.
All right, thank you.
Grasping at
Yes, sir.
straws. Oh, this is so stupid.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Ben Chu for plaintiff Johnny Depp. It's just still morning. Your Honor, if I may approach.
All right.
Okay. First off,
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
the fact that this
I've just handed to Mr. Rottenborn and Your Honor an opposition that we prepared before we had the benefit of seeing Ms. Heard's affirmative motion to strike, but I think we've anticipated the arguments made, such as they are. The court should deny defendant Amber Heard's motion to strike because Mr. Depp has come forward in his case in chief with multiple credible witnesses, documents, and authentic tape recordings of Ms. Heard herself, not only satisfying all of the requisite elements of his claim for defamation, including actual malice, but also going the extra mile of showing that Ms. Heard physically abused him. She's the abuser in this courtroom. Your Honor, going back to the standard, as Your Honor is well aware, in considering a motion to strike, the trial court must view the evidence and all reasonable inferences drawn from the evidence in light most favorable to the plaintiff. Any reasonable doubt as to whether the plaintiff has produced sufficient evidence of the wrong alleged must be resolved in the plaintiff's favor and the motion to strike denied, unquote. And that's the Boeing case, I believe Mr. Rottenborn referred to, 243 Virginia 81 at 81, 1992.
Some guy in the corner
Quote,
is Team
the weight
Johnny.
and credibility of the testimony of witnesses are solely matters for the jury. The jury may accept that part of the testimony it believes and reject that which it does not. It is also within the exclusive province of the jury to draw any reasonable inferences from the evidence before it, citing Raitt versus Minix, 275 Virginia, 579 at 585. In deference and respect to the court's time, Mr. Depp incorporates by reference the legal analysis set forth in the court's opinion letter dated March 27, 2020, overruling Ms. Heard's demurrer to the 3 defamatory statements at issue. And that letter opinion is attached as Exhibit 1 to Mr. Depp's opposition. That's where the court fulfilled its proper gatekeeping role that Mr. Rottenborn referred to.
I got it. I'm going to read it here in a second.
As a threshold matter, the elements of a defamation claim are the following: publication of an actionable statement with the requisite
Thank you, Dr.
intent,
Ed.
citing the Shaker versus Bonfault case 290 Virginia 81 at 91. As to damages, they are presumed here because Ms. Heard's false allegations of domestic abuse, sexual assault, and rape constitute defamation per se, citing the Tronfield case 272 Virginia 709 713, a 2006 case. As the court noted at page 3 of its opinion letter, typically an editorial or op-ed column is ordinarily not actionable because it appears in a place devoted to or in a manner usually thought of as representing personal viewpoints. However, Virginia recognizes that, quote, a defamatory charge may be made by inference, implication, or insinuation, citing the Carwell case. And a statement expressing a defamatory meaning may not be apparent on its face, citing Pendleton, with which the court is quite familiar, 290 Virginia at 172. Accordingly, in order to render words defamatory and actionable, it is not necessary that the defamatory charge be in direct terms, but may be made indirectly, and it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed, if it is in fact defamatory. Carwell 196 Virginia at 7. And based on the authority and reasoning set forth in pages 4 through 8 of the opinion letter, the 3 statements at issue are actionable under a theory of defamation by implication. Mr. Depp established in his case in chief that Ms. Heard, in fact, made all 3 of the defamatory statements at issue. As the court admitted into evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, the op-ed Ms. Heard published in her own name in the Washington Post on December 18th, 2018. And let's take the 3 statements and the proof that has been adduced. Statement number 1, Amber Heard, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Per page 6 of the opinion letter, the first statement could reasonably convey the alleged defamatory meaning, i.e. that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, to its readers without extending the words beyond their ordinary and common acceptation. See Pendleton 290 Virginia at 172, also citing the Carwell case. Resolving every fair inference in Mr. Depp's favor, this statement could reasonably imply that the sexual violence Ms. Heard spoke up against was in fact perpetrated by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp produced several credible witnesses and documents proving that Ms. Heard was implying that he committed sexual violence against her. Mr. Depp himself testified to that, as did his sister, Christy Dombrowski. Mr. Depp's former agent, Christian Carino, testified that, as did his current agent, Jack Wiggum. But perhaps most convincing of all, and most disgusting of all, was the testimony of the ACLU's Terrence Doherty, a lawyer nonetheless. Mr. Doherty testified, among other things, that when when they were pitching the op-ed to the Washington Post, they stated, "Hey, Michael, wondering if we might interest you in a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you may recall, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, on what the incoming Congress can do to help protect women in similar situations." Mr. Doherty also testified that everybody understood, as Ms. Heard and the ACLU clearly intended, that this statement and the other 2 statements referred directly to Mr. Depp. Quote, This is an article that was in USA Today and specifically ties Amber's statement in her op-ed piece to Johnny Depp. And when Jessica White, who actually wrote the op-ed that Ms. Heard later adopted, she says, quote, to Mr. Doherty, so much for not mentioning JD, when the USA Today made clear that they, like everybody else who read the op-ed, understood that as Ms. Heard clearly intended, it referred to Mr. Depp, which makes her Instagram post 2 days before the trial began that she didn't mention Mr. Depp all the more outrageous.
They're trying to,
Your Honor, there is.
it's like presenting the argument again.
Ms. Schulman, also of the ACLU, acknowledged
The reason why we've been watching this for 3 weeks.
Op-ed referred to Mr. Depp.
Come on, BS.
So it's very clear that the ACLU and Ms. Heard intended that was the whole purpose of this, so that they could get interest in this and it would coincide with the premiere of Aquaman, because otherwise no one would have been interested in anything written by Ms. Heard. Mr. Doherty also testified that Ms. Heard only paid 1.3, actually she didn't even pay all that, out of the $3.5 million that she had pledged to the ACLU, and then they helped her lie about it. And it's one thing, Your Honor,
he should be suing the ACLU too, by the way.
Frankly, played a reprehensible role in this case. It's quite another for her to fail to honor her obligation to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles with sick and dying children. And that she failed to do as well.
Ain't that some messed up stuff?
And as Your Honor has mentioned, the fact that she put her name on that article means that she is responsible for all of those statements, which she specifically adopted later. And I'll go through the other two statements quickly, Your Honor.
Well, can we stay on this one for one moment, though?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because do you agree that the only evidence before that we've heard in this trial, as far as the title of the op-ed, is that even Mr. Doherty, I believe, testified to it, that it was something that Washington Post wrote?
Well,
for the one online.
He's not our witness, Your Honor. That's a witness from the ACLU.
Well, I understand, but it's the only evidence I have.
I respectfully disagree, Your Honor.
All right.
What the only real evidence Your Honor has is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, which is Amber Heard putting her name on the entire article, including the title. That is the only evidence before you. The ACLU was a co-conspirator with Ms. Heard, and whether they say, oh, maybe the Washington Post wrote it, that's not the end of the story. All she has done is create an issue of fact as to whether she wrote the title or not.
So you're saying just having that exhibit in evidence is enough?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Her name is on the article.
Okay.
What does an average reader expect? So that alone is sufficient to beat a motion to strike. If they want to come back later and say, gee, she didn't write the title, as if that were a defense, I hope they make that argument.
Wait a second,
I hope they make that argument to the jury, because it's about as credible as her argument that, oh, I wasn't referring to Johnny Depp. She didn't have to. And the testimony of Terrence Doherty was very clear that when they took out the references to Johnny Depp, no one was interested in this article anymore. So she said, put it back in, make it more spicy so people would read. Otherwise, she couldn't get it in the Washington Post. It would be back in Teenage Vogue, which is the other publication that was considering publishing it, because no one was interested in what she had to say unless she was defaming Mr. Depp. But if I could go to the second statement, I'll try to be quick, Your Honor.
Come
2
on
years
with
ago,
it,
I
babe.
became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
Hell yeah.
And I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. As for the second statement, defendant called herself a public figure representing domestic abuse, which can be read to imply that she became a representative of domestic abuse because she was abused by Mr. Depp, not just because she spoke out against alleged abuse. This inference can be drawn without extending the language beyond its ordinary common acceptation, citing Carwile, 196, Virginia at 8. Your Honor, quote, to constitute a publication, it is not necessary that the contents of the writing should be made known to the public generally. It is enough, it is said, if they are made known to a single person, unquote, citing Snyder versus Fatherly, 158, Virginia, 335 at 350. Everybody and his grandmother testified that Ms. Heard was referring to her bogus ex parte TRO that she obtained on May 27th, 2016. And it was interesting that Mr. Depp's own lawyer said that she wasn't even provided notice. So Ms. Heard made very sure that Mr. Depp wouldn't have notice of the ex parte TRO. And Ms. Heard herself, the evidence shows, knew that Mr. Depp, having just suffered the loss of his mother, was already on the other side of the country, was already in New York at the time of this TRO, and was heading to Europe for several weeks. So she knew she didn't need any protection from him. This was just a scam for her to get the $7 million in the divorce settlement that she said she gave to the ACLU. She swore she gave to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, and she pocketed instead. Mr. Depp, Ms. Dombrowski, Mr. Carino,
Yeah, I'm going to say, let me see
Mr.
this.
Wiggum,
Let
and
me
the
see this
inimitable
liar-ass
Mr.
face.
Doherty of the ACLU, which lent its once respected name to Ms. Heard's defamation. So while Ms. Heard may have avoided any direct mention of Mr. Depp's name, there is extensive testimony and evidence in the record showing that the implication of her op-ed could not be more clear, i.e., that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard during the course of their marriage. Under Virginia law, quote, "It is not necessary that the defamatory charge be in direct terms, but it may be made indirectly. And it matters not how artful or disguised the modes in which the meaning is concealed, if it is in fact defamatory." Citing Carwile. Well, we can argue as to how artful it was, but the implication was very clear, as the court has previously ruled, or not law of the case, but as the court has persuasively written in its opinion letter. Let's move to the falsity of Ms. Heard's ever-evolving and ever-escalating change of IPV and sexual assault. Mr. Depp's sworn denial is all he needs to survive a motion to strike, but there's a lot more than that, Your Honor, and I'll try to be brief. 3 police officers, actually 4, but the 3 who testified already, Officers Sines, Haddon, and Gatlin, testified unequivocally that Ms. Heard did not have a mark on her on the evening of May 21, 2016. And I could go through, I'll just go through very quickly. Officer Haddon, strike that, Officer Melissa Sines on jury trial day 10. Question, did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard? Answer, I did not. I didn't identify her as a victim of domestic abuse. The next day, Officer Melissa Sines. Okay, at this time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard? Officer Sines, I did not. Question, okay, were you looking to see if she had any injuries on her at the time? Officer Sines, yes, I was. Question, and so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate? Officer Sines, correct. Question, okay, and was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination? Answer, yes, the hallway was well lit. Officer Gatlin's testimony was the same, and he had the body cam. Officer Haddon's testimony was the same. The testimony of nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Borem, who, like the police officers, did not work for Mr. Depp. In fact, they worked for Dr. Kipper, also belie Ms. Heard's false allegations of abuse. Isaac Baruch and Alejandro Romero both testified that they saw Ms. Heard repeatedly and in the clear light between May 21, 2021, which was the last time Mr. Depp saw her before leaving on the Hollywood Vampires tour. The next time he was to see her was when Ms. Heard begged him to come see her in San Francisco, which is hardly the act of a domestic abuse victim. So we have Isaac Baruch and Mr. Romero saying that they saw Ms. Heard repeatedly in the interval of time between May 21 and May 27th, when she obtained the farce ex parte TRO. And they saw no marks on her face and no swelling. 2 witnesses, Mr. Baruch and Brandon Patterson, saw the video of Ms. Heard and her sister Whitney pantomiming the fake punch after this alleged incident of abuse. Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Kate James, and several other witnesses, including David Kipper, saw no violence by Mr. Depp and no injuries to Ms. Heard. Indeed, witness after witness has come forward to testify that Ms. Heard, far from being a domestic figure representing domestic violence, unquote, is in fact a recidivist perpetrator of domestic violence on Mr. Depp and others. We have the testimony, the harrowing testimony of Mr. Depp himself, who described several witnesses. One, as Your Honor will recall, when he was hiding in the bathroom after escaping one of her attacks, and she claims to have hurt her foot kicking the door. Mr. Depp opens the door to see if she's hurt, and then she kicks the door in on him and punches him. We have the incident of December 15, 2015.
Nothing but facts, facts.
Ms. Heard threw punches at him wildly at the back and side of his head. Mr. Depp testified that he ducked and covered to protect his face. Eventually, he turned around to grab her and stop her arms from flailing. December 15 in the Bahamas. During an argument, Ms. Heard grabbed a can of mineral spirits and threw it at Mr. Depp's face, striking him in the forehead, bridge, and nose area, and the jury saw a photograph of the bridge on the bruise of his nose. We have testimony from Mr. And by the way, Tara Roberts, who is the manager of the island, confirmed that the incident with the mineral spirits. You have Mr. Depp's testimony of what happened on April 22nd, 2016. And we've heard testimony today from Aaron Borum-Filati that Mr. Depp was very responsive, was very sociable, was not in any way inebriated that day when Ms. Heard says he was, and she attacked him that night as well. And I'm getting to the end of this, Your Honor.
Shimon Lee. I mean, he is coming in with nothing but facts, though.
Let's
keep it real. She gonna say no. She gonna deny this motion to strike. We have
Ms. Heard's own admissions. We have her admitting to hitting Mr. Depp, and her only contention was that she wasn't punching him; she was just hitting him. We have testimony from Travis McGivern that on February 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw and hit Mr. Depp with a can of Red Bull and then sucker punched him with a closed fist. Finally, we have the rather stunning testimony of Ben King, quite a credible witness who accompanied Ms. Heard on the flight back from Australia, where Ms. Heard admits to him in a rhetorical question, quote, "Did you ever totally lose it on someone you love?" Which was, we would respectfully submit, an admission of her severing the top or the tip of Mr. Depp's finger. Finally, Your Honor, statement number 3, quote, "I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse." Again, quoting very briefly from page 7 of the court's opinion letter, quote, "Drawing every fair inference in plaintiff's favor, the court can fairly conclude that defendant's statement that she saw how institutions protect men accused of abuse could reasonably convey to its recipients that she saw how Mr. Depp was protected by institutions, that he abused her and spoke up against it."
Thank you so much for the $10 super
Your Honor,
chat.
again, we have multiple testimony from multiple
Dr.
people,
Ed,
including Jack Wiggum and all the others mentioned, that this was a reference to that.
I want to know who took the pictures
Your
as
Honor,
well.
again, the lies that have already been exposed that Ms. Heard has told about the charitable contributions, the incidents in this case, and again, I'll just cite a couple of more.
But those are all facts right there, guys.
Of Isaac Baruch, when Mr. Baruch saw Ms. Heard on June 3, after she'd gone through with the sham ex-party TRO, and Mr. Bruce was asked, did she say anything in response? And Mr. Bruce testified, yeah. In response to that, she, meaning Ms. Heard, looks at me and said, I told Johnny I don't want anything. The lawyers are making me do all of this. And that's what she said. Well, the lawyers are making her do all of that. And apparently she wanted the $7 million for herself. She even lied about the final insult left
Yeah.
on the marital bed after her 30th birthday party.
I want couch.
And it was quite telling that she admitted to Starling Jenkins, a former United States Marine, that this was a terrible prank gone awry. Well, she lied about that too. In fact, she said Mr. Depp was crazy to even allege that she could have done such a thing. Well, she admitted it.
Dropping a
to,
dookie? You talking about
Mr.
dookie?
Jenkins. Per Tronfield, as cited earlier, Mr. Depp does not have to prove damages because this is defamation per se. In fact, these involve some of the most heinous crimes any man or woman can be accused of. However, he has done so. Jack Wiggum tested yesterday that the impact of the op-ed was catastrophic on Mr. Depp's personal and professional life, that it was a $22.5 million loss on Pirate 6 and another $20 million on others. We've had the testimony. So we had Mr. Wiggum testifying as to the 22.5 lost on Pirate 6 and another 20 lost on the other films, the other studio films, the indie films, and the other ways Mr. Depp would have made income. We have Richard Marx's testimony, Douglas Banya's testimony, and the testimony of Michael Spindler just this morning. Finally, Your Honor, none of Ms. Heard's affirmative defenses, which would include, her trying to create an issue of fact on the title, can support a motion to strike, as to which she bears the burden of proof of her affirmative defenses. Quote, whether the defendants have met their burden cannot be resolved when considering a motion to strike. See 243 Virginia at 83. And just to respond to Mr. Rottenborn's citation to the Lacova case, which we hadn't seen until he mentioned it today, I would only note, Your Honor, that defendant admits that she tweeted a link to the online version of the op-ed at paragraph 97 of her answer, though again, the admission of Exhibit 1 is more than enough to survive the motion to strike. And the Lacova case at 995 F3rd 134 holds that republishing a hyperlink doesn't necessarily start the statute of limitations, not that a hyperlink cannot be defamatory. So with that, Your Honor, we respectfully request that the court deny the motion to strike.
Deny it
in full, and let's hear from Ms. Heard.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Facts on facts on facts. Damn.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can only assume that Mr. Chu wrote that speech for an audience outside the court because it didn't really address my arguments. I'm going to focus on what our specific arguments are for the motion to strike, Your Honor. Mr. Chu spent almost 30 minutes of the court's time talking about the disputed evidence of physical abuse in this case, which Ms. Heard hasn't even put on her case. And I can tell you she's not the abuser. And if the case moves forward, she and her witnesses will put on even more evidence of the physical abuse she suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. But that's not the basis for our motion right now, Your Honor. He talks about how Mr. Depp had a sworn denial and that should count. We read his testimony. He claims he didn't strike her. But again, that's not the basis for our motion. The basis for our motion is the clear and undisputed evidence of non-physical abuse. By his definitions, by his standards, by the standards of his expert, there is no dispute that Mr. Depp abused Amber. And therefore, if he did it even one time, there is no dispute that even under their theory of the case, the implication that they want the jury to draw from the article, which again, I'm not arguing for the purposes of today, because under the legal standard, I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to waste the court's time with that. But even under their standard, the undisputed evidence is that Mr. Depp did commit abuse against Ms. Heard. and therefore that those first two statements were false. That's our argument on that. As to the headline, it's funny, Mr. Chu, we played 2 or 3 hours of an ACLU deposition. Now he says, well, that wasn't our witness. It was his witness, Your Honor. He just spent 10 minutes talking about what Mr. Doherty said, and Mr. Doherty testified that the Washington Post wrote the headline. That is the only evidence, Your Honor. I understand he says, well, Exhibit 1 has her name on it. Exhibit 1 has her name on it. But the only evidence in this case about who wrote that headline is Mr. Doherty's testimony. It is undisputed. They could have put anyone else on. They could have called Ms. Heard for that because that was not part of the stipulation at the pretrial conference. It was only the tweet that we talked about, Your Honor, and they chose not to do that. Now, Ms. Heard will testify she didn't write that headline, so it wouldn't have helped them. But they've had
but her
3
name's
weeks
still
to put
on
their
it, though.
case, Your Honor.
That
They've
doesn't make
controlled
any
the playing
sense.
field of evidence. There is
So they put a
no
gun to her head?
dispute that Ms. Heard did not write
Get
that
out of
headline.
here.
No dispute. Simply saying, well, her name is attached to it, that can't overcome the testimony of the ACLU. They call them a co-conspirator. Of course, Mr. Depp chose not to sue them. But the testimony of Terrence Doherty that she didn't write that headline, that takes care of the sexual violence headline, Your Honor. And I'm not going to take up any more of the court's time addressing portions of Mr. Depp or Mr. Chu's argument that don't go to our motion, unless Your Honor has any specific questions. But I
No,
want to
thank
be
you.
respectful.
All right,
Thank you.
sir.
Ed's in the house. How you doing,
For
Eddie
this
Herman?
motion, I've taken the
Okay, what did I miss?
I reviewed all of
They
the
are
evidence that has
motioning
been
to
submitted in
strike.
this matter. So
So
as
they
to the
just
second
went
and
back
third
and
alleged
forth.
defamatory statements,
But
the
we're gonna-
motion to strike at this juncture, I view the evidence in light most favorable to the plaintiff and reasonable inferences from the evidence to the plaintiff. And if there is a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror could weigh, then the matter survives a motion to strike. In this matter, there is evidence in the case that a jury could weigh that the statements were made by the defendant, that the statements were about the plaintiff, that
There
the
we go.
statement was published,
Come on,
that the
Judge.
statement is false,
Come on.
and the defendant made the statement knowing it to be false, or the defendant made it so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth. The weight of that evidence is up to the fact finder. So the motion to strike is denied as to statement 2 and 3. The
Now,
motion to strike
Pascal,
as to
did you
statement
listen
1
closely to what she
under
said?
advisement
Isn't that exactly what I
because,
texted you last night?
it's not a stipulation, I'm not
Exactly.
sure what it is, but there seems to be an agreement that the tweet of Ms. Heard is part of the plaintiff's evidence, which is not in evidence at this point. So I can't
But it
rule on
should
that
be.
statement, whether or not it is just a tweet or if it's some sort of republication or something. I don't know because I haven't seen it yet. So as to the motion to strike on statement 1, I'm going to take an advisement because ruling on it now, it would be premature because I just don't have that evidence in the case, okay?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, since it's 12:30, you want to just take lunch?
Okay,
Go
that's
ahead and let
perfect
the jurors
timing.
Go to lunch and come back
Man,
at
you keep
1:30.
coming
Does
in
that
at
sound
perfect
okay?
timing, baby. You keep coming in, Eddie, at perfect timing. So there's a little bit of,
Okay.
we're going to be taking a little bit of a lunch break. Let's hear what she
All
says
right, do
here.
you want to do it now? Okay, sure. All right.
Oh, they're approaching the bench. Okay, so real quick, because I don't know if they're deciding to do lunch or if they're not doing lunch yet. But
They're gonna do lunch. This is an appropriate break in the action for them.
right, that was pretty intense, man. I'm gonna be straight funky with you, man. And I'll explain that here in a second. But first, I gotta introduce you. Of course, this is my brother Eddie Herman of Brown and Crouppen. He also has a show called Ed Versus and another show called 3 Lawyers Eating Sandwiches on BCTV. That's on YouTube, BCTV. Go and check them out. Please welcome Eddie Herman. You were with us yesterday talking about all this. You were with me a couple weeks ago, just kind of talking in depth, not in depth, but in depth about this whole trial and everything. Now they went and I hit you up last night because I was like, is this a big deal? Them motioning to strike, and you said it beautifully in there, but I figured I'll just let you take the floor and just kind of say your piece.
Just to give some perspective on what just happened. That's no big surprise. Every defendant in every case is always going to make a motion to dismiss once the plaintiff has rested their case. At the moment the plaintiff has rested their case, remember the burden of proof in a civil action is on the plaintiff. In a criminal action, the burden of proof is on the prosecution, on the state. But this is a civil action. So Johnny Depp's team has the burden of proof for the claims that he is making against Amber Heard. Now, on the claims that she's making, she carries the burden of proof. And now that we're going to get to her side of the case, we'll see what her evidence has to say. But what her lawyer attempted to do here was basically ask for the case to be dismissed, and here's why. There are questions of law, issues of law, and there are issues of fact. Issues of fact can only be determined by a jury, not by a
Anything
jury.
further?
Issues of law can be determined by a judge.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just clearing the court now. For
Yeah.
lunch. So in essence, when you make a motion to dismiss, what the defense was saying here was they were trying to convince the judge that there are no issues of fact here, that what we really have here is an issue of law, and based on what the plaintiffs have presented, there's no way they can meet their burden because they are missing a key element of law, and that the judge should be able at this point to say, yeah, as a matter of law, you missed the mark on this element, and I'm not going to let the case go forward. Now, I told you last night in my text to you that these things are almost always dismissed, especially when you have a very competent legal team like Johnny Depp would obviously hire. They know what they need to prove. They know they're going to present their evidence in a way that's going to leave a lot of issues of fact on the table.
Right.
Anytime there's an issue of fact on the table, it has to proceed to a jury. And that's exactly what the judge just said. She went through the elements that the plaintiff has to show. You know, that the statement was made, that it was either false, that it was knowingly false, or you know, all the things that she listed. She basically went through the jury instructions that the jury is eventually going to see. And what she said is that even if there is a scintilla of evidence that creates an issue of fact, that has to go forward to a jury. So she dismissed the motion. This is not shocking news. I know if you watch the news programs, they try to make all of these things look dramatic and create moments of tension and everybody gather like it's a big deal. But like I said to you last night, what you just saw is just very standard. They make the motion, so it's in the record. The motion gets denied. The trial goes forward.
Right. And well, and it's crazy because you were like, yeah, this is standard. This is just normal standard thing. They're going to try to see if they can basically throw this whole trial out the window. But what I found very interesting is the reasons in which they were trying to get it dismissed. They basically are saying that now Amber Heard didn't write the op-ed, that all she did was lend her name to the op-ed, that she only wrote the title and the and her name on the op-ed, saying that, making it seem like she wrote it, but somebody else penned this ish. But I'm sitting there going like, how can they use that as a viable, solid argument for this judge to sit there and go, yes, okay, this,
Well, I think what they were trying, that's a great point.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, think about it though for a second. If you're on the defense, you're looking at each of these elements and you're thinking, which of these elements can I attack and try to say that the plaintiff didn't prove or didn't put any evidence on to establish it. And look at that. This whole thing is based on the op-ed. If the plaintiffs did not adequately prove that she actually wrote the op-ed, then the argument is, hey, the statement that you're holding her accountable for, she didn't even make, and you didn't prove that she made it. So they took a stab. That is
it's like a shot in the dark. It's like a
Hail Mary, a shot in the dark, and quite frankly, very disingenuous, because you can't lend your name to an op-ed and then not accept responsibility for everything that's written in the op-ed.
Exactly.
Like, whether she wrote it by her own hand or if she let somebody else write it, put her name on it, put it out to the public as being from her, it doesn't really matter. That's her. I mean, it's published as her, in her name. And obviously, listen, it was a terrible argument. The judge didn't give it any credence. I don't fault the defense attorney when you really don't have a viable motion to dismiss. You just throw the kitchen sink at him and you hope that something sticks. Obviously, nothing stuck, but this does not. Don't take this, and the viewers should not take this as an indication that the judge believes that Johnny Depp has met his burden of proof. That's not what this means. This doesn't mean that the judge is on his side or the judge thinks he's going to win. All it means is that she's heard enough to know that it's beyond her ability to rule on it, that issues of fact are there and it has to be decided by a jury of your peers. Remember what the Constitution says. Everybody can quote you the First Amendment. Everybody can quote you the Second Amendment, right?
Right.
And that's about where it ends for most people. But the Seventh Amendment, which is obviously part of the Bill of Rights, allows an aggrieved person to have their matter heard by a jury of their peers. That's your constitutional right. And that's what Johnny Depp is exercising here. And the judge takes that very seriously. If the judge were to rule and dismiss the case at this point, that is the equivalent of the judge taking away his Seventh Amendment right. That's how big it is. That's the judge saying, you're not going to have your matter heard by the jury, like the Constitution says. And the judge can do that if there are no legitimate issues of fact. If it's just a question of law, that's well within the judge's purview, because that's what the judge is there for, to interpret the law, not the facts. The
Absolutely.
facts are for the jury.
Absolutely. I'm very happy that she took the right route. Obviously, the judge took the right route instead of going and saying, oh, well, they have a viable argument here. I mean, to me, it felt like they were, like you were saying, it's like a Hail Mary. They were grasping at straws, trying to find any excuse because they're trying to avoid getting her on the stand, which I'm going to get to you.
Let me ask you
about here in a
let
second.
me ask you
Go
this.
ahead.
Let me ask you a question.
Shoot.
What if the judge had found in her favor and dismissed it? Do you believe that they were going to continue the case based on her counterclaim? Or do you think they would have just hugged each other and gone home? I could tell you this, they would have hugged each other and gone home.
Yeah.
Because what it really reveals to you is that her counterclaim is bullshit. The counterclaim is just to try to scare him off of his claim in the hopes that both sides would just drop the matter completely. That's what the counterclaim is all about, is so that both sides feel a little nervous and they are trying to level the playing field in the public's opinion. I did my stuff, they did their stuff, they're suing me, I'm suing them back, so that maybe the public just views it like this. But believe me, if she had won this motion, she'd have high-fived her lawyer and gotten the hell out of that court.
Of course.
She'd have forgotten about her counterclaim completely because it's bullshit.
Of course. I mean, she's going to do everything she can, or at least her team is doing everything they can to avoid having her go up on the stand because they don't want her to commit perjury. They don't want her, or they don't want her to tell the absolute 110% truth, or they don't want to see her. They don't want to see a sinking ship. They don't want to see a train wreck happen right there on the stand. That's the one thing I feel that they're trying to avoid as much as they can. And I think that's what she wants too. I don't think she wants to go on the stand at all. I think she's trembling in the boots right now.
I mean, I think she has to for PR reasons. But what I can't figure out is, I mean, this is not a criminal trial. Understand that in a criminal trial, you cannot compel a defendant to testify. They have the right not to. But in a civil trial, it doesn't work like that. I'm surprised that Johnny Depp's lawyer did not call Amber Heard in their case and gotten permission to treat her as a hostile witness. You've heard this in movies, and you say, well, what is that? Do you understand what that means? For the people that don't, it means that, they could have called her in the plaintiff's case, and they could have basically, knowing that she'd be squirrely, they could have asked the judge to treat her like a hostile witness. And what that would allow them to do is ask her questions as if they were cross-examining her, rather than asking her open-ended questions like you would on a friendly witness that you were calling for your case.
Right.
So clearly Johnny Depp's side did not feel it was necessary to prove their case to bring her to the stand.
That's strange to me, though, if you really think about it. Because if she can crumble earlier, right? I mean, listen, he had some really good witnesses that came in. The last few were kind of lackluster, but it is what it is. He had some really good ones. And then, of course, himself going up there and speaking on behalf of himself to defend himself, and hearing his side of the story is always good. But if they knew for a fact that she was going to just basically crash and burn on the stand, why wouldn't the plaintiff side throw her up on the stand to actually see her crash and burn?
You know, I think that it was just, look, they're making strategic choices. I believe at this point they feel like they have met the elements that they have to prove for a jury to see. I think if they had called her in their case, there's always a risk. You don't know how somebody's going to come off on the stand. She may have come off like she was being attacked, and you know, you don't want to attack her. You don't want to do anything that looks like you're abusing her personally, because that supports her playing victim. So it could very well be that they strategically felt like, listen, we're not going to put her on the stand and start attacking her. We don't need her to prove our case. We have what she wrote in an op-ed published in the Washington Post. So they felt like, why have any wild cards that we can't control in our case? It's strategic. And quite frankly, the fact that everyone right now, not everyone, I did speak to somebody yesterday who, because of their own personal experiences with abuse, is still on Amber's side. But you got to realize that this jury, that stuff was weeded out during jury selection. They went in there and got invasive. They wanted to make sure they had 12 people who were not going to let their own personal experiences with abuse, if they had any, influence their opinion in this case. Now, it's hard to do that 100%, but I can promise you that anybody who during jury selection talked about being the victim of any kind of abuse themselves, they were going to be struck. They were never going to be on this jury. So if you look at the rest of the public, I think right now, most people, as you should at the end of a plaintiff's case, if you're not on the plaintiff's side when the plaintiff rests their case, then the plaintiff's always going to lose, because it just makes perfect sense. It's like a debate. Every side always sounds really good when they're presenting. So if you're not like fully on board with the plaintiff when the plaintiff rests their case, it's not going to take a whole lot on the defense side to win that case. You see what I'm saying? Like, at this point, this is the moment in time where there should be the absolute most positive momentum for the plaintiff. And if it's not, that's a tough go for the plaintiff.
Yeah, but then, okay, so then let's talk about the defense side then, real quick. Can they decide, can they call an audible and basically say, we're not bringing her up on the stand?
They could, but it would be a death sentence for them. The jury is sitting there, and they need to hear her side of the story. Gotcha. And what's going to happen, of course, is that when the defense calls her, they do what's called the direct examination, where she can come out, tell her whole story first, get it all out there, the tears. It's going to be a lengthy appearance, and the jury's going to be sitting there kind of looking at her. I wouldn't bring her out first. I know that they all want to hear from her, but I strategically would not bring her out first.
So they're not taking her out first. They're bringing out a forensic psychologist first, and then allegedly, she's coming out right after.
Right. That makes sense.
Called up after.
They have to reset the bar on the defense side. If they brought her out first, everybody is viewing her through the lens that Johnny Depp just set up. And that's not a pretty lens. They're going to be listening to every word out of her mouth. And if they've already decided that she's a liar, she's not going to be a sympathetic witness. So by bringing out the psychological expert first, they're looking to kind of reset the mindset of the jury. They want the jury to go back to having an open mind about this. They want the jury to understand what abused people do, how they react. They want to see if they could reset the sympathy bar before they bring her out. And then on the heels of a psychologist educating the jury as to the fact that she lashed out the way that she did may in fact be evidence of how badly abused she was. You know, the old thing of hurt people hurt people. And
Right.
they're going to try to reset this as every egregious thing that she did, from taking a dump in the bed to whatever physical violence she may have done, to whatever cruel statement she may have made. And they're going to try to say, a person isn't like that. A person is pushed to that. A person is taken to that level only through being the victim of abuse. There was a point in time where this couple loved each other enough to marry each other.
True.
Something happened along the line, and what they have to convince this jury of is the more egregious and hateful her acts appear to be, is proof that those are reactions to things that Johnny did, as opposed to actions. No happy person takes a dump on the other side's person's bed. So they want the jury thinking, what must he have done to her to push her to that point?
Gotcha.
You know, nobody wants to air their dirty laundry to the public, and yet she did. What kind of abuse did she endure that pushed her to that point? And that's how the defense is going to win the jury back over, if they can at all.
Yeah.
But that's why the psychologist is going to go first. Look for that kind of testimony. Look for the psychologist to talk about her actions are the reactions of an abused person.
You know, that's a good point. I was just thinking multiple cups of coffee. That's why she just dropped a dookie in the bed. You know, coffee, especially the powerful coffees, especially those espressos.
They'll clean you out.
They'll
clean you out.
Straight out. You know what I'm saying? But you got a point there. We got a super chat here. Shelly Tarbit, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. She says, please ask if JD's team or if JD team asked for dismissal after AH team or Amber Heard's team.
I understand. Yeah.
And
Go
if
ahead,
they
Rita,
still treat her as hostile if team calls her.
Yeah, they won't actually have to treat her as a hostile witness, because if the defense calls her, that means that Johnny Depp's team will be cross-examining the witness. It'll be a cross-examination versus a direct examination. And when you're doing cross-examination, you're already following the same rules as you would if a witness was being treated as a hostile witness. So the only time you have to ask permission to treat a witness as a hostile witness is if you have called them yourself. You've called them.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a direct examination, not a cross. But because they're being squirrely now, you want to treat it like a cross. Now that we're on the defense side, you could just go ahead and cross-examine her. You don't have to ask permission to treat her as a hostile witness. All cross-examinations follow the rules of hostile witnesses. In other words, all your questions are leading questions. You know, on a cross-examination, they're all leading. On a well-done cross-examination, everyone knows the number one rule of cross-examination is you don't ask a question that you don't already know the answer to.
True.
So it's either you're looking for yeses and nos, or you're looking for them to repeat statements that you know they've already made in their deposition.
Right.
They can't change their story now. And if they try to, then you impeach them using using the prior deposition.
Gotcha. Like making sure that they're properly vetted before they go in for questioning.
Listen, the worst thing you could do is ask an open-ended question on direct examination where you don't know the answer, because let me tell you, a good witness will bury you with what might come out of their mouth.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay.
I actually, in yesterday's testimony, I felt that the defense attorney, remember when she was cross-examining the guy about, was there a contract for the Pirates movie? If he had been sharper on his toes a little bit more, I think he could have buried her with some of his answers. I think she left those questions a little open-ended.
Yeah.
I think he could have really gone to town on them. But again, he's just a regular citizen trying to answer questions. He's not like a paid advocate for Johnny Depp.
True. It's interesting because a lot of their approach, at least in this recent testimonies that have come up today, a lot of times they're trying to, the defense is asking them asking these witnesses some questions, and these witnesses are responding, but they don't even let them finish. The defense is just like keeps going to the next question, like, just yes or no, sir. Just yes or no. We don't need to hear all this other crap. Just yes or no. So I think that they're trying to nip those things in the bud now, not leaving it so open-ended.
They are, but I was not impressed with Amber's attorney. Witness control is one of the most important aspects during a trial because the jury is paying attention to everything. And when a lawyer looks like they cannot control the witness, the lawyer looks weak. And when the lawyer has to turn to the judge to step in and say things like, Your Honor, can you please direct the witness to simply answer yes or no, those kind of things. If you got to keep turning to the judge to do your job, over the course of a trial, it does not sit well with the jury. When you have a witness who's going on a bit, as long as what they're saying is not hurting you, who cares? You just simply turn back and you say to them, I've heard what you said. So is that a yes then? Or so then that's a no. And that's all it takes to control them. And once you've done that to them on one or two questions, you will notice that witnesses naturally fall in line. They understand that you're not going to let them go on and that you're just going to hold them to the yes or to the no. So even if you have to, on a couple of questions in a row, follow up and say, so that's a yes, so that's a no, and they'll give it to you then, and you appear to be poised, and you appear to have that witness under control. And those are the things that really influence a jury. Now, what you're going to want to look for when Amber testifies, and ask yourself this, play lawyer for a minute, and the audience should play lawyer too. Somebody just asked, whether or not she should be treated as a hostile witness. And I think what she was probably really asking is, can Johnny Depp's lawyers go after her aggressively? Well, my question to you strategically is, should they? Right now, what they're strategizing isn't what they're going to ask her. They're strategizing how they're going to ask her. If you beat the woman up on the stand, how does that play to a jury? This is a case that really rests on abuse. And I'm not so sure that beating her up on the stand is going to play well for the overall theme of the case. So they have to decide with what kind of approach, how aggressive, which lawyer, is going to be the one to cross-examine her. And that's going to be one of the most interesting parts of the trial. We know what the director is going to look like. Oh, she's going to get up and she's going to give, hopefully, the performance of a lifetime. She's going to come out like a sympathetic victim. So how does Johnny Depp's lawyers, how are they going to go after that without continuing to make her look like an abused victim? How are they going to get at the truth, but do it in a way that makes her seem like a dramatic liar as opposed to a legitimate abused victim? That's the challenge.
That's interesting because that is a very good question because obviously you don't want to make her feel like she's being attacked. You don't want her to feel like she's being abused, whether that's true or not, whether she was abused or not. You don't want, as the person trying to cross-examine her, you don't want to be so aggressive that, say, an onslaught of PTSD starts happening, right? So you don't want to trigger her in a way, but at the same time, you do want to expose the truth and get the real facts out here. So it's going to be a very interesting approach. But one of the questions I did have wanted to ask you that we were having a conversation about it on yesterday's show during this whole thing. Okay, Amber Heard goes up there. Obviously, she's been diagnosed, where the forensic psychologist for Johnny Depp's side came out and has said that she has, histrionic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder. So the things that she says, or the things that she has created in her own mind, is her truth, right? So my question is, if she goes on the stand, and I think I asked you this a while back, but if she goes on the stand and speaks out, like they ask her all these questions about the bruises, the photos, all that stuff, which obviously a lot of these things are coming out as false, and she straight up at least in the reality that we live in, okay, not in her mind, but the outside world, like all the evidence that's been proven that these things have been lies, and she goes up there and she still confirms those said lies, is she committing perjury, or is she only still telling her truth from her own perspective? Does that make sense what I'm
Yes,
saying?
it does. You know, this is listen, look at the Son of Sam. You remember the Son of Sam? You may be a little young for it, but he was a serial killer in New York City in
Dog
1977.
told him to go out and shoot
Dog,
lovers.
right. The dog told him to do it. That was his truth. It was not perjury. Now, he didn't go to trial because he confessed and what have you, but that was his truth. So it would not have been a lie. It would not have been perjury for him to take the stand and say, a dog told me to do it. We know that's a lie. Dogs don't speak and tell people to kill people. But at the same time, he's giving his honest answer. Why did you do it? That's why I did it. You know, so perjury is not a big issue in this. But the truth of it is that, you know, there are facts and there are opinions, you know, and so, you know, whether or not, you know, this thing hinges on this idea of whether or not he's a wife beater, you know, and that's a question of fact. Either he is or he isn't. She can't live in her own belief just because she had 3 dreams where she got beat. And so that became her truth. She doesn't get to have her truth when it comes to factual matters. Either he did it or he didn't do it. Her belief that he did it means nothing. The fact that that exists in her mind means nothing. Either it happened or it didn't happen. Now, like I mentioned to you on your show a couple weeks ago, you know, it's hard for him to prove a negative. It's hard always to prove that something didn't happen, especially when we're dealing with stuff behind closed doors. And that's why all of these issues of general credibility become so important. Because in a he said, she said situation, it's really going to boil down to which one of these people does the jury believe? You know, and the thing is, look, I think that a lot of things, you know, happen in a bad relationship. Clearly, their relationship turned very, very bad. But there are boundaries. There are certain lines that no matter how angry you are, no matter how hurt you've been, you can't cross. And and lying, especially taking it to the public about, you know, and calling somebody a wife beater is one of those lines. You don't get to do it if it's not true. If it's true, you can shout it from the rooftops and that's your truth and you have a right to. But if it's not true, you've crossed a boundary that the law does not allow you to cross.
Gotcha.
No matter what your truth is. Your truth doesn't matter, only the truth.
Right. If there's factual evidence, right? Factual evidence, hard evidence, then obviously, you know, your truth does it the factual evidence omits the your truth approach.
Right, because there really is no your truth. You could say your belief.
Right.
A person can have a belief, but a person can't really have a truth. The truth is the truth. You know, facts are facts. That's why they're called facts. They're not disputable.
Yeah. Ashia Johnson just said if it was true, she would run to the stand. You know what? You're absolutely right. If it was that perspective, if it was that approach, then she'd be like, put me on the stand right now. Let me get it out the way. Let me speak my side, so on and so forth. So you're right.
I think she makes a great point. Listen, if I knew this entire case basically hinged, if I'm in her shoes, I'm Amber, and I was legitimately hit by my husband, you know, and what I wrote, I know happened. I lived it. Yes, I agree with that person 100%. I'd run to the stand and I would explain to people what happened in such detail that they could see it, they could feel it, it was visceral. And when I describe being hit, the jury can feel that hit themselves.
Right.
That's what I would want to do. Because if you can get that out and convince the jury of that, the entire case goes away. Remember, this is all premised on Depp being able to prove that that statement was a lie. Nothing else in the case matters if the jury believes that he hit her. If they believe he hit her, all of this other nonsense, it doesn't matter. That's the key hinge here. If he can't prove that, they don't even get to the next steps of their deliberation. The case is over.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting second half of the game. Let's just say that, of the trial. We're in intermission basically, and now we're going into the second half of the game. And now we got to see what their approach is, what their game plan is. Obviously, Eddie, you just said it very, very well. Obviously, just kind of saying, okay, if they're going to be approaching with the forensic psychologist, the certain approach that they're going to be going with, what you described makes a lot of sense. It's saying, hey, the impact, how much it drove her to do these things, to not really write, or to basically get a ghostwriter to write an op-ed allegedly for her. And then of course, what pushes you to go and drop a deuce in your bed, in Johnny Depp's marital bed? What makes you go and do these certain things? And being a victim of abuse. So I see that approach, and so we're definitely going to be seeing that for sure here.
Right. And I'm curious who else she's going to call. I haven't seen the witness list. Everything I follow on this is mostly just from being on the show with you. But if her case really hinges on, he hit me and I can prove it, and so this whole thing goes away, she has to give a very detailed account that the jury believes. And then ideally, she should follow that up with a couple of witnesses who can back it up, who can say, you know what, she called me that night, and told me what happened. Or I had her come over for coffee the next day because she was so shaken up and I could see the bruise on her face or wherever it is that he hit her, because maybe it's one of those things where I don't think Amber's credibility on its own is going to be enough to win this jury over. I just think that she's taken too much of a hit in the first half of this case. So she's going to have to bank on the combination of her credibility and a few other witnesses that can, substantiate her story. Either they didn't see it happen, but at least if she had a contemporaneous, or at least close in time, conversation with a friend, a family member, a more trusted person that she conveyed the story to, that had seen her the next day, and something, she's going to need to pile up a couple of witnesses that can give her, they got to back her story up a little bit more. I don't think her on her own is going to be enough to win over the credibility war that's going on, because this is all a credibility war in this case.
It's basically PR. It's a big PR stunt, if that makes any sense. A big PR ploy.
Listen, it's like I told you the other day. Unlike most of these cases, the damages are the easy part here, because the guy makes a fortune, and clearly he hasn't been working, and we all see what's going on with cancel culture. I may as well call it cancer culture, because for the people affected by it, it's just as deadly. Careers are destroyed over much less than being called a wife beater. So the damages part here, no one's going to have a problem believing that he lost a lot of money because of this. The whole case is going to hinge on, who does the jury believe? Did he hit her? Didn't he hit her? That's it. You can simplify the whole thing, and whichever lawyer keeps the case simple and makes the simplest arguments to the jury will win the case, because simple always wins. Mental gymnastics never feel right to a jury. Well, I analyze cases all the time, trying to figure out, can we take this case to trial and win? And it's not enough to know you have a good case. You have to have a case that presents well. You need a story, a good story, a good plaintiff that people are going to like. It's not just the facts. Juries don't work like that.
I see. So then explain this to me then, because this one part I'm still trying to wrap my mind around then. The monies. So she, during this, a few more questions before because I got to take a little bit of a bathroom break and get some lunch here myself before things start revving up here again, or at least bring my lunch here. But okay, so there was a big a divorce settlement for $7 million. She ended up taking that $7 million and basically she pocketed it. She said she was going to give it to the ACLU and a specific children's hospital, but basically didn't spend not one dime of that $7 million. She basically pocketed it. The ACLU, some heads of a head or a representative of the ACLU came on during the trial and basically said, yes, we received some money, but the money that we received was from Johnny Depp, some from allegedly Elon Musk, but we never got any money from her. And she never paid up what she said she was going to do over a course of 10 years. So with that being said, the money argument here, does this have anything to do with this case? And
just to her credibility, it's just
okay.
It's just the plaintiffs trying to point to as many instances that they can to say you can't trust this woman. You know what I'll share this with you, and I got to credit Judge Mason, who was my mentor in litigation, and he still is a judge on the bench here in St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant man. And you always try to catch a person in a lie or something deceptive, and then what you do is you turn to the jury at the end. You remind them of a moment in the trial where you caught the person flat out. They said they were going to do one thing and they did something else, or even a more blatant lie. And you tell people, and there's a few ways to do it, but here are one of my favorites. You say, when you go to the refrigerator and you pull out the milk, okay, it's been sitting there a while. You sniff it, smells a little off. You taste a little bit to see if it's sour. And as soon as you taste a little bit and you see that it's sour, you don't bother with the rest of that milk. You can't trust the rest of that milk. You taste a little and you know it's sour. So what do you do with that milk? You pour it down the drain because you can't trust any of it.
Right.
And so that's the credibility argument you're trying to make. That's where the ACLU stuff, why that comes in handy, because anytime you could point to a jury and say, we've already shown you a willingness to mislead, a willingness to lie. What are you going to do? Sit back now and start sorting through every word this person's ever said and say, well, this one was true, this one's a half truth, this one's a total lie? No. As soon as you've tasted that milk and it's sour, you're going to do what every human being does. You're going to take that chunky, disgusting milk and you're going to pour it down the drain. You're not going to sift through it to see if any of it is still good. You've learned what you needed to learn. It's sour. Another example that the judge liked to use is he'd say, if you're eating a bowl of spaghetti and you find a cockroach in it, what do? Do you just pull out the cockroach, but then you consume the rest of the spaghetti because that seems fine? No.
Depends on how much you spent on it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No. The second you find that bug, you toss the whole thing away. And that's credibility. And that's what these lawyers are trying to do, because that's how they're going to use it in closing arguments. You can't sit there sorting through every statement of valuing truthfulness. You got to find these couple of lies and realize you're not dealing with a truthful person. You got to take everything they said, throw it down the drain like the milk, throw it in the trash like the pasta. You don't eat around the lie. You can't do it.
Can't do it.
And again, this is what a good litigator will do. These are things that lawyers, if they're really comfortable in the courtroom, these are our moves. These are our moves. These are the strategies that we employ in all of our cases. This is how you can take a totally irrelevant thing like this business about donating to the ACLU and find a way to use that to start painting, the person the way that you want to paint them. And I'll plug the fact that, I'm glad to do your show, and for whoever's listening, because, people out there who are in accidents and need a lawyer, like, they don't know how to go about picking one. And a lot of people, pick them because of who they see on TV, and that's why we're on TV. But the truth of it is, you need to pick a lawyer who knows what the hell they're doing. Especially, even though most things never get to trial, never go to court, you need somebody who knows what they're doing in the court. because the insurance company knows. They know who the good lawyers are and who the not so good lawyers are. They know the lawyers who know how to present in the courtroom and those who don't, and it affects the value of the claim. Of course, they're going to pay more if they're afraid of the lawyer that's going to take the case to trial. And I'm hoping that by being on your show and by sharing these insights, people out there say, geez, I knew this guy from Ed Versus talking about naps and cereal, and yeah, he's a funny guy, but Jesus, he's an actual lawyer, and more than a lawyer, a litigator who knows what to do in a courtroom. And that's what our lawyers do at Brown and Crouppen. So that's my quick plug for our firm. We're not just Terry and me and Andy. We got 50 plus attorneys who have all been trained and are like, they know what to do. They know how to get the result that they need to get to. So if you're hurt, give us a call. That's all I'm saying. My little plug. And I have not plugged our firm like at all. I like to just come on and talk. But when I'm talking like this, I get so passionate. I want the public to put that connection together in their head. It makes a difference.
Yes. Yeah. And you guys definitely got to check his law firm out. They are incredible. Brown and Crouppen, you can definitely, I'll be sure to put a link down in the description box down below. They take care of everything. Honestly, they cover everything. And as you already know, I mean, this is just a small but great example of the kind of people, the kind of lawyers that you are going to be talking to from Brown and Crouppen's law firm. He is just a small but very big example of how great these lawyers are over at that law firm. And I appreciate you saying what you needed to say on all these things and kind of letting us hear your thoughts on this, because it's nice to have somebody who's an expert, nice to have somebody who actually does this kind of thing, knows the ins and out of law, not only just the law, but also ins and out of the court and all the things that are going on here. So I appreciate you coming on and just kind of talking with us about all this, because a lot of it is law is fascinating to me, especially when it comes to trials. But there's a lot of things that go in where you're just like, what does that mean exactly? Is that a big deal? Is it something that, if we are team either side, is that something that we should be worried about? So on and so forth. There's a lot of red tape, if you will, that a lot of us average Joes don't really know much about. So I do appreciate you coming on and just talking to us about all of this, so that we can kind of get a better grasp of what we're listening to, what we're dealing with, and what to expect. Because obviously once they come back from lunch, it's on and popping. It's Team Amber Heard, and it's now the defense side bringing up their witnesses, and now it's about all the salacious titles that are going to be going on blog sites and news websites here shortly about what they're going to be exposing about Johnny Depp here in a little bit. It's going to be a wild ride.
Right. And now we got to see, we're going to hear things that we haven't heard yet. We're going to hear things about a celebrity that we've known for the last 30, 35 years. And the world, she's going to have to pull off the performance of a lifetime. And I don't think she'll go on today. It's already, are they in California? Is that what this is?
No, so this is in Virginia. So they got
Virginia.
like 3.
So you're not going to hear from her today. You'll get the first witness, but you do not want to bring out your star at the end of a day. Not when the jury's tired. They've been sitting around, their stomach's starting to rumble for dinner. You want to bring her on when the people are fresh as a daisy, ready to listen. And so I think you'll get this guy today, or this gal, whoever this forensic psychologist is. And I think what will happen is you'll dismiss for the day. You'll start tomorrow fresh, and you'll see her.
I think it'll also still be the forensic psychologist tomorrow, starting off tomorrow. I don't think they're going to be done. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be done, because the last time, just going off of pattern, what happened on the last one, when on Johnny Depp's side, they brought in a forensic psychologist, and she was on for a solid, almost basically the whole day.
Yeah.
So
Ask yourself though, how smart is, you know, I really believe that there's going to be some jury resentment over the fact that this case with such simple elements is requiring 6 weeks out of their lives. That is a tremendous time commitment.
Yeah.
And when you're going to pull a jury for that long, do not waste their time. And they may not say it out loud. They may not even realize it consciously, but subconsciously, if you start wasting their time by being repetitive, by dragging things out, by constantly interrupting like the defense attorney did yesterday, juries do build up resentment about that. Their time is valuable and it needs to be respected as such.
Yes. You know, you're right. You never know. They might nip it in the bud. They might rev this thing up, or you know what I mean. Maybe by speeding things up, it leaves more room for the jury not to pass judgment onto her as well. But I know that when Dr. Curry went up, Johnny Depp's forensics psychologist, she was on there for the whole day. So,
well, if that's the case, then you may not see Amber until Thursday. I would be very surprised if they started her out late in the day, unless they were deliberately going to do just some kind of laying the groundwork, you know, introductory type of stuff.
Yeah.
But she's got to tell her story. She needs that audience to be captive, focused, and fresh.
Also, the other thing too is you got to remember they take a week off because apparently the judge is going off to some sort of convention, and it happened on the same time. So this is the reason why it's 6 weeks. So actually it's 5 weeks, but there's a week of a break in between. So they really got to get Amber Heard on the stand as quickly as possible before the week break, so that they have that seeping into their bones. They got that seeping in their minds for the rest of the week before they reconvene a week later. So they got to get her in at least.
I don't know how they expect this jury to spend a week away from this and stay away from all of the news, all of the reports, all the data. I mean, I don't know how they expect them to not talk to each other at all. I mean, I know that this is what we expect of juries, but my knowledge of human nature just recognizes what an incredibly difficult task you're asking them to do by taking a week off during a trial and to somehow remain silent and not think about it, not read about it, not do anything. You know, I mean, that's a big ask.
It's a very, very big ask, and it's a very, very big opportunity for Amber Heard's team or Amber Heard to work on those people outside of the courtroom. I'm just saying it out loud. You know what I mean? So anything's possible. Anything's possible. But Ed, I do really appreciate you coming on and chopping it up with me. I got to jump off real quick and take a little bit of a break before they reconvene here in about 8 minutes. But tell everybody one more time where they can find you and all that, and where they can.
The firm's website is getbc.com. So if you want to learn about what we do from a legal standpoint, how we can help you that way, go to getbc.com. And if you're looking for the stuff that we do, that's really for fun and entertainment and to help you get to know us on a more personal level, go to bctv.com. On that one site, you can watch all 20 episodes that we've done of Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches and 19 episodes of Ed Versus, plus the Tammy Holland show this week with Tammy. She's wonderful. As well as a lot of our appearances. We've been on consistently. We're the legal experts on Fox Legal Lens and two shows out in Kansas City and St. Louis. All of that can be found at bctv.com. If you want to follow us on social, we're on all of the places you'd expect: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, Twitter. And for my fan page, you can go to The Godfather of Law on Facebook, which is a combination of some legal, but mostly fun stuff.
Yeah.
Did you get all that? That's a lot to take in.
A lot to take in. But hey, guys, go and check out bctv.com. That can get you all the links to all the other shows that not only just Ed Versus and Three Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches, which are two really, really great shows. Obviously, Ed is in both of those. But there's also a bunch of other things that they are involved in. They do a lot of really great things for the community of St. Louis and all that as well. For those of y'all who are watching in St. Louis, we got people who are watching in the Netherlands right now. So, this is an international show. So BCTV.
I've gone international.
Yes,
I like
you have officially gone international. But with that being said, definitely go check out bctv.com. Of course, if you need a lawyer and you are in the St. Louis area, you definitely
Kansas City.
or in Kansas City. I forgot. Yeah, you guys have branched out. Go to getbc.com. I already put the links in the chat, so go check them out. But definitely for those of y'all who are overseas watching from other necks and other corners of the world, go check out bctv.com. Okay, Eddie, Herman, thank you so much for being on. I really do appreciate it. And hopefully, if you're not busy tomorrow, would love to have you on tomorrow, especially if she ends up taking the stand.
Yeah, just shoot me a text when you get an idea about whether she's going to be on and around what time, and I'll see if I can clear things off my schedule. I love coming on here, watching the trial, and talking about it in real time. To me, I think that's like it's like I'm giving people the footnotes, the context, the behind the scenes in real time, which is a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Again, thank you so much, my brother. I'll talk to you soon.
Take care. Bye.
So guys, please go check out getbc.com or his channel bctv.com. I've already put them in the links in the chat, but I will be putting it in the description box down below here in a little bit. I'm gonna have to jump off here because I'm still gonna be here. I just got to jump off and use the restroom, get some food really quick so I can sit down and watch this next part because they start in about 4 minutes. So we will be watching it together. So stay tuned. They start up in about 4 minutes. I will be right back. All right. See you guys in a minute. I am here, guys. I'm just making my lunch, but the sound should be on here as soon as the jury gets on, gets
Thank you,
gets
ladies and
seated and
gentlemen. All right,
everything.
please
So
seated.
I will see
All
you
right, the
guys
plaintiff
in
has
2
rested in the
seconds.
defense case.
See?
Your witness,
Sound is good.
I'd like to
See you
call
guys in a
Dr.
minute.
Don Hughes to the stand.
Dr. Hughes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law? Yes, I do.
Good
afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name?
Dawn Hughes.
And what is your profession?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And where is your practice located?
I practice in New York City.
What is a clinical psychologist?
Sure. So a clinical psychologist is somebody who assesses, evaluates, and treats individuals who are suffering from a variety of ailments or problems that they have in their lives. It could be a major psychiatric disorder, and it could be problems in living. Clinical psychologists also participate in training, in education, and in research ventures.
And what is a forensic psychologist?
So a forensic psychologist is someone who applies the science and principles of clinical psychologists to a particular legal question at hand.
And please describe your background in terms of your education for us.
So I received my bachelor degree in psychology from Hamilton College, which is in upstate New York. I then received my master's degree and my PhD from Nova Southeastern University, which is in Florida. I then had to complete my year-long internship, and that was at Yale University in the School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry. And there I did 2 full-year rotations. I did a year rotation in the Substance Abuse Treatment Unit and another year rotation in the West Haven Mental Health Clinic, where we saw individuals suffering from a wide array of difficulties and psychiatric illnesses. After that, I had to complete my postdoctoral fellowship, which is another year that's required in order to get licensed. And that was back in New York at Cornell Medical College in the Anxiety and Traumatic Stress program there.
Please describe your training and experience in psychology and trauma.
So my experience in trauma has been predominantly throughout graduate school. I started at a domestic violence program that was housed within our community mental health center of the university. And that program, we saw both men and women who were coming through the program. The majority of the men were court ordered for batterers intervention programs to participate in mostly group therapy because of their behavior in intimate partner violence, domestic violence. We also treated the female victims who were victims of intimate partner violence mostly in individual therapy, but we did run some groups there as well. After that practicum experience, I went to work at the Veterans Administration in their outpatient psychiatry clinic. And in that clinic, I treated mostly, this was Florida, so they're much older adults. So we saw a lot of Vietnam era veterans and actually World War II veterans in that program, and a few of veterans who served combat in the first Iraq War. Sort of overlapping in that time, I also was the research coordinator for the Child Sex Abuse Survivors Program, and that was also a treatment program that was housed within that same community mental health center. And we saw individuals, both men and women, who were coming for treatment to deal with the consequences, the psychological after effects of having been sexually abused as a child. After that, I completed my internship when I was at Yale at the substance abuse program because we know there's a high concordance, a high rate of trauma-based disorders with substance abuse. I put together a women's group of female heroin addicts, recovering heroin addicts who also had either domestic violence or childhood abuse histories. So we did a dual substance abuse harm reduction model with the healing from the traumatic effects of the violence that they experienced. On my postdoctoral fellowship, I was in the anxiety and traumatic stress program. As the name sounds, we saw individuals who were suffering from trauma-based disorders and anxiety, mostly late adolescents and adults, men and women, from rape, sexual assault, violence. Some were simple assaults on the streets, being mugged, and things of that nature. I also did teaching and training for Victim Services, which is New York City's largest victim-based organization who runs a lot of services for victims of domestic violence and shelter-based programs. And I did some education and training for them and teaching for a number of years.
Thank you. Let's talk about your current occupation. What positions do you currently hold?
So I currently have a private practice in Manhattan, and I also have a faculty position at Weill Cornell Medical College. I'm a clinical assistant professor
She looks
of
nervous as hell,
psychology
y'all.
in the Department of Psychiatry there. This is what we call on the voluntary faculty, which means you don't get paid, but you participate in bringing in the interns, selecting the interns for that year. In that program, I teach, I think for the past 7-8 years, the ethics seminar to the interns, and also participate in other didactics that they have. I'm also called upon to sort of troubleshoot difficult scenarios that clinicians, either trainees or full-blood clinicians, might have if there's an issue of intimate partner violence or child sex abuse and they don't really know sort of what to do in that situation. I get consulted to do that. And then most recently, I was part of our program's COVID response team, where in pretty much March, April, May, June, July 2020, where New York City was the epicenter, we sort of mobilized and were really doing psychological first aid and helping our hospital-based workers deal with the stress and the trauma from seeing so much death and destruction because of COVID in those first months of New York City's COVID wave.
What does your independent practice entail?
So my independent practice is predominantly, I say 3 things. The bulk is I see individuals in therapy, 2.5 days. I see people who come to my office who are mostly dealing from, the traumatic effects of victimization, childhood abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, domestic violence. And I see these individuals in therapy. I do have a percentage of individuals who do not have a trauma history, and that's usually the anxiety disorders that I see. They may have panic disorder or generalized anxiety disorder or other difficulties in just relational difficulties or problems in living. The second big part of what I do is this, forensic psychology, like I am doing here today. I evaluate individuals who were involved in legal matters. I consult with prosecutors and district attorneys and U.S. attorneys on their cases, and just something that has to do with the legal system. And then the other smaller percentage is the engagement in professional activities in the profession.
Do you have any areas that you specialize in?
Yes, I specialize in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
And what is interpersonal violence?
So interpersonal violence is the umbrella term for when one person does something violent or abusive toward another. And that includes domestic violence, childhood sexual abuse, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, physical assault. All of those type of behaviors we understand as interpersonal violence. And then the traumatic stress is the consequence of that. What happens to individuals when they experience these sort of life-altering events, these really adverse life events? Traumatic stress is one of the outgrowths and the psychological consequences that people have when they've been exposed to these type of traumas.
So intimate partner violence, rape, and sexual assault are major areas of your focus of practice?
That's
Is that fair
correct.
to say?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. I'll just move on. What types of patients do you treat in your private
Chicken breast,
office?
So I treat
sauteed
adults,
spinach,
mostly men and women in my
mushrooms
practice.
on a
I
bed of rice.
sometimes will treat
Jasmine
late
rice.
adolescents, 17 or 18. They'll come
That's
to
what
me
I'm munching on.
usually after a rape or sexual assault, and I'll treat them in short-term treatment. But mostly adults who are, have sustained some kind of traumatic event in their lives.
Approximately how many victims of interpersonal violence
Thanks, homie.
have you examined or
It is.
personally interviewed over the course of your career?
Hundreds upon hundreds.
And how many years have you been practicing?
Well, I started practicing in graduate school in 1992, and I was licensed in 1996, so 25, 30 years.
Okay. Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
Please describe to the jury what board certification means and what you are certified in.
Board certification is the highest degree of postdoctoral certification that a psychologist can obtain. And I am board certified in forensic psychology, and that means that I have just amassed a competency in the area of forensic psychology.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
Yes, I am.
And in how many states are you licensed?
I'm licensed in 3 states, in New York, North Carolina, and Connecticut. And then I have some temporary licenses in other states as well.
Have you published in the area of your specialization?
I have. I am not predominantly a researcher or somebody who writes. I'm a clinician. I'm doing direct clinical service. But over the course of my graduate school and postdoctoral time, I have published some things, yes.
And have you published a book chapter relating to rape and sexual assault?
Objection
yes,
leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I have. Rape and sexual assault in adult women.
And have you published any book chapters relating to structured or clinical assessment of risk or violence?
Yes, I co-authored a book chapter entitled, this is a Structured Clinical Assessment of Risk and Violence.
Have you given any other trainings or presentations to mental health professionals in the area of trauma and abuse?
Yes, I've given many trainings at national conferences, at legal conferences for attorneys, for mental health professionals, on understanding trauma and how trauma may show up in the courtroom, on understanding what a victim of intimate partner violence might look like, of understanding the difficulties that a rape victim might have to come into court to testify, and training just regular sort of mental health professionals on how to understand trauma, how to look for trauma, what does it look like when it comes into your office, how do you treat it, how do you assess it, all of those factors I've done a number of trainings on.
Have you been invited on any occasions to train attorneys and judges on trauma and violence?
Yes, I have. I was invited by the Judicial Conference to be part of the training curriculum to train our New York State Supreme Court justices on issues of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress. Some of the things that I've just been talking to you here about how to understand what happens in those situations, how to understand the myths and misconceptions that may abound in these situations, and how you can sort of more accurately understand what a victim is talking to you about and telling you when they come into your courtroom.
Have you given any presentations to judicial symposiums on domestic violence?
Yes, I've also been contacted by, sometimes judges will have symposiums in their courtroom. They will make a decision to hold a particular symposium on particular topics, and I was asked to come to presentations for judges on numerous occasions.
And what, if any, presentations did you do on understanding women's use of force in IPV?
That was a recent presentation, and I think that was invited by one of the judges of the Office on Domestic Violence in New York. And the title is When Women Use Force in Situations of Intimate Partner Violence. And my topic was to talk about the complexities of that issue and what does that look like and how can we differentiate if both people are fighting. How do we know that this is intimate partner violence? So what does the research tell us about that? How do we understand that, and how can we really accurately assess that? And that was sort of the bulk of what that training was about.
What professional organizations do you belong to?
I belong to a number. I belong to the American Psychological Association, which is the largest body of psychologists in the United States, over here, headquarters in DC. Because it's so big, there are subdivisions of American Psychological Association. So I belong to the division of trauma psychology. I belong to the division of psychology and the law, the division of psychologists in private practice. I belong to other organizations, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, which,
Oh, it's
as the
delicious.
name says,
All
it's an international society where we are interdisciplinary, mostly psychiatry and psychology, researchers and clinicians, to really understand and further our awareness about trauma and traumatic stress. I belong to the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation. I belong to the Anxiety Disorders of Association of America.
She did
I'm a
claim.
fellow in the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
She did claim
I don't know if
SA.
I'm
She
forgetting
did
any.
claim it, at least in that
Are
op-ed as
any
well.
of these specific to interpersonal
So-
violence or trauma?
Does that have anything to do with
Well,
Johnny
clearly,
Depp? We
the
don't
trauma
know.
division of the American Psychological Association, the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, and the International Society for Trauma and Dissociation, and then also the Anxiety Disorders of Association continues to talk about trauma, because prior to this new DSM-5, it was PTSD was originally categorized under the anxiety disorders. So there are still colleagues and researchers in the anxiety disorders organizations who talk about PTSD and trauma.
Do you hold any leadership roles in these organizations?
Yes, I am currently the president-elect of the Trauma Division of the American Psychological Association. That is an elected position. You have to be elected by our membership. And now I serve as with the presidential trio. So there's three of us. You serve with the immediate past president, the current president, and the president-elect. So it's a 3-year term. And what we try to do is continue to disseminate best practices in trauma psychology and also interface with the larger American Psychological Association organization to continue to disseminate best practices and have just a voice for trauma psychology
They're doing the
with
same
our larger
thing
body and policy making.
as they did with
I've been
Mr.
involved in the
Richard
Trauma
Marks,
Psychology Executive
trying to
Board
prove that her
since its
credentials,
inception. I was a
her
founding member
experience
of that division. I served
is
as
valid.
a membership chair, a program
and
chair,
that she's
an awards
worthy
chair.
of being
I
taken
was
to the stand and
APA
diagnosing
Council of
whoever
Representatives,
she's going to
which means
talk
I was
about here
also
shortly.
elected to serve a 3-year term and sit on the governance board of APA, representing the Division of Trauma Psychology. So I've been very actively involved in the trauma division.
And what is the Division of Trauma Psychology?
So the Division of Trauma Psychology are psychologists who come together who want to disseminate best practices in trauma psychology. We want to make sure that we have our finger on the pulse of research and evidence-based interventions for people who are struggling with traumatic events that have happened to them.
Okay. Have you served in leadership positions of other professional organizations?
Yes, I was. There's a New York City-based organization. It's called the Women's Mental Health Consortium, and that's also an interdisciplinary organization. It's psychology, psychiatry, nursing, social work, and this was formed in order to give women sort of a referral base and more information about mostly like reproductive psychiatry. We know that certain difficulties and psychological difficulties that you have can erupt when you're pregnant or postpartum. So we wanted to have a number of resources available to women in the New York City area. I was a membership chair there for a number of years, and then I was the president of that organization, I think 2009 to 2017. I don't have my CV, but I think that's about right.
Why is participation in professional organizations important in your field?
Well, it's important to me because I do believe very much in service. I do believe very much in giving back. I do believe that it's important as a psychologist who believes strongly in trauma psychology and helping people that I can be part of a voice at the table, part of that push to get policy and understanding, especially with the insurance companies, to make sure that people are getting, the appropriate care that they deserve. So it's something that just has always been part of my life in varying degrees. And as a psychologist, I feel like it's a very rewarding part of my job.
Do you attend professional conferences?
Yes, I do. Typically multiple times a year. Of course, COVID threw a little bit of a wrench in that since some things are virtual, but yes, I routinely attend conferences.
And why do you think that's important?
It's important to stay abreast of developments in the field. It's important to meet with your colleagues across the country and see what they're doing and what they're hearing and what's working and what's not working. So when you're at a conference and somebody's presenting new or novel research, then you can take that information and bring that back to your clients and bring that back to my forensic work. So it absolutely enhances the work that I do.
Have you ever been qualified to testify in the field of psychology as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I was first qualified in 1998, so since then, about 50 times.
And how often in that 50 times has the specialty been in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress?
Probably more than half.
Okay. Have you ever worked for or testified for the prosecution in criminal matters, like the district attorney's office, U.S. attorney's office?
Yes, I have, frequently.
Okay. Do you testify for both sides in lawsuits, plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever worked on other cases that didn't go to trial?
Many.
Okay. Have you ever found an individual that you evaluated did not suffer from the effects of interpersonal violence or PTSD?
Frequently.
Okay. Have you ever not been qualified in court where you have been proffered to qualify as an expert in the court?
No.
Your Honor, I would at this time move to qualify Dr. Hughes as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
All right, any objection?
No objection to qualifying her as an expert in forensic psychology.
All right.
More specifically, forensic psychology with a specialization in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress.
Any objection?
No.
All right, so moved.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hughes, please tell the jury what domestic violence, intimate partner violence means.
Sure. So I'm probably going to be interchanging the language domestic violence and interpersonal violence. And for purposes here, these are the same thing. So intimate partner violence is a pattern of manipulation, fear, and coercive control that happens within an intimate relationship. It constitutes using a variety of abusive behaviors, and that can be physical violence, sexual violence, psychological aggression, emotional abuse, stalking or surveillance behaviors, and economic abuse. The abusive behaviors occur over time, not all at once, and they're also interspersed with very normal times, times without violence, times with love and happiness, and it's this interpositioning of the violence with the love and the abuse, with the love and the care, that makes it very difficult for a victim to extricate herself from that situation and from that relationship.
And what would you say is the overarching dynamic of these relationships?
So the overarching dynamic is the abuse of power and control of one person wanting to have dominance in that relationship, say over most things that the couple or that the victim does or does not do.
Please tell the jury what coercive control means.
So coercive control is a tactic of victimization. The goal of it is to establish dominance. What coercive control does is that it imposes negative consequences for noncompliance with your partner's expectations or demands. And what that does is it erodes away at the victim's autonomy and her independence.
What is physical violence?
So physical violence is when one person uses their body against the body of another with the intent to cause injury or harm. That can be push, shove, slap, kick, punch, beat up, meaning multiple types of physicality in one instance, throw, slam into a wall, push into something hard that you could hurt yourself. Clearly, use of a weapon would be a physically violent act as well.
Does size and strength matter between the parties?
Yes, very much so. This is very well documented in the literature about violence and abuse in relationships, and that's just physics. That's just proportional force. That if a 185-pound man is going to push a 120-pound woman, that's going to feel quite different than a 120-pound woman pushing a 185 pound man. And it's just about proportional force and the size and strength differential. And that is why specifically, if you look at wrestling or boxing, they match weight classes. And they do that for a reason, because they know that it's not fair if somebody is bigger and stronger than the other. So it's certainly not the only factor, but it is a factor that one has to consider if a relationship is violent.
What is psychological aggression?
So psychological aggression is threats and the imposition of threats with the intent to control someone's behavior. So it's doing a threat so that you will modify your behavior and do what your partner wants. Some psychological aggression techniques are intimidation, slamming your hand on a table, punching a wall, throwing something, mumbling under your mouth, cursing, screaming, sort of these high emotional balance type of activities that can cause a victim to feel afraid and feel intimidated. And then if there has been an act of physical violence where that contingency has already been established, that this person, your partner, has said, okay, I not only have the ability to use violence against you, I also have the willingness to do it. The intimidating tactics take on greater flavor. They take on greater salience. They mean more because you know what could be coming down the pike.
What is emotional abuse?
So emotional abuse functions to denigrate a person's sense of self-worth and their self-perception. It's about name-calling, being very mean-spirited, putting yourself down, using gender-based language that's offensive, racial slurs, all types of behaviors to really make a person feel less than they actually should.
And what is sexual abuse?
So sexual abuse in an intimate relationship functions to establish dominance and establish power. What it is simply in the psychological and psychiatric communities is forcing someone to do something sexual against your will when you did not want to. It can be forced sex, either forced vaginal, oral, anal sex, and be forced to engage in any other type of sexual act that you may not want to do. And when I say force, it doesn't mean it has to have physical force. There's a lot of psychologically coercive tactics that are used that many times when violence has already been established in the relationship, the victim often feels that she can't say no for fear of reprisal, for fear of retaliation, for saying no to those acts. So sexual abuse, does happen in intimate partner relationships. A lot of people don't want to talk about it, and they don't want to ask about it because it makes people very uncomfortable.
I mean, it does
Is
happen,
digital penetration of the vagina sexual abuse?
Action leading.
What, if any, role does digital penetration of the vagina play in sexual abuse?
If it is non-consensual, then it is abusive.
What, if any, penetration of inanimate objects into the vagina plays a role in sexual abuse?
No problem, Opal.
Again, the operative
you.
word is consensual. If you are not consenting to those acts, then it is sexually abusive.
So is that what they're going to claim
Is
here?
there a distinction between sexual violence and sexual abuse?
Oh, have mercy.
Not really. Sexual violence is a term of art. It is the overarching umbrella that we in the psychological and psychiatric communities talk about. So if we are looking at our diagnostic and statistical manual and say, what are the traumas that could cause PTSD, it's listed as sexual violence. So it's an umbrella term that allows us to understand it could be childhood sexual abuse, it could be a rape, a sexual assault, it can be sexual abuse in an intimate relationship. So it's really just an overarching term that we use in the field.
What are
So I'm sorry. So it doesn't mean, I think people often mistake it to mean that when you are being sexually abused, that someone's punching you or someone's hitting you or someone's doing something like that because you hear the violence. It does not mean that. That could happen, but that term does not require that, nor does it mean that.
What are stalking or surveillance
Interesting.
behaviors?
So stalking and surveillance behaviors are a common tactic of typically men who use violent behaviors in an intimate relationship. What they do is they allow the
They're laying a
woman
floor
to know
plan
that wherever she is,
on
wherever
where
she
they're
goes,
going.
he's going to know. I'm going to maybe look at your phone, see who you're talking to, track you on Find My iPhone, look at your Instagram, look at your emails, really having a way of knowing all of the personal information about you. And what that does, it again erodes the victim's autonomy and it erodes her sense of privacy. She doesn't feel that wherever she can go, that somewhere he's not going to be part of her life in a very objectionable way. Sometimes there's the pop-ins. They'll show up at places that they're not supposed to be and that we don't want them to be, just as a way of checking. Sometimes they'll have friends or family check up on their partners to make sure where they are. What time did you get home? But you didn't turn off your phone at this time, but you came in the door this time. Like all of the sort of constant questioning and interrogation about an individual's whereabouts.
You see where we're going?
What about economic abuse? What is that?
So economic abuse is a way to, again, continue to maintain control over your intimate partner. Sometimes it's withholding information about the finances, of not letting you have access to the finances. If you can't have access to a credit card or a checking account or, Apple Pay on your phone, then you're rendered usually much more economically dependent on your partner, and that limits tangible options for you. For individuals where that sort of tangible options isn't there, we see the economic abuse or the economic restriction when one partner refuses to share any information about the funds. So it's not like I can't go shopping because I won't have money, but I don't have any decision-making in our family money. I don't have any idea of what we're doing in our family vis-a-vis our finances. So it's a way of definitely keeping that very separate and not in a consensual. Some couples make that choice. One person does all the money, that's fine. But when it doesn't come from a place of consensual choice-making, it can be abusive.
So you just described a number of these abusive behaviors. Are all of them present in every domestic violence relationship?
Right. No, they're not all present in everyone. And that's why it's very important to do a thorough assessment of a relationship that may be mired in violence to see which ones are present and which ones have a great impact in the relationship, which ones are sort of making the structure of this relationship.
After a sexual assault in an intimate relationship, how might a victim in those circumstances interact with her partner?
So this is one of the myths that people say, well, if she was sexually assaulted by her partner, she would have just left. And nothing could be further from the truth. That's not what happens, especially when it's your husband or your boyfriend or your partner. So what women do is they bury it. They compartmentalize it. They put it away. They avoid it because then they continue to reach out for the kind and the loving man that they got into this relationship with. The problem is that it does fester belief and causes more sort of psychological distress in the victim.
Oh boy.
What, if any, role can shame or humiliation play in this coercive dynamic?
So that's one of the emotions that the victim is usually trying to suppress and compartmentalize and avoid and put away. One of the most frequently felt feelings after something so incredibly humiliating and violating is shame. And shame is a very sort of difficult emotion for people to have to live with and to have to experience. And then a lot of times what we see in these relationships, especially ones where sexual assault is perpetrated, there's typically the emotional abuse as well. So now if you're called names like a whore and a slut and easy and fat, and you're feeling the shame from the sexual assault that just happened, it sort of acts as a compounding effect, and it sort of kind of slowly deteriorates the psychological functioning of the victim, and where they're just really trying to get back to the good guy, get the good guy to come back, but they're suffering these symptoms underneath.
What about intimidation? What role does intimidation play in the coercive control dynamic?
And intimidation is one of the huge factors that we see in coercive control. Again, the goal is to get your partner to do what you want them to do. And if you've established that you can use violence and other sexual violence and physical violence, slamming your hand on a table, throwing a glass, breaking a door, throwing anything, causing a fit, yelling and screaming, that can rise the fear level in a victim that she may modify her behavior quicker, and he might not need to use physical violence. because he's already established that that fear is there.
What, if any, role could writing obscene messages play in being considered intimidating behavior?
That would-
Objection leading.
I said, what, if any, Your Honor?
Overruled.
I mean, certainly writing obscene messages to your partner could absolutely be an intimidating behavior.
What, if any, role does emotional abuse or degradation play in the dynamics?
So emotional abuse and degradation, as I stated before, functions to decrease your sense of self-worth. It decreases your sense of agency. It makes you feel bad about yourself. And when you feel bad about yourself, you're less likely to actualize and see options for leaving. You're so sort of mired in this dynamic of abuse that you come sometimes to believe the bad things that the person is telling you about. So, you know, maybe I am not talented and fat and lazy and stupid, and it interferes with that ability to problem solve and figure out, you know, can I get out of this relationship? And sometimes you feel you don't even deserve to get out of the relationship when the abuse is so chronic and so
Right.
repetitive.
What role does surveillance as a means of control play in that dynamic?
So surveillance.
Objection leading.
I don't think that's leading, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So surveillance functions to let the victim know wherever you are, there I am. So it makes her feel not secure in her movement, feeling that she has to restrict her movement. Her movement is not hers alone. It usually increases hypervigilance.
Is
it
she talking
increases
directly
fear,
about
it
Amber?
increases the need to
Okay.
for yourself to mark where you've been and what you've done so that you can go back and prove it to your partner, because you know that there is going to be an interrogation later. When this pattern has been established, show receipts, you know, show me your iPhone. Where were you? What's your Google location at? You know, those are some types of surveillance behaviors that puts the victim very much on edge and increases that level of anxiety and trepidation.
I'm
What
confused.
role does possessive jealousy play in these relationships?
So
She's not
possessive
directly.
jealousy is a
She's not
very
directly talking about
difficult
Amber
dynamic
Heard.
in
So
intimate
why is
partner
she
violence. It's
referring
very
to
common
Amber
in
about
situations of
this?
coercive control? It's rooted in
Interesting.
possession, that the gentleman
she's not
feels that he can
understanding.
possess her and that he can have her whenever he wants. It's very possessive dynamic.
Unless
But
she's
the
using
accusations, the problem is when
she
you
and
make the
he as an
accusations,
example.
the woman's forced to refute the accusations. So they're continuing in this dynamic where she's trying to prove, I didn't do what you said, this didn't happen. And then unfortunately, sometimes it escalates because the man is not taking the no for an answer, because
That's kind of what I'm picking down too,
perseverative
Mark.
obsessive pattern
This is
that's
strange.
very difficult to penetrate. That often these type of conversations
None of these questions have been
lend
directly
themselves to
about Amber
physical
Heard.
and sexual violence.
Period.
Does this dynamic happen overnight?
This is
No,
all
it
just
doesn't happen overnight. It happens over time. We don't,
Interesting.
Woman doesn't get into a relationship with a man who's beating her up and sexually assaulting her and calling her names and doing all that. She gets into the relationships for all the right reasons, just like we all get into relationships for love.
Did
for
she really get into the
companionship,
relationship for all the
kindness,
right
for a future.
reasons?
But then slowly, all of these behaviors start to take form. And I always say it's sort of like sucking the oxygen out of the room.
Mm.
And then before you know it, you're suffocating.
So,
Are you gonna
and
refer
that
to
brings me to my next question.
Amber?
What role do physical abuse and coercive tactics play interspersed with normalcy and positive moments?
Objection compound.
I don't know.
I sustain the objection.
Okay,
Hamburger.
I'll figure this out some way. What role does love
Take your
and
time, sweetheart.
normalcy play in these dynamics you've been describing?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Thank you.
So love and normalcy are almost always in these relationships, that, when you are in a lull and the violence is not happening, you're back to sort of the loving man that you wanted, the person who you wanted to be with. And when you pair sort of this violent dynamic, physical violence, sexual violence, with love and attachment, it creates a trauma bond. It creates a psychological bond. An emotional dependency is created. So it makes it very difficult for the victim of the abuse
Yep.
to sort of extricate herself from that relationship, and for her to even believe frankly. I mean, that takes a lot of time to even believe that she can and that she should.
She can.
And
What?
What, if any, role does that dynamic you've described have in the victim thinking they can fix the problem?
So what do we know from the research? The research with working with battered men who come into treatment is that
That's weird.
the only person who can change the abuse is the abuser. So no matter what the tactics that the woman uses, she's trying to do all these different things to fix him, to have him not be violent, to have him not be sexually violent, to have him not be obsessively jealous. And all
Oh
those
my
things
God.
don't change his behavior because it's up to him to change his behavior. And this was played out a million times in the batterers intervention groups that I led. And the men would tell us, it doesn't matter what she does. I don't care. So the problem is that the woman continues to think that she can fix it, and yet she can't. But she's the one who's then rendered sort of helpless and hopeless because everything that she's trying to do is failing.
Wow.
What is the cycle of violence?
Does this have to do with
So the
Amber,
cycle
though?
of violence is
You're
one
putting all
way
these things
to
in.
describe this domestic violence
Jeez
pattern.
Louise.
Typically, what we see in the cycle can be different in a variety of relationships, but typically what we see is in the first phase, so sort of multiple 3 to 4 phases. In the first phase, there's a tension building phase. You're sort of starting to feel that apprehension. He may be throwing his papers on the table a little more. He may be slamming the fridge door a little more. He may be mumbling under his mouth a little more. He may grab a glass a little more forcefully than he normally is. And then there's the incident phase. Then there's the blow up where the violence, the abuse, the screaming, the sexual violence or the physical violence, all that occurs. Then we come to the contrition phase.
I don't understand.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
None of these questions
It
are
wasn't
directed
me.
towards
I'm
about
not going to do
Amber
it again. The promises
or
for
about Johnny
change.
Depp.
And then we sort of
So why is
slide
she
into
answering
the
it like
calm
this?
phase where,
I
this
don't
isn't
agree with this.
going to happen again. I'm back to stable ground. I'm going to live in this place, this sort of honeymoon place. The problem in the calm phase is we often see the rationalizations and the justifications for the behavior. It's not like typically the man is taking full responsibility for what he did, but it's calm because there's no, violence and no sort of tension at that moment. And then it recurs. And then it recurs. So you're stuck in this vicious cycle of trying to figure out how can I be with this man who hurts me, and yet I love him so much.
Him.
What, if anything, does the term love bomb mean?
So the love bombing is it's more of the colloquial term for the younger folks here, but where you
She's done
shower
trial
someone
before, by the way.
with affection and love, in this contrition and calm phase where you're everything about you is special. You're the best thing in the world. I'm never going to do anything to hurt you again. I would never let anyone hurt you. And it could be sending flowers and buying gifts or going on trips or your favorite restaurant. And that is, a way of where the man is trying to make those amends. And then it gets the woman hooked. So they get hooked on the kindness. They get hooked on the love. They don't get hooked on the abuse. I've never met one woman in the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that I've evaluated who was not concerned about the violence. They're all concerned about the violence, but they go for the love.
So,
oh, wow.
That's
interesting,
your experience with these dynamics that you've described, does the victim ever yell at her partner?
Absolutely.
Why?
We know from the research that women use verbal and physical acts of aggression in these relationships. That's not uncommon. This has been researched for 5 decades. And a woman may yell at her partner because she's angry. And anger is a very normal emotion to having been abused. She can also be afraid, but they don't have to be mutually exclusive. We can absolutely, as human beings, feel 2 or 3 or 4 different emotions at once. People do often say to me, oh, she would never yell at him if she knew he was going to hit her. And that's not true. That's just patently not true. That's not supported in the research, and that's not supported in my clinical practice. The problem is there's a classic double bind, and the violence has been so normalized in the relationship now. She gets hit if she does yell. She gets hit if she doesn't yell. So for women who feel at certain moments that they need to preserve some sense of their autonomy and their independence and stand up for themselves, they will yell and
He's
they
like,
will
"Get
fight
the
back,
hell out of here."
even though the risk of violence is there. So it doesn't mean that she's not afraid and that she's not concerned about the violence. And it doesn't
You can see
mean
these
she doesn't
lawyers are like
also use
chomping at the bit.
placating and compliance strategies most of the time as well.
They're ready to go.
Does, in the cases that you have and in your experience, does the abuse typically take place in front of others?
No, I mean, this is classically what we talk about behind closed doors. Most of the intimate partner violence, the domestic violence happens, in the privacy of your own home. So sometimes we see the remnants of it, the after effects, or victims talk to their friends or family about it. But very rarely are you seeing it happen, the actual blow up phase happen in the middle of witnesses and other people.
What does the term bystander effect mean?
So bystander effect means what happens when people are aware that domestic violence is happening? What happens when they're aware, even if they're not seeing it, that it could be happening? And what happens is we know that it's very difficult for
I hope
people
you're right, Dr.
to
Ed.
stand up and say something. It's very difficult, especially in situations where there's a larger community of folks and the person who perhaps is perpetrating the abuse is the leader of that community. It becomes very difficult to go up against that, to go up against the sort of the head honcho of the community. People are very fearful of losing their jobs. I've seen this time and time again in the cases that I've worked on, the Boy Scout cases or the clergy abuse cases, all of those type of cases where the USA Gymnastics, where when we go back and we look, we see people knew. But the secretary doesn't want to lose her job. She has kids to feed. The guy who, checks you in, he doesn't want to lose his job because he has a mortgage to pay. So people are quiet and they don't say anything. And then other people are very, it's a very worrisome dynamic. They don't want to put their foot out there if they're wrong, and maybe I didn't see it right, or I don't really know what happened. I certainly am not going to jeopardize my job if I don't really know what happened behind closed doors, even if I see a trashed room or a bruise. And then people still believe it's a family matter. It's between Amber and Johnny. Let them figure it out. I'm not going to get in the middle. So those are dynamics that happen.
What's the objection?
Motion to strike.
What's the objection?
We identified two names in the answer.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Damn.
Did you finish your answer?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What about mutual abuse? What is that? What role does that play?
So mutual abuse isn't really a term of art that we use. What we look at is situational couple violence and intimate partner violence. And when we look at situational couple violence, that really does characterize the majority of types of violence and abuse that happens in relationships. That's when a couple gets out of hand. They may push, shove, slap, yell, say some things that they don't want. And it's not that those behaviors are okay, but those are sort of what our larger scale community-based studies say happens in these relationships. That's distinguished from intimate partner violence, what I'm talking to you about, that has this constellation of symptoms and is rooted in the abuse of power and control.
Is there research that addresses this mutual abuse?
Yeah, there's research that addresses what does gender symmetry look like, male and female, are they the same? And there's certainly, as I said, research that on the lower end types of violent behaviors, push, shove, slap, we may see similar rates between men and women. In psychological aggression, yelling, name calling, putting down, in some of our big community scale studies, we may see similar rates of perpetration in those behaviors. But then there are, other situations where we don't have gender symmetry. And what the research talks about very clearly is you have to examine context. You have to examine the differential of power and control and coercive control in the relationship to make a full determination.
Do women use violence in relationships?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we've known this for 5 decades in our research. We've been studying this since the 70s. And when we look at what happens, women do report their use of violence. The majority of violence that we do see is what we call reactive violence or self-defensive violence, or sometimes violence that's perpetrated independently of an assault, of something that's going on. But mostly that when the partner begins to become violent, then she may become violent and fight back. And that's not an uncommon dynamic, that if somebody is being pushed or shoved or hit, that a person would fight back. That has been established in the research.
And what, if any, effect does that have on changing the power dynamics or the structure?
Well, you have to find out, does it? Does her use of violence change the overarching power structure of coercive control and violence and abuse in this relationship? And you have to examine those variables to see, does it or does it not?
Can men be victims of intimate partner violence?
There we go.
Absolutely.
Bring it on the other side.
Certainly,
Thank
we
you.
know that we have to be careful of gendered stereotypes. We can't go in and think, oh, only
Which
the
is what
woman
you've been
is the
doing this
victim,
entire
or-
time.
and only the man is the
Just saying.
perpetrator. That just does not comport with the research. We know that the research also shows that we can have domestic violence in same-sex relationships. My very first case was a same-sex domestic violence homicide in Brooklyn. That was in 1998. So I've been examining and treating individuals in a variety of types of violent contexts. So we have to be careful that that bias doesn't get in our way when we're evaluating a particular situation in a particular case. That said, we do know that there still are differences. In a heterosexual couple, in a male-female dyad, the research still is clear that there are differences. Men still perpetrate more severe acts of violence. Women are still more likely to be injured. They are much more likely to suffer sexual violence at the hands of their partner. They're more likely to be intimidated, afraid, and they're much more likely to be killed. So we know that those differences exist, but we do examine, in those individual circumstances, knowing that either one could be a perpetrator or a victim.
So how are you able to determine whether a relationship is a situational violence or intimate partner violence?
So I thoroughly examine all of those other variables. I look for the coercive control, who holds the power in the situation, who's able to say no, who makes the decisions, what are the consequences if you don't follow the decisions of your partner? Is there sexual violence? Is there intimidation and fear? Are there statistical factors that are associated with severe and lethal domestic violence? So there's a lot of data that we have in the field that we can use to assess a particular relationship and really find out what's going on.
Does alcohol and substance use cause people to be violent?
No, it certainly doesn't cause people to be violent. We have plenty of people who can be, struggling with substance abuse and addiction, and they're not violent. But when you have a substance abuse and addiction, and you perpetrate domestic violence, it does create a much more disastrous effect. It is a co-occurring variable, and we know that also from the research that the majority of the women will report that when their partner is drinking, the physical violence goes up. So a lot of the times when he's physically violent is when he's been consuming drugs or alcohol. When he's not consuming drugs and alcohol and he's not violent, those other behaviors continue to persist. The coercive control, the surveillance, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the psychological abuse, those usually persist. But the alcohol can just throw lighter fluid on a flame in a situation of domestic violence.
Jesus.
Is there research that looks at how women cope with the violence and abuse in their relationships?
Yes, there is.
Oh boy.
Please tell me about it. What does it say?
So there's been a lot of research to talk about what do women do. That's the question that everyone wants to know. Why doesn't she just leave? And in asking that question, why doesn't she just leave? We actually are able to say, well, let me tell you what she does do. And what the research shows is women do a lot of things in that relationship. So sort of three main categories. One are the formal responses, the formal things that she does. Call the police, participate in prosecution of your partner, go see a therapist, go to a shelter, go to a hospital. These are sort of the very formal strategies that women can use. Then there are the informal strategies, and that's talking with your best friend, talking with your mom, talking with your friends, trying to get that emotional support from your social network. But the most common one is these personal strategies. And the personal strategies
She's putting it
are
on
really
now.
talking with your partner. They're trying to fix the relationship from within the confines of the relationship. You know, trying to get him to go to counseling, try to get him to go to church, try to get him to understand his ways, try to get him to get into AA or sober counseling or harm reduction model to help with his addiction, compliance with his demands, anticipating his demands, all these coping strategies that are sort of, you know, embedded within that intimate relationship.
Let's talk about the calling the police. Is that a common response?
It's not
That's
a
the sound of
common
the
response.
police.
Many women do not want to call the police on their partners. You know, using criminal justice interventions in crimes of women and children are the least likely to be called into law enforcement. And most of the time when the police are called, it's because a particular incident has got out of hand and she feels unsafe. And the only way that she feels I can get this incident to end and stop is by calling law enforcement.
5-0.
And if police are called, does the woman typically participate in the prosecution?
I mean, this has been a problem and a difficulty for prosecutors across the country since I've been doing this work. I'm actually frequently called by the prosecutor to testify about a fact pattern because the victim won't come in and testify. So dropping restraining orders, not participating in the prosecution is a very common dynamic in situations of intimate partner violence, domestic violence. And what we know and what we know from our law enforcement data and colleagues is that when you get that 911 call, they're very specifically trained to say, that's likely not the first episode. The chances are there have been more severe episodes before you get this call. So you can't go on the scene and think that this is the first episode of violence. And that's why a thorough assessment is supposed to be done when police officers arrive on the scene. So usually that episode that calls the police is just meant to stop that incident in that moment to get a sense of safety. But most women don't want to participate and go forward with restraining orders.
Why do women in violent relationships stay in the relationship when the man's hurting them?
I mean, they stay for all the reasons we talked about in the cycle of violence. They stay for the loving man. They stay for the man who's kind. They stay for the man they decided to marry and had hope and promises for their future. So there's a lot of sort of love and attachment is why they're connected to their partner. Some people stay because they have economic reasons and they don't have tangible resources to leave. Some people have children in common and they don't want to deprive their children of a father. So some people fear retaliation. If I leave, I'm going to get seriously hurt. And frankly, the statistics bear it out. The most dangerous time for a woman is when she's leaving that relationship. Her likelihood of being killed grows substantially at that moment. So leaving sometimes isn't a best strategy. Staying keeps her safe. So there's usually a multitude of factors of why a woman decides to stay in the relationship. And again, as I said previously, it doesn't mean she's unconcerned about the violence. It's just she hasn't figured out a way out yet.
What, if any, role does emotional attachment and love play in that?
That's, probably the biggest one is that you have this, we talked about that trauma bond that has developed, that psychological attachment to your partner. You don't want to leave him. You've connected with him on so many other levels that giving that up just feels like a threat to your integrity. You're just sort of, and a threat to his, because you're just so intertwined and attached.
What, if any, role does hope and optimism play?
Hope and optimism are really what keeps victims alive in these situations. That's what gets them going from one episode to the next, to get up the next day and maybe he's not going to drink today. Maybe it's going to be on his good side. Maybe he's going to come home and not disappear for 3 days. Continuing to hope that some type of change is coming down the pike.
Now, you mentioned lethality a little earlier. Can you please explain to us what that means?
So lethality means death, means fatality. And we have very well validated instruments and data that looks at what factors happen in a relationship where a woman ends up dead. And we do that through looking retrospectively, saying, here's, this person ended up dead, killed by her partner in a homicide, and let's see what factors were there so that we can work at preventing it. It's very methodologically sound over different case control designs over multiple cities, used by the FBI and law enforcement. So these are a number of factors that tell us that somebody is in a very dangerous situation. So some of the factors are an increase of frequency and severity of the violence, threats to kill, choking behavior, sexual assault, obsessive and possessive jealousy, controlling behavior, the perpetrator's use and abuse of substances, alcohol and substances, the perpetrator's threatening of suicide himself, right? Those are some of the top factors, and there are more that are very, very dangerous. When we hear that and we hear a woman is in a situation where those are present, then we are moving out of situational couple violence.
What, if any, role does destroying property?
And destroying property, destruction of property, personal property is also one of the risk factors for danger and fatality.
And what, if any, role does leaving threatening messages play?
Yep. That's also a risk factor for lethality.
What are the psychological and traumatic effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
Objection compound.
Psychological and traumatic effects are kind of interchangeable.
I'll sustain the objection.
What are the psychological effects that such interpersonal violence has on victims?
So these have also been well researched, and they are wide and varied. We see depression and depressive disorders, sometimes with suicidality. We see anxiety and anxiety disorders, a lot of stress. We see post-traumatic stress disorder. We see substance abuse and substance abuse disorders. We see trust difficulties and difficulties in interpersonal relationships. As a result, we see a lot of shame and humiliation. We see anger and rage, a whole sleep disruption, a whole host of difficult psychological consequences having sustained a relationship of intimate partner violence.
What, if any, role does low self-esteem play?
Well, low self-esteem is a very common after effect, and that, when you're embedded in the relationship, it also makes it just very difficult for you to climb your way out.
What is emotional dysregulation?
Emotional dysregulation, so it's a DYS, dysregulation, is when you sort of don't feel that you have control of your emotions. You feel like you're fluctuating, from one to the next. It's not the same as a bipolar disorder. It, can happen in short moments that, it's really because your central nervous system is so out of haywire from being exposed to so many traumatic events that you may feel things deeply and with a short trigger and in a very quick time.
In your experience, is there a particular way victims of intimate partner violence remember the violence they endured?
Well, memory for traumatic events is something that has been well researched. Sometimes people have what we call dissociative amnesia, where because of the physical or psychic pain of what they're going through, a portion of the memory either gets blocked or can't get retrieved. Whether it's stored or retrieval, we're not really sure. But most of the times, the memory is really about when you have multiple repeated events of the same type of thing. So if you are abused multiple times and the abuse is very similar, it's very common for
Are
the
we going through
victim
the
to
dictionary
lose discrete details of a particular
for every
incident.
single
They may
thing?
not retain the memory for the complete incident, and that might not be to dissociative amnesia.
a
that just might mean
Psychology
forgetting because you have so many
encyclopedia or something
chronic
like
events,
this, something like
that have
that. Like,
happened
what
to you.
is this, yo?
Are there common myths or misperceptions about domestic violence?
There are. I hope I've dispelled some of them here already, but I mean, the myths.
Or are they just
certainly
trying to
are
kill
that
time?
Women are meek, are passive, are, just sitting there and letting the abuse happen, that women don't fight back, that women don't yell back, that some old ones, that they like the violence, they're not concerned about the violence, that if it was really bad, she really would have left.
Just do me
If
a
it was really
favor.
bad, she really
Just
would have told the police.
Start at
All
the
of
top
those
of
myths
the
and misconceptions.
start at the top of
that
the
just don't
dictionary, the
comport with the
Webster's
research.
dictionary. Start with
Are there
aardvark.
also myths about trauma
Every
survivors?
description of
how
every
trauma survivors
definition of every word.
Yes, there are. And what we say
In the
is,
English
you
language.
know, how
Have mercy.
lay people think
None
someone
of
who
this
suffered a traumatic event is supposed to act.
is saying
So
anything
in the
about
immediate
Johnny Depp
aftermath of a trauma,
or Amber Heard.
people think, oh,
She
they
is
should be
just up there
hysterical and
spouting out
overreacting
terms,
and emotional all over the place.
explanations of
And that's
terms.
typically not the first reaction of a trauma survivor. The first reaction is, you know, suppression, emotional numbing, emotional constriction. How do I get through this? You know, women who are beaten, they get up the next morning.
Start with
they get their
aardvark.
kids dressed, they get them to school,
Have
they go
mercy.
to work, they do a presentation in their office, they go on with life. The most normal thing that a person does who've experienced trauma is to get up and try to be normal.
I
They're
don't-
striving for that all the
I
time.
really think that they're
So
stalling.
sometimes if you see somebody who is more emotionally constricted, looks maybe stoic, looks like they're not feeling, it doesn't mean that they're not having internal reactions.
They're
We
stalling.
say this in the field of clinical psychology all the time. The inside doesn't match the outside.
You want to know
What
why?
you're seeing on the outside may not
'Cause they
match
wanna-
what's going on.
they
for
wanna
the
get her
person
properly
inside,
vetted.
because
They wanna
have to
get
be so controlled, because
Amber
the fear is that
properly
if I
vetted.
let out a little of this emotion, I'm not going to be able to put the floodgates
So they're
back
gonna
on.
eat
It's
this
just
up.
going to be too overwhelming. And that's true for people who are involved in litigation, and also true for my private patients who are, even though they're coming to me for help, they try very, very cleverly to not want to feel the difficult emotions of the trauma that they experienced.
And is it also possible that they can look very friendly and smile and laugh and things like that?
Yeah,
Action compound.
Sustain.
What, if any, please describe some of the ways that a victim can hide that, as you just testified to.
We call that the appearance of normalcy. The
This has
appearance of
nothing to
competency,
do-
right? And it doesn't mean that they're not. It doesn't mean that they're not
Okay.
normal and that they're not competent. But
Can I
it
turn this down
doesn't
just for a
give you
second?
A bird's eye
'Cause-
into their inner experience.
Can I just turn this down for just 2 seconds? Because you already know she's just going through bloody terms. No offense, I'm not. I'm going to turn it back up, but I just have to say this, and I'm trying to talk over or talking between breaks of them talking, and it's impossible. But here it is. Here's my theory. They're not ready to put her on the stand. Hear me out. They're not ready to put her on the stand. So they're letting her go through all these terms. They're like, you know what? We're gonna run out the clock. That's exactly what they're doing. They got what? 2 more hours, just about. They got 2 hours left, allegedly.
Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Are they doing a break now? I guess they're doing a break. I'm so sorry. We missed that last part, but something went down. I don't know what happened, but I'm going to keep it straight funky with y'all. All right. I'm going to say what I need to say. All right. That was absolute trash. When when
Dr. Hughes, since you are testifying, please do not discuss your testimony, including the attorneys at this point, okay?
Yes.
All right, we'll come back at 3:15 then, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So I guess they're doing 15 minutes. I don't know where that came from. Unless the jury was just sitting there going, huh? We got to, like, you know what I mean? 15 minutes of just, you know, or 2 hours, actually, something like that, of them just sitting there just, like, what is aardvark? Come on, y'all. Please explain to me that. Could you tell us, could you just put us through Psychology 101 real quick? All right. Here it is, y'all. Jury was probably falling asleep. They're probably just like, huh? Aardvark, what? Here it is, guys. Clearly, they're running the clock. They're just trying to run the clock. Why, you ask? Amber Heard, you already see what she looks like. Let me see if I can find a little bit of her in here. You know, it's multiple hours of them doing the thug thizzle. But you could tell.
Not only have the ability to use.
You could tell. Look at her. She's terrified. She's nervous. Rightfully so, because she's going to have to go up on the stand and talk some BS. And of course, she's putting on the damsel in distress kind of thing. She's still playing the part of, I am a victim too, right? But you see that footage. You saw what she looks like. Let's keep it real, y'all. She's putting on an act, but at the same time in her mind, she's going, oh, crap. Oh, my God. If I have to go soon, I got to go today. I'll most likely have to go today. And let me tell you something, y'all. The plaintiff side, Team Depp, wants her on that stand right now. They don't want to hear anything from this psychologist. So I have a feeling that they're going to go up there. They're going to ask some quick questions to annihilate her, hopefully, to annihilate this psychologist, which so far I think is absolute trash, because the entire scenario that she has been fabricating or constructing in the jury's mind has not been an unbiased structure. It has been very much a she, victim, she, victim, victim, victim. The man is the abuser, woman is the victim, so on and so forth. That's not what you do. If you're going in there and you're saying I'm unbiased, I'm just coming in to tell you my perspective on this, that, and the third, I'm going to come to you with an unbiased opinion. That is not at all what she did so far. She's dropping him and saying, oh, mostly the woman is the victim and the male is not. And I get statistics and all that, but in the case of this, and I know you're hired by her to come in and do your thing, but it's just the biased language that she's using that is not good, especially when you are trying to explain certain things, because all you're doing is setting up. All you're doing. Oh, there's a 30-minute break? Because I missed that part. I didn't hear that part. Hold on. I want to make sure I'm not on crack. Hold on. Because it happened pretty darn quick.
Really happy to keep going, but if this was a good stopping point, we could make that for the break.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Okay?
15 minutes.
Just
Okay.
do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research.
Bet. 15 minutes. I want to make sure, because I was like, yo, I'm so tired of her going, let me just explain every single terminology under the realm of like abuse, if you will. And I'm not sitting here saying that we don't need to hear that stuff, but does all of that have to do, like, I guess in my mind, I'm wondering, what is their angle? What is Team Amber Heard's people? What is their angle with bringing her on? Because the way that they're explaining everything, I mean, it's just, like I said, it's almost as if they're opening up a psychology book and they're just taking a whole section of it and they're going, okay, real quick, pop quiz, hotshot. What's this? What does this mean? What's the terminology of this? But I guarantee you, there's two different things I'm thinking. One, Team Heard was hoping that their move for dismissal was going to be accepted by the judge, so that maybe she never would have to go and take the stand. That's number one. So surprise, surprise, judge said, hell no, we need to hear her. And they're like, damn, okay. Well, we need to bring her up first because, we still need to come in with a game plan with Amber Heard. Then they bring her up and they're going, you know what? We are going to do everything we can to run the clock. Just run the clock, run the clock, run the clock. Because then we get all day, all night to get her properly vetted for cross-examination. Because if we run the clock and we have her talk, this other woman, this forensic psychologist talk, the longer she talks, the longer it'll take for the plaintiff side to be able to cross-examine her. Then that takes time, and then finally we can get to Amber Heard. Let's keep it real. Maybe in their minds, they're going, you know what? Damn. If only this was a Wednesday. If only this was the end of a Wednesday. We could stretch out Thursday, maybe do something with Friday, and then we have the whole week to vet Amber Heard before she takes the stand. But that's not the case. You know for a fact, Team Depp does not give a damn about this psychologist. So what they're going to do is they're going to ask some heavy-hitting questions if they get to ask them today. They're going to ask some heavy-hitting questions, and then they're going to be like, we're done. Is there anything else you need from her? And of course, if they want to go back up, they can, I guess, Heard's side. But everybody's going to want to get her ass on the stand as quickly as possible, at least Team Depp, because that's where they're going to be able to have some real fun. But the way that this particular psychologist, yes, I agree, Amelia, he did look upset at a moment because the way she was just describing all these things. And I'm thinking you're saying, Brenda, she's generalizing. She could be, but there's other terms she could have been using, especially if this is somebody who has been to court and has been on the plaintiff and defendant side to talk about whatever she's brought on for, as a forensic psychologist. She should already have in her vernacular how to speak in a way that doesn't seem like you are biased in any type of way, using unbiased language to get your point across. The jury and the people who are watching, the members of the court and all that will get what you're trying to get across. But if you keep saying she is the victim and the male is the assailant, is the bad guy, is the abuser, that's what you're automatically painting that in those people's heads, in the jury's head. That's not right. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. Because what if he is really innocent? Let's be real. What if he never put a hand on this woman? Ever. Now you're painting an image in their minds that is not fully fair. But I found it very interesting that Team Depp didn't step up and say, hey, her language is not right. She needs to find a better way of explaining herself, but she's not even doing that. And I think that's the reason why Johnny Depp is like shaking his head, being like, man, the hell is she talking about? Because he knows his side of the story. And he's like, man, I didn't touch anything. And the way they're asking, this is the part that's really just burning my cookies, man, is they're sitting there and they're saying, what's her face? Elaine is asking these questions like, oh, can you explain to us about economic abuse or there was something else, like something about surveillance, right? Surveillance abuse or something like that. And she's trying to she's asking these questions, obviously, because she's trying to pertain to something here very soon. So she asked these questions to this forensic psychologist. And the way that the forensic psychologist is describing it is as if she's talking about Johnny Depp. And if it's a hypothetical question, this has nothing to do. If it's a rhetorical question, if it's a question just to get the answer of what it is, what that terminology is, and Johnny Depp's name is not even implied in the question, then why are you applying it to Johnny Depp? Until she actually asks her that question of, is Johnny Depp the person that did this? Or is Johnny Depp doing this? Is he abusing her by doing that? Those questions never came out of this woman's mouth, out of Elaine's mouth. Not once. So why is this forensic psychologist, who apparently has been on the stand multiple times before, why is she speaking on it as if it is Johnny? And as if it is Amber? The questions never were directly about Amber or Johnny. Now, I get what she's trying to do. I get what Elaine is trying to do. She's trying to set the foundation of what kind of ride we're about to get on. But not once has she said in her questions, not once has she asked a question that had to do with Johnny or Amber specifically. So this woman should not be speaking in this way at all. She shouldn't. For someone who has done it multiple times before, as she said, "Oh yes, I've done it before. I've been hearing this, and I've been hired by plaintiffs, and I've been on the plaintiff side and the defense. I've done both." She's not doing her job. She's painting something that shouldn't be painted until those actual questions, come out of the specific lawyer's mouth. I don't agree with that. I really, really don't. I am not with that, y'all. So yes, CLH, I completely 110% agree. She basically pulled out the encyclopedia for DV and basically said, like, there are multiple types of DV. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the chapter of abuse. There's multiple types of abuse, starting with lesson 1. And then she went through all of it. It's like, you don't have to go through. You're telling me he did all that? All of them things? Everything from economic. Like, if you're going to say that, then apply his name into the question so that she can answer it. But she's not doing that. The difference between this woman, this forensic psychologist, Dr. Hughes, and Dr. Curry, the plaintiff side, their forensic psychologist, is that she explained borderline personality disorder. She explained histrionic personality disorder. She explained PTSD, right? She explained all those things. Then she was explaining, like, in those things, yes, I ran all these, these tests, so on and so forth. And when those test results came back, this is what it read to me. And she has 2 different personality disorders. And she tried to make it seem like she has all except one of the 20 symptoms. She has 19 of 20 symptoms of PTSD, but she was straight up faking it. Her answers were directly towards Amber Heard. Yes, she does explain in the very beginning who she is, what she does, so on and so forth. That's, of course, trying to show that they are legitimately good experts for being called to the stand to be a witness for either side of the courtroom. And I get that. But what this woman is doing right now is not, it's not how you do it. I mean, at least in my personal opinion, it's unsavory. Hence the reason why Johnny's just, I feel Johnny's sitting there going like, what is she saying that this is about me? Or is she just speaking on behalf of Elaine, who just wants definitions of every single last thing? Literally, I'm waiting for her to go, so, Dr. Hughes, what did you eat for breakfast this morning? I'm waiting for her to do that. Do you have a nut allergy? You have a gluten allergy? Oh, I hate it so much too. Like, I'm waiting for this ridiculous crap to come out of her mouth instead of her actually asking questions that are pertaining to this damn case. But they're killing time because they do not, I repeat, they do not want to put Amber Heard on the stand yet. And they're trying to do everything they can to stretch it out. They running the clock, y'all. Muffins. Yeah. The muffin man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're waiting. Oh, yes. Susan McIntosh, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. She hasn't disputed the BPD yet at all. See, they haven't even talked about that yet. She's gone through an encyclopedia of BS. It's been an encyclopedia.
All right.
We're literally
ready for the
opening up
jury?
the
Yes, Your Honor.
Encyclopedia Britannica, and we're just going through every single damn term. Let's wrap it up, B. Orchestral music right now. Orchestral music. Damn, I don't need this is not psychology class. Bruh, nip it in the damn bud. We got better things to do than deal with this ish. You know what I'm saying? This is not helping. This is getting everybody bored. First off, everyone's starting to nod off because it's not answering anything. It's not answering anything, y'all. If she's sitting there going, yes, Johnny Depp did this. Yes, Amber, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard dealt with this, and this. Yes, I will explain all those things in these definitions and terms. But you're just going through a whole freaking, this is psychology 101 for high schoolers. Come on, y'all. So maybe they took a break so that they can talk to her
Be
about
seated.
that.
All right.
You never know.
Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They're like, get your terms right.
Dr. Hughes, did there come a time when you conducted a forensic psychological evaluation of Amber Heard?
Thank you.
And
Finally.
please tell the jury what a forensic psychological evaluation
Burger.
is.
Let's go, man. Damn.
Could you turn it on at the bottom base?
Okay.
Jeez
A
Louise.
forensic psychological evaluation is an evaluation that is conducted for the courts to answer a particular legal question. It contains multiple parts. Ms. Heard is not a client of mine. She's never been in therapy with me. She's not under my clinical care. It is an objective evaluation to determine a particular legal question. Forensic evaluation follows a methodology that what we say it's a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven methodology, which means I look at a variety of different documents and data using multiple hypotheses. It's not just one hypothesis, one theory of the case. You're going in looking to see, what possibly could be going on here. And then you use the data to arrive at that opinion. You look for consistency across the data to arrive at that opinion. And the forensic psychological evaluation has many parts. It has the clinical interview part, a structured or semi-structured clinical interview where I'm asking Ms. Heard lots of things about her life, both before Mr. Depp and after. It involves a psychological testing component of the evaluation, which allows me to do a good broad scan of different symptomatologies that people might have in their lives, as well as to have indicators of how she approached the test. Is she defensive? Is she
Refresh your
malingering?
page.
Is she feigning? Is she exaggerating? It gives me indications about how she approached the evaluation. I review a number of documents, medical records, psychological records, the text, the audio, all the different things that we've had in this case. And then I conduct collateral interviews.
So, Dr. Hughes, just to be clear, do you assume everything the victim reports is true when you conduct these examinations?
No, of course not. I always approach a forensic evaluation with a healthy dose of skepticism. With any forensic evaluation, there exists a motivation that the individual may be telling you something that is not accurate. It doesn't mean that that's there, but you have to control for that and know that you're looking for, again, what does the data tell you, the external data, about what the person is also telling you.
Did the forensic evaluation follow a standard methodology, or was it specific to Ms. Heard?
No, this is my standard methodology that I would use with any individual who's in a forensic matter, and I would be called to evaluate them.
Manila envelope filled with money.
When did you meet with Amber
That's their
Heard?
standard procedure.
Okay, so I met with Ms. Heard
Let's go.
for a
Come
total
on.
of about 29 hours.
29.
I met with her for the first time in September 2019. I saw her for 4 visits in live in my New York City office. That's about 21, 22 hours. And then I saw her twice over Zoom. One was in January 2021. And
New approach. Okay.
Damn. I mean, they're finally getting to Amber. They're finally getting to Amber. Damn. But I don't know what they're upset about. But 29 hours, y'all. She spent 29 hours with her. So we'll see what she says. We'll see if she sees. Well, obviously, they're bringing her in because she's properly vetted for the defense. But at the same time, it's going to be interesting to see what they have to say about all this. Because, or what she says about Amber. And if she confirms that she has BPD, HPD, maybe she says she's bipolar. We don't know. We will find out.
Dr. Curry, in answering that question, were you consulting anything?
Dr. Hughes.
I'm so sorry. Dr. Hughes, were you consulting anything? Dr. Curry's here, I guess, as well. Maybe that's what confusion I saw right there.
I'm
Hughes
consulting my
Cruz, it
cheat
happens.
sheet of the dates that I saw misheard so that I could accurately report to the court. I also have my final designation in front of me so that I could give the most accurate information to what I put in that report.
Okay. And do you want to see that? Okay. Should we just take the break now and have him look at it, or does he want to?
Would you like to look at it now or
Come on,
before cross?
another
It's just to
break.
post it.
Okay, before cross
Okay,
examination. All right,
that's
that's
fine.
fine. Thank you.
Jeez
Okay.
Louise.
Um,
Another break.
Please continue. I think you were telling us when
Hamburger.
you saw Ms.
See what they're trying to do?
Sure.
They
So
don't want
there
her
are
to go
4
up on the
dates,
stand yet.
in person in New York City for a total of about 21 and a half hours. And then I saw her in January 18th, 2021 over Zoom for 3 hours, and then December 27th, 2021 for 4 hours over Zoom.
And what did the evaluation consist of?
So as I stated, the evaluation consisted of psychological testing, a semi-structured clinical interview with Ms. Hurd, a review of a whole host of documents relative to this case and medical records and psychological records, and then 3 collateral interviews, 2 with her treating therapist, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also with her mom.
Her mama.
And in the semi-structured clinical interview, what were you assessing?
Well, when someone comes in for the evaluation, you sometimes don't know what you're going to see or what you're going to get. So you absolutely have to do a full clinical interview and have a sense of their life patterns, things that have affected them in their lives, where they have worked, where they have lived, just get a full sense of their sort of being before the incident for which they're talking about. Then I do a full intimate partner violence assessment, looking at all those characteristics that I talked to you about earlier to get a sense of the full structure of and the dynamic of this relationship. I also did looking at what were the effects, what were the psychological consequences of being in that relationship. And I also looked at the psychological consequences of some of the statements that were made by Mr. Depp through his attorney that are part of this, the counterclaim in this lawsuit.
At the end of that process, considering all the data, did you arrive at any expert opinions?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'd like to start with your main expert opinions and then go through those. Can you please tell the jury what your main opinions were?
Let's go. Come on.
So like I said, there are opinions embedded within them, but the main opinion is that Ms. Hurd's report of intimate partner violence and the records that I reviewed is consistent with what we know in the field about intimate partner violence, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors.
Wow.
And what was the other?
And a
main
partridge in
opinion
a
that you
pear
had?
tree.
The second main opinion was that that Ms. Hurd demonstrated very clear psychological and traumatic effects or the exacerbation of trauma from those statements that Mr. Depp made through his attorney. There were 3 statements that we evaluated to see how they affected her emotionally and psychologically. And it was my determination that they did.
Excuse me?
And did you
what
arrive
were
at
they?
any diagnostic conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I diagnosed Ms. Hurd with post-traumatic stress disorder.
And what, if any, etiology
Okay.
was associated with the post-traumatic stress disorder?
So the etiology is the cause. In order to meet criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder, you
Hi,
have to
Croatia.
have an actual cause. It's one of the few diagnostic entities that we have to have a cause for. And the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. That was what was pushing the symptoms. That was what's related to the intrusive phenomena. That was related to her avoidance. That was related to her differences in her mood. That was related to her avoidance efforts. So it was the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp.
But what were the statements that triggered her?
Now, let's
that
first go
would
back to the
prove that she has
forensic
PTSD?
evaluation. You mentioned
Come
you
on.
reviewed documents. What documents did you review?
So I'm going to refer to my list
Nuremberg.
of documents
What's
so that I
up?
can be clear for you all. It is a
International.
4-page.
All right, if you want to approach.
Happy birthday, Mr. Gambling, all the way from the UK. Happy birthday, my brother. Thank you so much for watching and being a part of the conversation. Guys, please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Don't forget to do that. Hit that subscribe button as well. You know what I mean? That would really mean a lot. Okay? Hit it. Now, the question is, she just said that she is a victim to a gang of stuff, y'all. Excuse me. A gang of stuff. Then she said that there were certain things that were said to her. She said there were some, I don't know if there were text messages or there were just things that Johnny Depp has said that basically triggered her. What? And then she said, I know that without a shadow of a doubt, they were the cause of X, Y, and Z. So the question is, what the hell are those things? What were the phrases or what were the things that Johnny Depp said that triggered her so badly? Because all I remember is couch. I want couch. Couch. I remember all the other things. For someone who puts a cigarette out on a person's face, severs another person's finger by throwing bottles. Throwing bottles at Johnny Depp. But the phrases, and now they're claiming SA. And that woman, that forensic psychologist, Dr. Hughes, is backing that up. She is confirming that as well, saying that there is abuse, SA, SV, in this relationship. But like I said, I'm going to keep saying it over and over and over again. What are these phrases? What were these things that Johnny Depp said? What were those things that Johnny Depp said that snapped him? That made him, or sorry, that snapped her, that made her snap. Are they going to ask those? Or is Miss Elaine going to ask those questions or no? Have mercy. Let's go. She better ask what those phrases are.
Dr. Curry, if you, I mean, Dr.
Dr.
Hughes,
Hughes.
I don't know why I keep
Oy.
doing that. My apologies. Dr. Hughes.
It's been a long day
I
of
think it's the
lies.
confusion of having her in the
It's okay,
courtroom.
Elaine. It's been a long day
Dr.
of
Hughes,
lies.
if you need to consult your notes to answer something, let us know that you need to consult your notes. Otherwise, try to answer to the best of your ability.
Dory,
And
thank you
then
so much
if-
for the
if you
$5 super
need to
chat.
Do that, just let us know
All
you're
I want for my
consulting your
53rd
notes, okay?
53rd
The
birthday
concern is
for Amber to
that you
come
not
clean.
read from
Fat
them, that
chance.
you consult them as you need to, okay?
Correct. I just don't want this to be a memory test of having conducted many documents.
Is it your
80
birthday
pages of
right now,
notes,
Dory?
and 12 psychological tests.
If it is, happy birthday, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, great.
Couch.
So please
Couch.
tell us what
Let
documents
it
you
all
reviewed.
out. You know what I'm
Ms. Palmentieri.
saying?
Okay, so I reviewed a number of documents, a plethora of documents, most, and I obviously won't read them all, but I reviewed certainly all of Ms. Heard's testimony that she gave in her deposition testimony in this case, her deposition or her trial testimony in the UK case. I did the same thing for Mr. Depp. I reviewed his deposition testimony as well as his trial testimony in the UK as well. I reviewed a number of the depositions that were put forth in this case. I reviewed the psychological treatment notes for Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, Dr. Laurel Anderson, and Dr. Amy Banks, although she did not have treatment records. So I reviewed not only their records,
Is she a paid
did
actress?
collateral interviews with some of them, and also read their deposition testimony, and also read other medical records in this case, nursing notes in this case.
Is she a paid? Is she a
The
paid
highlights. And I also listened
witness?
to the audios that were put forth in this case and read the text
You
messages
sure?
and emails.
Or are you just reading a script?
What, if anything, did you do with respect to any videos?
And I also saw the video in the kitchen. Yes.
Okay. Now, the collateral interviews that you conducted, why did you conduct
Mr.
those?
Anderson.
Well, collateral interviews is a standard part of a forensic evaluation. It's an opportunity to hear from another treating clinician, the person who's actually treating the individual you're evaluating, and get a better sense from that person of what they saw, what they knew, how they experienced this person.
Happy birthday,
Sometimes
Dory.
our clinical notes don't give the
Happy
full
birthday,
depth
sweetheart.
of what really was going on in that therapy, because the notes are meant to be sort of short and to the point of what happened, who was there, and what was the plan. So it was really helpful to talk to these two clinicians who really were with Ms. Heard throughout the duration of her relationship with Mr. Depp. So they give us sort of a contemporaneous look at what was going on for her emotionally, and then what was she reporting? What was she saying about the relationship to her therapist?
And you mentioned the name Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Please tell the jury who Dr. Bonnie Jacobs is.
So Dr. Bonnie Jacobs was Ms. Heard's therapist, and may I refresh my recollection with my notes, Your Honor?
She's allowed to
For the
consult her
dates,
notes.
if you'd like me to tell the dates.
If she's asking me a question,
Oh,
I'm not
yeah,
gonna answer.
you're right, Your Honor. Yes.
May I?
Yes, you may consult your notes, yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
This-
Be heard?
Yep, back at it again. Back at it again. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is crazy, y'all. No, this is nuts. Something's not right here. Do you notice that? Is anybody else noticing this? Is something weird is going on here? I want to hear what they're saying, man. Damn. What are they saying? Something's not right here, y'all. Yeah, something's not right. Susan McIntosh, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It sounds like she went by interviews and records, but did no psychological testing like Dr. Curry did. But she just did claim that she chopped it up with bloody Amber Heard for 29 hours. She even said she allotted those 29 hours. Majority of it was with her in an office, and a bunch of it later on was via Zoom because of, we live in those COVID life. You know what I'm saying? So what the hell? Please
Go ahead.
expose that ass. Come on. Something ain't right.
So she treated with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, who is a psychologist, from October 2011.
You see she's
through
lacking
August 2014.
confidence now?
She
You
actually
hear her
was treating
voice?
Miss Dr. Jacobs somewhat earlier, before she got in the relationship with Mr. Depp. And then she transferred care to Dr. Connell Cohen, who was
She's nervous
referred
now.
by Dr. Kipper, who was the treating physician for Mr. Depp, and then later for Miss Heard. And she treated with Dr. Cohen from after she left Dr. Bonnie
She's
Jacobs
nervous. You can hear it in her voice.
September 2014 to June 7th, 2016.
She's nervous as hell now
Thank you.
because she's about to get
And so you-
exposed.
And I guess you got ahead of me there. So you also talked to Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also spoke with Paige Heard, did you say?
That's correct.
And who is Paige Heard?
Paige Heard is Amber Heard's mother.
And when did you speak with Paige Heard?
I spoke with all of these individuals at the end of 2019. Again, I can check my notes and let you know the exact date if you'd like.
I think the end of 19.
Yeah, they all were
2019
in
is
the
fine.
end of 19, yes.
All right. And you are you aware
Priya,
that
she does
Paige
not
Heard has
sound
since died?
confident
She
at
died 2
all
years ago.
anymore.
Yes, I am aware.
Her
of
face
that.
got a little flushed too. She's
Now,
nervous.
Let's talk about the psychological testing. You stated that you conducted psychological testing, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you,
Come on.
Overruled out loud.
can you
Oh,
please tell,
okay.
tell the jury how many psychological assessments you administered to Amber Heard?
I administered 12.
Can you please tell them,
12.
tell the jury which ones you administered?
12.
So I am going to refer to my designation that has the list so that I don't forget anything.
Okay.
Was any of this submitted to anybody? Was that submitted? Any of this submitted for anyone to see?
So I administered.
notes?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
She
Lamb.
can refresh her recollection.
As long as she's not reading it.
Right, you just can't read, that, you're not supposed to read from it, but you can refresh your recollection as you're speaking.
Am I wrong? Am I
So I
wrong?
can look and just look up and that's refreshing my recollection. Okay.
All right, if we could
That's
approach for a
interesting.
moment.
Yeah, I was going to say. They're going to challenge the hell out of this because let's be real. She's reading off of damn notes. She should have come in ready to go, properly vetted and ready to go. Is she real or is she not? That's why the plaintiffs, Team Depp, is sitting here going, come on, y'all. Wait a second. She's coming in with notes? Dr. Curry didn't come in with notes. Did she or did she not? I don't remember her coming in with a big-ass notebook with things to read off of. She was able to assess everything. She was able to walk in and say what she needed to say. But this, they're sitting here going, this looks sketch as hell. Period, boo. Look at that. Splat out. They're probably going to have to ask her to leave. Or they're going to be like, we need to take your notebook. You can't use any of your notes. You're just going to have to speak off the top of the dome because these people don't believe you. Something like that. Maybe not. Maybe they're just like, this, just don't worry about it. Keep going. You're doing great. You're doing great. That could be it too.
Can you tell the jury the tests that you administered, please?
Yes, I can.
She's nervous.
I administered the personality assessment inventory, which is a broadband instrument to scan for psychopathology and psychological symptoms that people have. I administered the trauma symptom inventory too, which is an instrument to scan for common traumatic effects that people have. I administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, which is a measure of malingering. I administered the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist for the 5th edition for the DSM-5. I administered the clinician-administered PTSD scale for DSM-5. I administered the Beck Depression Inventory, the Beck Anxiety Inventory, the Mood Disorders Questionnaire, the danger, I did 3 intimate partner violence measures, the conflict tactic scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale. And then I also did the life events checklist, which scans and gets us to ask about a lot of traumatic events that an individual may have experienced. And we administer that typically before either doing the PCL or doing the CAPS.
Thank you. Were there any tests you administered to Amber Heard that were designed to reveal malingering or feigning?
Yes, there were.
Okay, can you please tell the jury about those?
So malingering is the false production of psychological symptomatology for the purpose of some external material gain. Feigning is the false production of psychological symptomatology with no identification of what that gain may be. So basically feigning is saying your mental health is worse than it actually is. So I administered 3 of the tests, had validity indices built in that could allow us to address that question. The MFAS, the Miller Assessment, a Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, is a specific malingering instrument. It looks at malingering psychopathology. Is this someone, malingering psychopathology? She scored a 0 on that scale. So on that test, sorry, not the scale, that test. So on that test, there was no evidence of malingering. On the TSI, there are 2 validity indices, and she scored within the normal range on those scores as well. One was slightly elevated, but when in testing the limits, because it has rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms, I determined that also was a valid measure. And then finally, the PAI, the large scale 344 question instrument, has very robust validity scales on it to test for exaggeration or feigning or malingering, and she did not score in any of those scores and those scales at all. Those were not elevated. So the combined results between those three tests suggest to me that Ms. Heard is not malingering her psychological symptomatology.
Now, Dr. Curry testified that one test showed, quote, intentional exaggeration in the 98th percentile, meaning that she engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration, end of quote. Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Why?
Because that test, the scale that she is referring to it's called ATR. It's the atypical response scale. As I said, that combines rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms. It's very frequently elevated in people who have high levels of distress. And then importantly, on this test specifically, it says, do not use the percentile rank. It is in the manual, it is in italices, because the way that this test was normed, it was normed on people who have trauma. So it's what we call negatively skewed. That means it falls on the tail end of the continuum. It is not a normal curve where we would normally think of how a percentile would work. So you would not use the percentile rank on this test.
You want to approach?
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is going to keep going. Like I said, I guess we're not going to be seeing Amber on the stand today. There's a strong possibility of tomorrow, depending on how many times they object or how many times they keep asking to approach the bench. But they're not feeling something. Something ain't right. We'll see what's going on here. Unless it's going to continue.
Please continue.
There we go.
So that is a very inaccurate way to describe that scale and that test. And so the ATR scale on this test is probably the least robust of our validity scales. So you would never make a comment like that based on one scale if you don't have consistency across data. And when you look at the consistency across the testing with the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAS, and there's research to support that.
I don't think she
when
has
they go
either.
together, you have a higher degree of likelihood that this is not feigned PTSD,
Katerina.
that this is not feigned symptomatology. And then actually, if I look at the validity scores on the MMPI-2 that Dr. Curry administered, those scales are not elevated for exaggeration or malingering either. So if I add that, now I have really robust data that Ms. Heard is not malingering or feigning her psychological symptomatology.
Thank you. Did you administer any tests that are specific to domestic violence?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
So that was the conflict tactic scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale.
And what did they show?
Would like to refer to the testing.
To refresh
To
your
refresh my
recollection?
recollection, just a glance, so
Yes,
I
you
can
may
be
do that.
clear with the jury. So what the overall gist of the testing was that, and the benefit of these tests is that they allow me to ask for what Mr. Depp did to Ms. Heard, and then also what Ms. Heard did to Mr. Depp. So it was asking about both sets of behavior. And what the-
Objection, Your Honor.
Damn. They gonna go in.
We're back to reading.
Yep.
She wasn't even looking down. She was looking at the jury.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Please continue.
So
Yeah, this
what
is
these
crazy.
tests show was that there was a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard.
Lady Justice.
There was violence more on the mild level perpetrated by Ms. Heard toward Mr. Depp, with one
Honestly.
severe indicator, which was the punching that she indicated to me.
I think they're trying to
There
mess with her
were
head too.
scales about negotiation, about how much this couple tries to figure out their problems. They both scored, again, this is Ms. Heard reporting that, but they both scored in the high range where they're both saying that, yes, we're trying to figure this out. We're trying to work out this relationship. There were scores on the psychological aggression scale where Mr. Depp engage in more severe acts of psychological aggression, whereas Ms. Heard did engage in also some mild and severe acts of psychological aggression. The amount of injury that was reported was significantly higher and more severe by Ms. Heard, what she was subjected to. And then she was subjected to sexual violence where Mr. Depp, based on her report, was subjected to none. And then on the danger assessment scale, that there were a number of factors that were related to severity in violent relationships and a risk factor. When we look, as I said earlier, when behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that
We still
came
just
up
on
on
Amber,
this scale,
Lady
such as
Justice.
Mr. Depp threatens to kill her, the increase in severity of the abuse, the forced sexual activity, the choking behavior, his obsessive jealousy.
Objection, foundation.
Talking about the test results.
Overruled, go ahead.
Please continue.
The obsessive jealousy, the control aspect, and his threatening of suicide to kill himself. So those were risk factors
He's like, whoa,
that placed her
did
in
I say
the
that?
increased danger range.
Huh?
And this is a range that, says that we certainly have to advise women of their risk and consult with law enforcement if they're involved, or judges if they're involved, because this means that a woman is at risk for more serious or lethal domestic violence.
Man.
So did the results of the psychological tests you administered to Amber Heard support a diagnosis of PTSD?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, psychological tests did you administer that supported a diagnosis of PTSD for Amber Heard?
Sure. So there were 4 tests that supported that diagnosis. One was the PAI, which was that 344 question large scale personality inventory. On that test, her largest subscale, her highest subscale was the one that measures traumatic stress. So that was clinically significant. On the TSI, 2 of her scales were the intrusive
4 to 5
experiences
tests.
dimension and the defensive avoidance dimension, 2 of the classic scales of trauma and PTSD. On the PCL, which is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist 5, that she scored in all 4 domains of PTSD. And that's an instrument that says how much are you bothered by these symptoms? And in all 4 clusters, which would be the intrusive experiencing, when things about the abuse or the trauma enter your mind when you did not want them to. Sometimes they're cued, sometimes they're uncued. She answered in the avoidance category, which is a second category of PTSD, that I do things to try not to think about this, to try not to feel this, to try not to get upset. Sometimes I avoid certain people because they become a trigger for me. She scored in what we call the negative alterations in cognition and mood, changes in her thoughts and feelings as a result of the abuse and trauma, and also in the physiological hyperactivity, the hyperarousal, the hypervigilance, the startle response. So on the PCL, she endorsed symptoms in all 4 of those categories, saying, some of these symptoms are bothering me a lot. And then finally, the clinician administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5. And what that allows me to do, unlike the PCL, is really look at symptom severity and symptom frequency. How is this really playing out for this individual? And similarly, she scored in all 4 categories of trauma and of having intrusive experiences and nightmares and avoidance efforts and physiological hyperactivity and changes in her mood and her thoughts. And her total score was a 28, which falls in the moderate range. So that means that she has experiencing a moderate degree of post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology. And those tests allow me to make that definitive diagnosis that she suffers from PTSD.
Thank you. What, if any, consideration did you give to Amber Heard's history of childhood abuse in making your diagnosis?
I mean, that was a significant consideration, given that we know that childhood, well, first of all, we know that people can experience multiple traumas across the lifespan. And we wanted to make sure that the symptoms that she was experiencing were related to what she experienced with Mr. Depp and not her childhood. And certainly, you know, earlier on in the evaluation and when I evaluated and spoke with her, that was true. And that was also true on the latest measure, the clinician administered PTSD
Thanks for
scale
being on,
the
Cheeky.
DSM-5, the CAPS-5.
Have a good night.
And that's because the content, you have to look at what is the content of the symptom. So it's not that someone says, oh yeah, something traumatic comes into my mind. No, what is it? What comes into your mind? What bothers you? What are the triggers? And those were all specific to Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. The reason the childhood is also significant is that we know that if somebody suffers childhood abuse as a child, they are much more likely to have an adult re-victimization. And they're much more likely then to be more vulnerable to obtaining a PTSD, to getting PTSD if they've had that prior vulnerability. So it's a very strong vulnerability characteristic to obtaining PTSD when you have a subsequent trauma. The other aspect about her childhood abuse is that she was raised in a family of violence. She was physically
So you're
abused by
not
her
factoring
father.
any of these things
She
in
saw her father
to her
abuse
psyche to
mother.
begin with?
Her father was very explosive.
This is all
and had
coming from
violent
Johnny Depp.
outbursts. And both her parents also struggled
Come on.
with substance abuse very significantly. So she had learned from a very early age how to caretake, how to live in a situation that is mired in chaos. How do I take care of a parent who's passed out, nodded out from heroin? And how do I get up and get my sister to school? She learned at a very early age that she had to figure out how to do this in this scenario. And I would say lastly, what that environment taught her was that she learned that she could love someone who hurts her. She knew that people who hurt her also can love her. And she learned how to have this tolerance for cognitive inconsistency, this tolerance for two
Hello, England.
should be diametrically
Roxy.
opposed emotions. But she grew up knowing or believing perhaps that this could happen. And she also believed that she could fix him, just like she tried to fix her father and just like she tried to fix her mother. She truly, truly believed that she could fix Mr. Depp and rid him of his substance abuse problems.
Me too.
But that did not work.
But she's not being diagnosed with
Did you
BPD.
review Dr. Curry's
By this
CAPS
doctor, at
5
least.
that she administered to Amber Heard?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, agreement did you have with Dr. Curry's interpretation of the CAPS 5?
I didn't agree with her interpretation, having been a trauma psychologist for over 25 years and administered hundreds of these. I found that there were flaws in how she chose to administer it and then some of the coding. Ms. Heard on that CAPS 5 to Dr. Curry certainly reported trauma-based symptomatology related to the abuse by Mr. Depp, but somehow that was not coded as such.
And did you review Dr. Curry's MMPI too that she administered on Amber Heard?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with her interpretations on that test?
No, I do not.
Why not?
What's my reading on her
Because
facial
this profile
expressions?
is a normal profile. There are no clinical scores elevated above 65, which is 1.5 standard deviations of the mean, which is what we use to determine clinical significance. And if none of those scales are elevated, it becomes very difficult for us to make assumptions about a person's psychology and their functioning. Now, remember, the psychological testing generates hypotheses about a person that we then, using our clinical judgment, have to make a decision about. We have to make an assessment about it. And if none of those scales are elevated, it just doesn't give us rich information to make those determinations. The one scale which is accurate that was elevated was one that measures defensive responding, sort of a protective responding, an unwillingness to admit minor faults. That was elevated and that was true. But the result of that is you have a defensive profile. You have somebody who's not giving you a lot of information. So the scales are all low. So there's no way you can take that MMPI and then say it meets, it's consistent with borderline personality disorder.
She looks
You
like
just
she
don't
needs
have
to
the
take a
symptom
shit.
expression on it in order
That's
to
what
do
it
that.
looks like. She's like, I need a poop.
And
need to
that's
poop.
my next question here. What, if
That's what
any,
she looks like.
diagnoses did you make of personality disorders for Amber Heard based on your testing?
I did not make a personality disorder of Ms. Heard.
Why not?
For a number of reasons. Number one, a personality disorder requires a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts. Two keywords: pervasive pattern, variety of contexts. That means if her emotional instability, her affect dysregulation, or her fear of abandonment is only occurring in the relationship with Mr. Depp, and we don't have evidence of it before, and we don't have evidence of it after, it is not.
All right. What our approach?
But she's like so offended. She's like, I am so busy trying to say my ish. Now, maybe I got this wrong because I got thrown off by reading that question. Did she just basically say that aside from the PTSD, Amber Heard is fairly, like, I guess, quote unquote, normal? Did I catch that right? Or am I on crack? Because I paused. I read that question and I talked over her on accident. And it sounded like, to me, sounds like, you know, I don't know if you know that sign language here. Okay. But sounds like BS to me. But maybe she was saying that. I don't know. To me, it sounded like she was saying that. But I could be wrong. Sounded like she was like, oh, yeah, the test came back and it seemed like she's totally fine. She's doing so fine. It's totally fine. She's totally normal. Okay. Tanel, thank you. Okay, I wanted to make sure. I thought, thank you. Tanel, Boynton, and Priya, yes. And Blum. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I'm not losing my damn mind. Because, yeah, that seemed like she just said, she's totally fine. She's totally normal. I don't know what you're talking about. She's fine. All the test results came back saying she's just fine. I'm sorry. No, you cannot. When we just had an RN nurse have notes of saying that she's bipolar, she has an eating disorder, she has ADD, she has anxiety, she has all these things that she's been diagnosed from somewhere else. She had a doctor say that she was diagnosed her with those things. So none of this that you're saying, so none of those things, you're not even gonna back any of that up. Okay, here it is. Here it is, sweetheart. Let me tell you something. If you're going straight cap, sometimes you got to play the game. You got to finesse this thing right. You feel me? You got to say some of them, like you got to throw some of them out and say, okay, I agree with Dr. Curry on this and this, right? But these other things are wrong. See, that makes it a little bit more believable instead of you actually saying, oh no, she's got PTSD and that's it. It's all from this. All the other things that Dr. Curry and all the tests that I've ran, she's totally fine. She's fine. Once you do something like that, that shows straight cap. That shows straight lies. You are in on it. That is it. You're telling me all those other tests? You had another forensic psychologist that is properly vetted come in and say those things. You have an RN that was working for her, dropping off medications for her for years, 6-7 years ago, with written notes on her psyche, what she deals with, the amount of consumption of alcohol and drugs that she puts in her body. Those are notes from 6-7 years ago. And you're telling me with all those other things, ADD, bipolar, all those other things, mother and father were addicts with methamphetamines, so on and so forth. She lived in a house of abuse. All those things in there. You're telling me none of that created Amber Heard for who she is? None of that plays a part? Even the PTSD you're saying is only from Johnny Depp, not from years of growing up with parents that were abusing her and abusing drugs and alcohol in front of her as a child? You're telling me she didn't have traumatic experiences as a child? Come on, y'all. Come on now. That's BS. I'm sorry. That's BS. And then, so you got this person coming up to you got this forensic psychologist saying these things. No, this is all cap, y'all. This is all lies. You cannot tell me that she has nothing wrong with her? She's totally fine. Yet 6, 7 years ago, she was getting medication. From my understanding from those notes, for bipolar disorder. But she's fine. Okay. We got a $10 super chat before they continue. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, Lady Justice. It is possible Amber has BPD, HPD, and PTSD and bipolar. I've taken assessments over the years, and all my diagnoses have been consistent. So I'm not buying this. Thank you. It just doesn't make any sense for it to just be like, let me keep that up here for a second. She was diagnosed with bipolar disorder years ago from somebody. That's why she was getting medication of some sort from her RN to make sure she's balanced, to make sure she's properly medicated. Now she's sitting here saying she's fine. She's totally fine. Sorry, that it cut black for some strange reason. So something is not right here. Either this is a weird random wrench thrown into the machinery of this whole thing, or this woman, this forensic psychologist, is committing full-on perjury right now. She is getting paid to say some BS. You cannot tell me that this woman walked away with flying colors when she was already diagnosed with several other things, including bipolar disorder. That's massive. That's a massive thing to have written out in notes from an RN. Forget Dr. Curry. Let's talk about Dr. Curry. Obviously could have a bias as well. She could be biased for Johnny Depp. Obviously, she came on behalf of the plaintiff side. Clearly, same thing over here, right? But you got somebody who was working for her for years, writing notes several years ago, saying the kinds of stuff that she was putting into her body because of being diagnosed with certain things. So now she's okay. Last I checked, no disrespect to anybody who battles bipolar disorder, I thought it's uncurable. I thought that's what it's with you for life, as long as you're on the right medication. So how does she suddenly be cured of bipolar disorder? That doesn't make sense to me. Wait, it is? It's curable. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. Maybe I'm reading it at the wrong time. But that still does not make sense to me. And where I just had something just disappeared. There it is. Can they recall Dr. Curry? From my understanding, yes. They did say for her not to like get on phone, internets and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. It is Pascal. It never goes away. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Just wanted to make sure I was saying something crazy. And then you're like, no, there's a new thing. There's a new breakthrough and something like that. But I'd be like, wow, I didn't know that it's curable. But that's fantastic if it is. I don't want anybody. I wouldn't want my worst enemy to have to battle bipolar disorder. It's a tough thing. And if there was a cure, I'd be like, yay. Get that cure. Amber Heard, get that cure. But you can't tell me that if you've been diagnosed with that before and you're taking medication for that, that you suddenly do not have that anymore. So I don't know if she's a credible witness anymore, y'all. But let's see what they're going to continue. Obviously, they're not asking her to step down. So she's lost me, y'all.
Dr. Hughes, what, if anything, did Dr. Cowan say to you about any type of diagnoses of personality disorders?
Dr. Cohen did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
And what, if anything, did Dr. Bonnie Jacobs say about diagnosing Amber Heard with any personality disorders.
And Dr. Jacobs similarly did not diagnose Ms. Heard with any personality disorder.
Thank you. Now, let's turn back to intimate partner violence. What types of physical violence?
Just skate
were
through all
reported
that
to you?
stuff really quick.
So there were a number of physically violent behaviors that were reported, that Ms. Heard
Hamburger.
reported that Mr. Depp perpetrated. He pushed her, he shoved her, he slapped her with the front of his hand and the back of his hand. He choked her, he slammed her into the wall, he pushed her and she fell down. He kicked her in the back. Again, without looking at my notes, that's what I can recall.
Okay. And what type of injuries did Amber Heard report to you?
She reported mostly bruising, pain, some cuts. She reported vaginal pain from some of the sexual assaults. She reported that she did have some scratches and cuts on her from broken glass. She reported that she believed she may have lost consciousness 2 times, once in the Australia incident and once in the December 15th, 2015 incident.
What type of coercive control was reported or did you find?
Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, coercive control was reported to you?
So the course of control that was determined in this relationship, I found to be quite significant. There were many, many instances where Mr. Depp tried to control how Ms. Heard went about her career. He didn't want her to show nudity. He didn't want her to show boob. He didn't want her to act with certain actors because of this obsessive jealousy. He criticized her ambition.
That's
He'd
his
rather
wife.
she not work. He
Come
called,
on.
the ambition as something as a negative thing.
Get out of
It
here.
made her very fearful to have to look at scripts or talk about scripts or talk about movie roles, because he persistently put those down and told her she didn't need to work and she didn't need to do that and she didn't need to show her tits and ass. He didn't
Tits and ass.
necessarily
She said tits
support
and
her
ass.
work. The way this manifested as well
Has
is
she ever
that
been
he
naked in the movie?
called
I've never seen her naked in the
almost
movie.
every actor that she had to work with, males
outta
and
here.
females. So no matter what show
It's
she
his
was
wife.
filming or shooting, he would call the leading actor. He would call the director. He would tell you, I got eyes down there. I got eyes down on the set. So she never felt safe to be herself and be
She was
an
smashing
actress in
dudes.
these films or productions, because she'd have to come home and then endure his anger at her.
She was
for
clapping cheeks
doing
with
something or
other
for not doing
dudes.
something. When she was
In front and
filming
behind
he
his
was
back.
in the same town, she feared that he would show up on the set and, to know what her call sheet, what she was filming that day. She, even told her assistant, don't give it to him. Don't let him see it so that he won't show up. And sometimes he did. So it was very trepidatious for her and very anxiety provoking that he continued to do this.
Get out of here.
He tried to control what she wore. When she was going out with him, things were fine, but he told her often, no woman like mine is going to dress like a whore, and didn't want her to wear revealing clothing, or revealing clothing according to him. She recalled an incident when she was
Isn't this
going
all
on
hearsay?
a job audition, and he said, you're going to go out with those tits and ass, and she had to sort of go in and put on what she said, mom jeans, so that she didn't look sexy, so she didn't
Mom
look
jeans.
revealing. And
Weren't they in
continued to try
style?
to plead with him about
Aren't they
what
in style
jobs
right now?
she
Mom
could
jeans?
take and she could not take. This made her be very sort of restrictive and try to conceal things. She would hide her scripts because she couldn't read them in front of him, because he would put them down or want to see where there might be nudity, where there might be something where she's doing a love scene. And then almost every person that she was in a film with, there would be those barrages of the consistent accusations of infidelity.
Because she was
And we saw
smashing other
that on the
dudes.
Australia pictures, the Billy Bob. He was one person that he continued, to
Billy Bob.
berate her about having an affair with. That's what obsessive control
Because she
looks
was
like. Those
smashing
messages on the
James
mirror.
Franco, Elon Musk.
When you look at how he wanted her to there was some interference with the family, with her sister, when some things were leaked, he was obsessed believing that it was Whitney who did it, and eventually Miss Heard had to succumb and say, okay, yes, it was. And
Why
then
aren't Depp
alienate
lawyers
herself from her sister
objecting right
because
now?
she just couldn't take the fights anymore. She just couldn't take the constant barrage
All hearsay.
of criticism. So there were many instances
All of this
when,
is hearsay.
in terms of their interactions of, she would have to text him right back, but when she would text him, he could not answer for days. And it's this sort of, when we talk about, the ghosting, but your husband doesn't ghost you. Your partner doesn't ghost you.
Billy
And there
Bob.
were so many
Yeah.
times of this sort of withdrawal of affection, which was on his terms and when he wanted to do it. I'm aware that there is, testimony in this case that, Mr. Depp decided to leave because he didn't want to be violent. And I do think that's true sometimes. I think he did leave in times where he didn't want an altercation. He did leave after an altercation. He did leave and then came back and continued the altercation. So leaving wasn't the defining variable. The problem was that, with this obsessiveness and this perseveration that he had, the fight would always come back. So leaving might end the argument for that moment, but Miss Heard knew he was always going to come back and he was going to, start the interrogation once again.
All
And
hearsay.
What is the effect of the coercive control
Wow.
on Amber Heard?
I mean, the effect was drastic. She talked to me that she, her roles consistently
Oh, I see what you're
dropped
saying.
over the time that she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp, just because it was so difficult to go on auditions, to want to be in a different location with him. Whenever she was not on location with him, it was very stressful. It was very anxiety provoking because of the accusations of infidelity. We heard that through Isaac Baruch's testimony when she called and was saying,
Fair
babe,
enough,
there's no one
Ashley.
here. There's no one
Fair
here.
enough.
That was something that she had to do repeatedly and constantly over the course of the relationship. So it caused a significant amount of anxiety, of distress, of having to try to conceal and maneuver around him to try to have the career that she wanted to have. It made her hypervigilant, and definitely contributed to sort of her psychological symptomatology getting worse over time.
What about sexual violence?
Here we go.
So there was a
That's what I'd
number
like
of
to know.
incidents of sexual violence reported
When and
in this
where?
relationship.
Have mercy.
Those are documented early on in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, where when Mr. Depp was drunk or high, he threw her on the bed, ripped off her nightgown, and tried to have sex with her. There were times when he forced her to give him oral sex when he was angry. These weren't in loving moments. These were angry moments, moments of dominance, moments of him trying to get control over her. There was a time when they were in Hicksville in the trailer, I don't want to say trailer park, but I guess there's trailer park. It is a trailer park, where he was accusing her of a woman hitting on Amber. And that was the problem. Amber got accused of women hitting on her, and it got accused of men hitting on her. So there were so many targets that came through in his obsessive jealousy. But when he, on that incident, when Kelly Sue was accused of hitting on Miss Heard, and they went back into the trailer, Mr. Depp performed a cavity search and ostensibly was looking for drugs and felt it acceptable to rip off her nightgown and stick his fingers up her vagina to look for cocaine, thought that maybe she was hiding them there.
In
And
her
again,
hoo-ha.
these incidents often happened in a drug-fueled rage. There was another incident in
Here
the
we go.
Bahamas where when he got angry, he took his fingers and he put them in her vagina and moved her around violently in the closet. Again, an act of sexual violence. And of course,
Jesus.
the incident in Australia was one of the most severe instances of sexual violence that Miss Heard had to endure, in which when he was beating her and choking her and telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you, I hate you, I'm going to fucking kill you. And he grabbed a bottle that was on the bar and penetrated her with that bottle. And Miss Heard reported to me of
Remember I told you guys about the bottle?
and going outside of her body. And the only thing she was thinking is, oh God, I hope it's not the broken one.
What, if any,
Have mercy.
psychological abuse did you find?
That, I mean, if
there was a number of psychologically abusive behaviors.
That's
As
terrible.
I stated, Ms. Hurd admitted to me and reported that she engaged in those behaviors as well. She reported that she did call him names and offensive comments and said things to him that were horrible, and that she was incredibly saddened and horrified by her behavior. And looking back, she, at this point, not being in the constant barrage of abuse, does not recognize her. The abuse by Mr. Depp, he called her
mercy.
a number of names, frequently whore, slut, cunt, lesbian camp counselor,
Camp counselor.
easy, ambition. Ambition was a
That's a new one.
weaponized term in that relationship. So he called her a lot of names and humiliated her. And of course, I think we talked about the intimidation tactics that, Mr. Depp was often banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, which sort of got the tension to rise up very significantly, very quickly.
Can
that's
you
a
tell me
good
how you
point.
conducted your analysis to arrive
That's a
at
very
these
good point.
conclusions?
Johnny's not in prison for any
Sure.
of that.
So what I did was look at the incidents that were reported and look at the corroborating data around it.
I'm absolutely
So
surprised
as we
there's no
stated,
criminal
most
charges
of
either.
these
That's
incidents of
insane.
intimate partner violence happen behind closed doors. Not everyone is going to witness what the parties are reporting behind closed doors. So you look at what is data that surrounds it. Is there any data before it? Is there any data after it? Is the victim telling somebody in real time about what's happening? Are there therapy notes? Are there pictures? Are there text messages that sort of allow us to fill in the pieces of the picture, even though we don't have exactly what happened at that moment? The more collateral that we have and the consistency across those data points, it gives us greater confidence in our results.
Yeah.
Can you give us some examples?
Sure. So
examples.
Vague.
Yeah.
Overruled. I'll have.
Wow, really?
So, for example, the Boston plane incident, I believe, without looking, I know May 24th, 2014. This is the incident where Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp were going to fly back to LA and spend the weekend together. They were shooting at different sites. Ms. Hurd is on the plane waiting for Mr. Depp to come on in the tarmac. He's reportedly sitting in the SUV, smoking and drinking, smoking weed and drinking. She is filming with James Franco at this point, and she gets on the plane and he starts talking about James Franco, making a lot of derogatory comments about her, and I hope you had fun with your escapades, and some more inflammatory language. And then in an argument, when she got up to leave, he kicked her in the back and she went forward on the plane. To the front of the plane because he sat in the back of the plane. So if I look at what is the corresponding data to this, there's a therapy note, several notes in Bonnie Jacobs' records that talk about Mr. Depp's increasing use of alcohol and his obsessive jealousy around James Franco.
Yikes.
Before this Boston plane episode.
Because she was clapping
After the
cheeks with
incident,
him.
Ms. Hurd told her friend Io. She told her friend Savannah. She told her friend Rocky. Ms. Hurd did not go home.
Are they
She
coming
was
on
afraid
to
go
as
home.
witnesses?
So she went to a hotel because when Johnny was in these states, he would often show up because he's still in that drinking and drugging phase. And he talked about that. That was the roxicodone before he detoxed. He was still in that, high substance abuse phase that he would often show up at night, and that did not feel safe.
Damn, this is
There was a
nuts.
text from Stephen Duders, Mr. Depp's assistant.
Wait, what did she say? The doo-doo?
All right. You want to approach?
The doo-doo? Okay. All right. This is, obviously they're approaching the bench again, but here it is, y'all. The things that are being said right now. What do you think? Is this psychologist straight lying right now? Is she just reiterating the things that were said to her by Amber Heard? I'm asking the fam right now, for all y'all that are watching right now, please do not forget to hit that like button down below, and please hit that subscribe button as well. Okay. We're going to be going through this for the rest of this week. Watching this, is this a lie? There's new information. I never heard about the I mean, I heard about the bottle, but I never heard about that piece of information. Also, the search, the full cavity search of her body, looking for cocaine. I didn't, and moving her around with his fingers, if you get what I'm saying. He was moving her entire body by his hands. That is some crazy, that's some crazy information, crazy testimony right there. But I question, is it real or not? Is this exaggerated stories, or is this full on truths? I leave this up to you guys. Dominique Holmes, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I'm sorry, but I left my situation over 3 years ago, and 23-hour recall. Yeah, this is strange. This is very, very strange. This whole testimony is very interesting. Obviously, it's still percolating. You know, if they keep her on the stand from this point on, because you never know. We don't know what's going on here right now. They might ask her to step down. They might be like, forget everything she said, or they might keep her there. We don't know. But if they do, you know for a fact they're going to be doing this for the rest of the hour, because I mean it's almost the end of the day, and then they're going to reconvene tomorrow, probably either with Elaine still cross-examining, or it'll be Johnny Depp's team's turn to do this. We got Unfairest $10 super chat. Thank you so much. She is lying. AH, or Amber Heard, was on antipsychotics per nurse's testimony. That's exactly what I was just saying. In her notes, the doctor asked her to up the dose. Let's not forget that too. You can't be on antipsychotics just because. Laughing face. I'm a nurse tech. Absolutely. You can't just go and do that. That's insane. That's insane. And then suddenly you just drop it. You're not using that stuff. You're not bipolar anymore. That doesn't make any sense. You're diagnosed that, and then suddenly you're not diagnosed. But that's why this psychiatrist or the psychologist right now is saying she's fine. Clean bill of mental health, except for the PTSD, because she is a victim of all these other things. The SV, the SA, DV, but she doesn't have borderline personality disorder. She doesn't have histrionic personality disorder. She doesn't even have bipolar disorder. She's totally fine. That doesn't make any sense to me. Now, we have, I don't know why they're zooming in on these people. I don't know why for a second there when I looked at it, I thought it was Stanley Tucci. I'm like, Stanley Tucci in the house? Stanley Tucci? Okay, $5 super chats. Lady Justice, thank you guys all for all the super chats. I really do appreciate that. This relationship reads like a Lifetime movie. Yes. Horrible and poorly constructed. Yes. Beautifully written. Beautifully written. And thank you so much for the $5 super chat. That's absolutely what I think so too. This is an absolute clusterfuck. Pardon my French. I said it. Okay. I've been on for almost 7 hours. Okay. So I'm going to be a little lazy with my words. Okay. I'm not so gentlemanly after almost 6.5 hours of streaming, but real talk, something's up. Something's up. Are we going to continue? Ooh, the judge is pissed too.
So,
wow. The judge is pissed.
Dr. Hughes, let's go past that text and talk about, go past that text and continue after that text.
Sure. So there was, Mr.
This is
Depp
insane.
apologized to Ms. Heard for that incident. Mr. Depp said in his UK testimony, well, I only maybe playfully tapped her on the back with my foot. Mr. Depp texted Paul Bettany and talked about how he was so drunk and out of control and engaged in bad behavior. He texted his friend Patty Smith a very similar type of text about how drunk and out of control he was. And then finally, Amber Heard wrote an email talking about how distressed and heartbroken she was.
Objection, hearsay.
I mean, I don't agree.
I know.
Like, I
Sustain.
got
I'll
nothing
sustain
to
the objection. Next question.
Flat
All
out.
right.
She's pissed.
Can you give
Just
another
got enough.
example?
I think those are all I can
Yeah, I think
remember
that's
at this point.
Okay.
yeah, I think
Remember at this point.
Okay.
that's crazy. That's crazy. Those stories. The full cavity
What
search
if any,
was crazy.
what if any,
Nucking crazy.
sorry, I'm going to have to go a little bit further here. So
Thank you so much.
you concluded that Amber Heard used psychological abuse and some reactive physical violence, I think I heard you say. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Can you please explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Yes, that is correct. That, Amber Heard reported to me some of the behaviors that she used that were psychologically aggressive. The name calling, the putting him down and calling him
she was
very
also-
bad names and
Okay.
insulting his fatherhood. And she was very shamed and remorseful about that.
But no
She
physical
also
abuse?
indicated, using, and as some of the testing showed, minor forms of violence, pushing, shoving, throwing objects. We see that a lot with women when there's not proportional force. Women are more likely to throw objects. And then the more severe act of punching him, which a punch falls in the more severe category. And the context, as she explained it, was that he was coming after Whitney, and she stood, her sister, and she stood in the way and she punched him.
Now, does that make Amber Heard a perpetrator of intimate partner violence?
That
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So that was one of the tasks that I had to consider. That was one of the hypotheses that I had to consider. And given
Marcus, thank you
all
so
of the
much.
other
They don't have a s-
data,
Yep.
that was not my opinion.
they don't have a transcript for the team to
Now,
Depp's team to
you
read,
stated that you read a number of therapy records. Please tell the jury
and they didn't say anything
why
about
are therapy
being
records
kicked across the
important?
planes. Yeah, big
Therapy
detail.
records are
That's very
critical
true,
for a
Jamarcus. Thank you so much
forensic
for the $5 super
psychologist.
chat.
When we have the opportunity to go back in time and see what a person was dealing with, what the content of their distress was, and what the symptoms of their distress was, it really gives us a snapshot in time. So they become very critical as part of the overall forensic psychological evaluation, because we as psychologists understand how people sort of treat in therapy and what to look for. So in looking back at Ms. Heard's therapy records, we see sort of real-time unfolding of this dynamic in this relationship. We see early on in her notes in her report with Bonnie Jacobs and in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, reports of constant concerns about Mr. Depp's substance abuse.
He doesn't like this
constant
one bit.
concerns about him passing out and vomiting. Constant concerns about not wanting.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
She can characterize that and say she relied on that.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
Constant concerns about how do I get him into treatment? How do I get him help? Ms. Heard starts going to Al-Anon at this point, early 2012, in the beginning of the relationship, because she has to figure out and wants to figure out a way to support the man that she's dating right now and the man who she's falling madly in love with. There are reports in Dr. Jacobs' notes early on about his controlling behavior, about his jealousy behavior, about him not wanting to do certain jobs, of not wanting her to wear certain clothes. So this is going back to 2012 with no indication of why would she be saying that, but for the sole purpose of trying to get help and trying to get guidance in this relationship that she finds so difficult. There are indications, as I mentioned before, of the sexual assault and the sexual abuse and how he would, when he was angry and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage when he would, throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her. And then, if he was not able to perform, he would get more angry at her and blame her. So we have this dynamic of blaming her for his inability to take responsibility for his behavior. Those themes were throughout Dr. Jacobs' notes.
Wow. Ivan, thank you so much for the $20 super chat.
Did Dr. Jacobs assign any diagnoses to Amber Heard?
Diagnosis
She did.
doesn't happen
Early
in a
on,
few
she
hours. All
diagnosed her
these
with panic
diagnoses
disorder,
doesn't happen in
and
H-Wood.
then later with
working
post-traumatic
well.
stress disorder.
Right.
Working well
And
with the
did
with
Dr.
others
Jacobs
is
diagnose
important.
Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder?
All this
No, she did not.
wasn't brought up before.
Histrionic personality
Being
disorder?
bothered isn't
No, she did not.
PTSD. All cap
And is that important?
lies. Yep. You're
That's
absolutely
very
right.
important when we're trying to figure out the course of somebody's illness, the course of somebody's psychiatric difficulties. As I stated, well, I don't think I got to state, personality disorders
much for the
usually
$10 super
start in
chat,
adolescence
Beverly.
early.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Thank you. Thank you. We
Okay.
are living in a crazy ass world. We're just watching
You
it
also
all
stated that you
together.
reviewed Dr. Connell Cowan's treatment notes, correct?
Correct,
And you also read his deposition testimony?
correct.
And you had how long of a collateral interview with him?
I believe it was 2 hours.
Okay. And
Hmm.
what did you get from all of that data?
So by the time that she gets to Dr. Connell Cohen, which is 2014, I believe, September 2014 is when Dr. Kipper comes on the scene. Ms. Heard's psychological functioning is significantly deteriorated. She's suffering more anxiety, more sleeplessness, more agitation, more emotional dysregulation, this fluctuation in moods. And when you sort of look at the records of what happened in those first 2 years from Dr. Jacobs, and now we have up to Dr. Connell Cohen, and we see all of the incidents that she was exposed to, including the sexual violence and the coercive control, it makes sense to me that her status, her psychological functioning has deteriorated. And in Dr. Connell Cohen's notes, that's what he's always trying to do. He's trying to help her, help Mr. Depp, help her act in a way so that Mr. Depp does not hurt her. Mr. Depp, Dr. Connell Cohen was very concerned for Amber Heard's safety, as was Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs was very concerned for her safety, and she continued to talk about safety aspects for Ms. Heard, as was Connell Cohen. They did, both of them, both therapists, understood, and Ms. Heard talked to them about it, that there were times that she fought back and she used violence, and times that she screamed and she said things that she didn't want to. But nevertheless, that did not change the balance for them either. And they were very concerned that because of Mr. Depp's significant substance abuse and his sort of poorly controlled anger, that at some point he was going to seriously hurt her.
Did Dr. Cohen provide Ms. Heard with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Did he diagnose Amber Heard with histrionic personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Is that important?
It's important that you have an individual, Ms. Heard, who's in therapy for over 2 years with one therapist and over 2 years with another therapist, and you're not seeing those characteristics of a personality disorder. If the manifestation of a person's difficulties and illness and symptomatology is better explained by another disorder, then you don't qualify for the personality disorder. You can't get the diagnosis. I mean, that's part of the criteria. So if it's not a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts, and it can't be better explained by her trauma experience and the exposure and the symptoms as a result of that trauma, then you don't get a personality disorder. And that's why they didn't diagnose it.
Did you read Dr. Amy Banks' deposition testimony?
Yes, I did.
And what were her findings?
So Dr. Banks had one session, one couple session with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Dr. Banks is very reputable. She works up at the Harvard Medical School Cambridge Victim of Violence Program, which is a very well-known program for understanding.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
It's non-responsive to the question. The question was, what was the findings?
All right.
Tell the jury who Dr. Amy Banks is.
And just like I said, so she's somebody who has a wealth of experience in understanding intimate partner violence and the dynamics of violent relationships. But she only had one session with the couple, and it was her determination when they were both there and the violence was talked about that Mr. Depp did not deny the violence that he perpetrated towards
I
Ms. Heard.
agree.
She also did, as everybody has, all of our other therapists, because Ms. Heard admitted as such, that she also used low levels of violence as well. So Dr. Amy Banks had that opinion.
Did you review Dr. Laurel Anderson's treatment notes and read her deposition?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the significance of what you learned from Dr. Anderson?
So Dr. Anderson similarly thought that there was violence and abuse in this relationship. She was the one therapist out of the 4 who qualified it as mutual abuse. which the termination I've talked to you about, I don't necessarily agree with. But she did see and did understand that there was violence and abuse by Mr. Depp. What was most notable was that after the December 15th, 2015 episode, Ms. Heard called her, in addition to calling Connell Cohen, and reached out to a number of people, but she saw Dr. Anderson in her office, and Dr. Anderson saw 2 bruises on her face and told me, my husband kicked me, and he pushed me, and he punched me in the head. And should I call the police?
Objection, Your Honor,
What should I
hearsay.
do?
She's not reading, Your Honor. She's just saying the significance. of it.
Sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Yeah.
What were your, what conclusions did you make as a result of what you reviewed for Dr. Laurel Anderson?
My take of reading Dr. Laurel Anderson's deposition and seeing her, redacted notes was that, from my professional opinion, this was a very serious incident and a very serious allegation of intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. If a patient comes into my office with 2 bruises and alleges being pushed, shoved, and kicked by her partner, I'm going to be very concerned, and I'm going to mobilize a lot more resources to help that individual. And for some reason, that did not happen for Ms. Heard.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading these notes from Amber Heard's treatment providers and their couples therapists?
Objection, compound.
All right, sustained.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading what you told everybody you read?
Objection, compound.
I mean, I don't know how to get it less compound, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
So my overall impression of the treatment notes was, there's significant support for the fact that there was intimate partner violence in this relationship. It was consistently reported over time, and there were couples therapists who saw and understood that. So, there were, Mr. Depp also attended a session with Dr. Connell Cohen.
Ivan, thank you so much for $5 super
Ms.
chat.
Heard. And in that session, he was very belligerent and mean and yelling and intimidating. And he even got up and stormed out, rolled a joint, and then came back later. Dr. Connell Cohen's impression was this is somebody who's poorly controlled. That's the same thing that Dr. Laurel Anderson said about him. And he stormed out of one of those sessions too.
But still
So there
no
were a
criminal
total of
record.
6 sessions, couple session, but Mr. Depp stormed out of 2 of them. So there were only 4 couple sessions for these 2 individuals in this just highly volatile, highly damaging relationship that was, punctuated by the coercive control and the intimate partner violence.
What, if any, observations did you make about Amber Heard's psychological status over that period?
I mean, the record was very clear that her psychological status deteriorated as she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp. She kept getting worse. She was losing weight. By the end, she was down to, I think, 105 pounds from about 125, 130. She was taking significantly more medication than she's ever taken in her life. She was having more panic, more anxiety, more distress, more affect dysregulation, just really an inability to regulate her mood, more anger outbursts. So it can significantly deteriorate over time.
You talked about weight. What, if any, diagnoses did Bonnie Jacobs make about Amber Heard having an eating disorder?
There was no evidence in the record that Ms. Heard had an eating disorder.
What, if any, observations did you make about whether Dr.
I will be right
Cohen
back, guys.
Connell thought she had an eating disorder?
There was no indication in his record that she had an eating disorder.
Now, what, if any, observations did you make about the impact of Mr. Depp's substance abuse?
So the substance abuse was a very relevant and complicating factor to this relationship. When you pair that level of substance abuse with the level of intimate partner violence and coercive control, it's a very, very disastrous mix. And one of the things that that happens with the substance abuse is a very similar dynamic that happens with the intimate partner violence, that there's the lying, there's the hiding, there's the cheating, there's the obfuscation, the rationalization about the drinking, the rationalization about the violence, the trying to, promises, I'm going to do better, I'm going to get clean and sober, I'm not going to hit you anymore.
Objection,
So
Your
all-
Honor. Can I be heard?
Everyone approach?
What, if any, dynamics and coping styles are connected to the substance abuse by Mr. Depp?
So they share similarities. There's a lot of lying when somebody's a substance abuser. There's a lot of hiding. There's a lot of concealment. There's a lot of rationalization. There's a lot of blame, blaming your partner for your inability to stay clean and sober. There's a lot of the promises to change and the promises to get better. So a lot of these dynamics sort of co-occur, in a situation of substance abuse and domestic violence. They're very similar. The difficulty in this relationship was that the majority of the violent episodes and the sexually violent episodes were in these alcohol and drug fueled rages. That was predominantly when those happened. When he wasn't in those stages, we still saw the obsessive jealousy and the coercive control and the possessiveness. That still persisted. But when the alcohol and the drugs came together is when Amber Heard was more in danger of being hurt by him.
Why didn't Amber Heard leave the relationship sooner?
I mean, why.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Have you formed, based on your experience and based on your 29 hours of clinical evaluation of Amber Heard, what is your understanding of why Amber Heard didn't leave the relationship earlier?
Objection beyond the scope of the disclosure.
It clearly is not. I mean, it's clearly in the disclosure. Point to where you say it's not. I mean,
Point to where you say it's not.
You're-
Could you come forward?
More and more drama for your mama.
Now, you indicated that your main opinion was that Amber Heard's report of violence and abuse in her relationship with Mr. Depp is consistent with what is known as intimate partner violence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And why did you believe that Amber Heard, what formed your basis of that opinion in a nutshell?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
The basis of the opinion was looking at all the dynamics in this relationship, looking at not just the hitting and the yelling, but looking at how much more hitting was done, looking at the coercive control, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the sexual violence, the choking behavior, the threats to kill. Those are all, as I stated, very significant and often found in cases of lethal domestic violence. Those were significant severity factors. And looking at all those, that's what tipped the scales, that even though she yelled and said some horrible things and hit him, it never was able to shift the balance of power and control in that relationship.
That's a good question, Yas.
Now, you have discussed with Amber Heard and you have reviewed and evaluated the emotional impact on Amber Heard as a result of emotional distress as a result of the 3 counterclaim statements, correct? The 3 alleged defamatory statements made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Objection,
And-
compound leading.
Just
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you please tell the jury what psychological impact these statements had on Amber Heard?
Yes, so there were 3 statements that I evaluated. May I check my notes to give you the dates and my recollection so that I can be clear?
Since I couldn't put it in, that might be the fastest way, Your Honor.
I'd rather she not address the court. I mean,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there were 3 statements on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and June 24th, 2020 that I queried her about and asked her about. The one that, what happens is if somebody who, like Ms. Heard, has trauma-based symptoms and PTSD, we say that PTSD is a cue-based disorder. There are things that happen in the environment that trigger it and make it worse. And having to refute that your report of violence and abuse is a hoax makes that trauma activated. So it makes the PTSD symptoms at that time become more intense and more severe. So she would have more intrusive thoughts, more nightmares, more sleeplessness, more difficulty engaging with other people, depression, sadness, stress. All of that would happen when one of these statements came out. The one that was, the most difficult was the one where they said that her sexual violence
Objection, Your
was
Honor.
a hoax.
what's the objection?
I think she's going to
Oh, I'll overrule objection. Go ahead.
Please continue.
The one that was most difficult for Ms. Heard was the
Man.
statement about calling her sexual violence a hoax. As I stated earlier, most women try very diligently to put that sexual violence in a box, bury it down, not want to talk about it, not want to have anything related to it come up. And, she's done, by my estimation, in her coping, although she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, she also has a high degree of coping strategies. But when this would happen, it sort of everything would deteriorate. And this is the one thing that women are always afraid of, that no one's going to believe them. No one's going to take them seriously. And when somebody comes out in the popular media and calls your experience a hoax, that lended itself to more severe psychological and traumatic symptomatology for her.
Dr. Hughes, are all of your opinions that you have provided today within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right.
Okay. They're going
Ladies
to
and
go.
gentlemen, I think
Yep.
this is a good
This is
time
exactly
to go
what they're
ahead
gonna do.
and break for the day. We can have cross-examination and redirect tomorrow of this witness, of Dr. Hughes. So if you could have a good evening, do not discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research, okay? And we'll see you in the morning. Thank you.
Don't do any outside research, and then that's exactly what they do. So there's the today's trial, and what an interesting one it was. What a way to end what a way to end a trial. Today's trial. Oh, good job, Lucas.
Okay. All right, Dr. Hughes, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody, including the attorneys, okay? And anything that you looked at, referenced during your direct examination, if you could just turn that over so they can review that before cross-examination, okay? All right, thank you,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, may I just, I presume she wants to be able to take that back with her. and
We can
review
get copies
overnight.
of it. We'll get whatever it is.
Okay, good.
We'll make sure you get copies of it. So make sure you get copies of it so she can keep her originals. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
have copies of everything that I looked at.
No.
Other than
Okay,
my.
well, no, we're not talking right now. Court's in
Other
session.
than my
Thank you.
post-it note.
All right. So anything else then? So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m., correct? All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Woo! What a trial. That was what an interesting witness to bring up to the stand, especially just who, I mean, it's a forensic psychologist, and what a cluster F. That was an absolute cluster F of just ridiculousness. And it's very surprising. I'm interested. Nothing, like the things that were said were absolutely mind-blowing as well. Hold on. Kalina Angel, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you for covering this, Pascal. You work so hard. Hello to all the lovely people here too. Yes, hello. That is just, honestly, that was just wild. In my personal opinion, this one was a wild one. As you already know, I mean, obviously we're going to be hearing more as time goes on. I mean, and hearing different perspectives and all that. But, you know, this woman really straight up just came through and just basically threw this man, like, exposed some things that I don't think anybody was expecting, to be really honest. And this, to me, is or has been a very surprising thing. This whole thing has been just crazy. And I know that there's a gang of people following this, covering this. And we all know Johnny Depp's side of the story. But now we got a brand new side of it, which we just heard. And finally hearing some more details, whether it is true or not. We have to put it out here. Like I said with Johnny Depp and his testimony and the testimony from the psychologist and all that. All we have right now is that it's alleged. There are some other things that have been presented, which were hardcore evidence, audio files, video, etc. Right now, the thing is that what Amber Heard's team has to do, which is exactly what Eddie Herman said when he came on with us. Attorney Eddie came onto the show. He said that they're going to have to build that narrative. They have to start from ground zero and build a narrative to show the other side of the fence. Will we, at the end of, let's say, this week alone, will it still be on the side? Will the court of public opinion still be on the side of Johnny Depp, still team Johnny Depp, or will it slowly or kind of swing more towards the middle? Once we start hearing more stories, I mean, you hear these stories about the drug paraphernalia, the drugs, him trying to search within her own body, in her private parts. I can't go into too many details, but you know what I'm saying. The bottle incident that she mentioned as well. that was mentioned earlier on, basically saying that that was all a lie. I mean, obviously there's that she was basically staging those things. Those are things that are being brought up. You know, whether that is true or not, those things are put out. They're out here for everyone to know. And so now we're going to be hearing mainly that perspective, mainly that narrative. And so the question is, how much of it is going to stick? How much is the jury going to remember from Johnny Depp's perspective, Johnny Depp's team, their arguments, what they're standing on, what their narrative is? How much of it's going to still have a sticking and lasting power on the jury? And how much of it's going to be thrown out the window once they start hearing Amber Heard's side of things? Like I said, whether her side of things are true or not, if it's full on cap or not, she is still, and her team are still going to be pushing out that narrative. Regardless, it's not like they're going to go out there and go, yeah, she lied the entire time and everything that Johnny Depp said is true. Pfft, then it'd be a wrap. Then this trial will be over like that. So obviously they're not doing that. So I'm wondering what's going to happen next. What is going to be coming out of that psychologist's mouth? Because she is clearly putting out more information here that some of the things I haven't even heard of before. And so this is going to be very interesting for sure. Jay Cantor, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. First time to this listening party. Highly enjoyed it. Thanks for the stream, Pascal. Thank you so much again for the $5 super chat. I really, 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 really do appreciate that, Jay Cantor. I got another one. Susan McIntosh, thank you for the $5 super chat. Said in motion to dismiss that SV, not Amber Heard's words. Then experts said Amber Heard was most upset by SV not believed. Yes, I do agree with that 110%. There's a piece here there's certain things here that are just interesting because they suddenly out of nowhere, like you said right here, I totally agree. They said they were motioning, they were trying to strike. Obviously, they were motioning to dismiss. Obviously, you got denied. But then all of a sudden, they pulled out this SV. Now they're throwing out SV out of nowhere. SV now. And I'm going, wait a second. What? That hasn't even been part of the conversation from what I've seen or from what I remember. But then we have been watching this for a while. Then the expert says that Amber Heard is most upset by the SV. So, but at the same time, we really haven't heard Amber Heard's team what they're going to be pushing. So now they're trying to push that she is a victim of not only just DV but SVSA as well, and they're going to push that till the cows come home. They're going to push that like crazy, and of course they're going to push the Sun, the Sun article. That obviously that the Sun won that debate or that trial in the UK. So it's going to be very, very fascinating to see how they spin this. This is going to be absolute. We're about to go on the crazy train now. I mean, it's been nuts. It's been a circus. There's been really funny moments. There's been moments of freak of nature type of moments. But this right now is going to be an interesting display of straight up finesse. This is going to be fascinating as hell, y'all. What they do from this point on, it's going to be very, very fascinating. But there you guys have it. I mean, this is what we know so far. What we know so far and what we've seen so far. And the thing is why didn't they say anything? Like why didn't they say that this was not? I don't think that was the right kind of witness to have up here. I'm just going to be honest. For them to come out with that, I was just like, this does not feel real. This doesn't feel like a real situation here. This feels fake as all get out. This feels fake is all get out. But that's just me. It just feels fake. But it also could be, maybe I'm thinking it's fake because I'm being because of the narrative that's already been put in front of me beforehand. Maybe I am, maybe I am biased because of that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm feeling that type of way because of what I've heard, what we've been hearing for the past 3 weeks. So that's the thing. It's like seeing this woman say all those things. It's just, man, it's nuck and futs, y'all. It's nuck and futs. They really are trying to make it seem, well, that's the narrative that they're going with. SV and SA now. Then they talked about they were in a trailer park. She said Hicksville. They're in a trailer park. She walked into the trailer. He attacked her, sticking his fingers up inside of her, trying to find some sugar, some booger sugar. Then another thing where he took her into a closet and was like, move. I don't know. And then the bottle thing. Yeah, Ra, Molly on Facebook, watching on Facebook. Thank you so much for watching on Facebook. And if you guys are watching on Facebook, please follow my Facebook page. It's the Pascal Show on there as well. Please hit that follow button on Facebook as well. I'd really, really appreciate it. I'm trying to get to 10,000 follows. I'm almost there. I'm almost at 10,000 followers. So please help a brother out. Hit that follow button over there. But yeah, how about that bottle? Like they just talked about it for 2 seconds, and then obviously they just kind of moved on. But the bottle thing was absolutely insane too. Like, no one have you except me. And he just grabs a bottle and then does whatever he did to her with that bottle. That's insane. Now they did talk about it earlier in the in the Depp side. Earlier in the trial, they did talk about it, but they didn't really go into too much detail about it. They just said that she inflicted that on herself, that she did that to herself. That's what they were implying, but they didn't really dive into it. They didn't discuss it as much because there was so many other things to show that she's lying, or at least the way things are the way the lens has been turned. She's lying. She's straight cap right now, y'all. She's straight lying. Setting up the camera while he's upset, throwing things around in the kitchen, slamming cabinet doors, so on and so forth. Then on top of that, they talk about the airplane incident where I guess he's smoking a joint, drinking some wine. Sounds like typical Johnny Depp to me. And then I guess she turns around to walk towards the top, the front of the plane, and he kicks her in her back so hard that she falls to the ground in the middle of the plane because he's upset and jealous of James Franco. Now, let me just say this again. And they brought up Billy Bob Thornton. Can I say something real quick? Billy Bob Thornton be smashing some girls. Homeboy out here. I didn't know Billy Bob Thornton had that kind of skill, but he got skills, baby. That mother lover got skills. Okay? I'm surprised. Angelina Jolie, come on. Angelina, he was smashing everybody, apparently, but apparently he didn't smash AH. Apparently. But you still had somebody who was you still had Johnny Depp allegedly being like, I see you, Billy Bob, that's my wife, so on and so forth. Well, first off, if your wife is running around knocking the boots with every dude every Harry, Dick, and Tom and Billy Bob Thorntons that she meets, I don't blame him being paranoid. I don't blame the paranoia. I really don't. I don't. If she's smashing Elon Musk, she's smashing James Franco, and God knows who else she's smashing. You got to sprinkle in maybe a few girls because she plays. She's a switch hitter. She plays for both sides of the fence. So you can't blame a dude who is married to this woman, he's obviously in love with her. You put a ring on it, for crying out loud. Being a little protective over the fact that, she's banging other dudes while still having the ring on her finger. That would make any dude feel some type of way. Putting your hands on somebody is wrong. And if that is what really went down, again, this is all alleged. This is what they're claiming in court. Then no, you keep your hands to your damn self. This is like the theme song for the whole trial. Keep your hands to yourself. Hands to yourself. Just saying, keep your damn hands to your damn self, period. Regardless if that person is really pissing you off or they smashing other dudes right behind your back or right in front of you. There's a full-on gangbang in front of you. Yeah, okay? Don't put your hands on them. Just don't. You'll thank me later. Take the high road. Just walk away. Just give them papers. You know what I'm saying? And be done with it. Period. But as you can see, this person obviously was putting him through the ringer. Actually, they were both putting each other through the ringer. Let me correct myself. They put each other through hell. But you got a woman who is down for everything and anything, and you got a dude who's just a cisgender male, just straight as all get out, as far as we know, that likes to smoke his weed and drink some fine wines. Fine wines like this. He's just that's a fine brandy. I don't even know if you know what I'm saying. Some fine Shiraz. Okay. But aside from her enjoyment of partaking in wine and sugar, booger sugar, she likes the taste of many a person. She's a connoisseur of both sides of the fence. Hey, you knew this when you signed up for the spouse. So you shouldn't be surprised if she suddenly goes off the beaten path, if that is the life that she lives. That's all I'm saying. You shouldn't be surprised, baby. You shouldn't. No one should be surprised about that ish. Not never. It's like, she cheated on me? Bruh, you already knew this. She was doing this before. Didn't stop you. Didn't stop you before. So this whole thing is very, very interesting. Very interesting. So as you can see, now we're seeing the other side of things, and it's going to get even more salacious. It's going to get even more crazy. It's going to get crazy here. It's going to get crazy because there's going to be more accusations, more pieces of information that we've never heard of before. We have not heard about. Like when she got the boot to the back. I'm sorry. Whenever I think of Johnny Depp, I think he's dressed up as Captain Jack Sparrow. I'm so sorry. First time I've ever seen him in a suit, like ever. So I'm used to him and just, looking like a swashbuckling scallywag. You see what I'm saying? So I'm sorry, but boot to the back, right? And she fell. The trailer park situation where he was doing a cavity search on her body, specifically in her nether regions. That's devastating stuff to hear. That's terrible. All jokes aside, that's terrible to hear. But now the jury's going to hear this side of the story. And now a lot of them are going to be like this. I don't know. I don't know. Who's the bad guy? Who's the bad guy? That's what's going to happen. More and more information is going to come out here. Give it a second. because there was a lot of revealing stuff that happened in Johnny Depp's side. I mean, obviously, Amber Heard likes the, she likes to ski, if you get what I'm saying. Clearly, she got a thing for the cocaine and other pills and stuff, other types of medication. But then you also got this psychologist that literally, her side psychologist, forensic psychologist, she came in and said, they were asking, does she have any problems? Does she have any issues? So on and so forth. And this psychologist literally said, no, she's fine. Aside from the PTSD, she is clean bill of mental health. She's totally fine. She Gucci, baby. She Gucci. See that for me is hard to wrap my mind around, because we saw what the nurses, RN's notes were. We saw that she's on medication for bipolar disorder. So you didn't check to see what other, aside from what Dr. Curry said, you didn't check her other psychologists or psychiatrists that may have sat down and gave her the diagnosis of bipolar. She didn't walk in and first tell you, yes, I have bipolar disorder. I have anxiety. I'm a victim of a broken home, of abuse and all that. My parents did this, that, and the third. There was substance abuse in my household. So you understood that she basically raised herself at a very young age, but you didn't get that piece of very important information. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah. She was diagnosed with bipolar disorder years ago. No one wants to tap on that, but she has a clean bill of health, clean bill of mental health, aside from her addictions and PTSD. Yeah, it doesn't work for me. Sorry. Math ain't mathin' for me. So it does make me wonder. I get it that she's there on behalf of Team Heard, but she's not telling everything that's true. And then I get it. The people are coming through. Team Depp is sitting there going, objection, objection, objection. I get that. She's sitting there reading something. It seems like she's reading a script that she was given notes to read off of. And she's like, oh, yeah, I've spent X amount of time with this woman and therefore this, that, and the third. Well, is 29 hours enough time to assess properly? That's another question I have for everybody else as well. But I guess we got to leave this up for everyone else to figure out and assess and come up with their own, personal opinions here. Unfairest, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Yeah. Amber Heard bribed her forensic psychologist with muffins. Yeah, the muffin man. I don't know. It for me, like I said, this ain't working for me 110%. Real talk. It just ain't, but it is what it is. We're going to see what happens with tomorrow. If, we still have Team Depp to cross-examine, to question this forensic psychologist. If she really is a forensic psychologist, I'm kidding, she is, but still, just didn't seem authentically real. It felt very one-sided with her terms, her definitions, her explanations of all these terms, like we were in psychology 101 in high school, you know what I mean? Or at least I took it in high school, psychology, you know what I'm saying? So it just didn't feel right, in my personal opinion. Dr. Ed, thank you so much. He says, thank you for all you do, Pascal. Your channel members and moderators are lovely. caring, and very nice. Love your channel. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And I maybe this is your first time checking out this channel. I appreciate you checking this show out and putting in your expertise and your own personal opinions as well. One of the things you did say, and I tried to talk about it earlier on with one of your super chats, but I will say it again here. He said something along the lines of, well, he works in ER for many for 30 plus years. He has seen a many DV cases. One of the things that's very interesting is a lot of the DV cases, they come into the ER and they'll properly clean the bruise of wherever they were whatever body part was inflicted with some sort of violence, right? Wherever the bruise is, they'll clean that bruise and then they'll take a photo of the person with the bruise. But they'll make sure that that face is clean so that there's nothing in the way, right? Because they need that as proof. Now, if this was proof and she really was a victim of DV, why does her photos look like she has a full face or at least some foundation on her face with a little rouge on her face? Why does it not look like it's super clean? You know what I mean? Fresh, like she just came out the shower type thing. Now, I know she doesn't know about that. Not everybody thinks about that every day, right? Oh, I got to take a photo, but I got to clean it off first and then show. But still, there's something not right with that photo or the photos that they've put out. Just something that's not right. Then the other thing, yes, Dr. Ed, absolutely. Pictures from reputable sources. Where are these photos from? Who took the photos of her? Was it just selfie style? Or did she really have somebody go here, over here, and then, here's the angle, take a photo for me? But then there's other people that have claimed, apparently from her family or friends and family, have said that she has shown up with bruises on her face. So I'm really, really intrigued with this half of everything, because who's she gonna bring in? What's their plan? Is there an ace up their sleeve? What tricks do they have up their sleeve, ready to go, to try to throw Team Depp off course? That's what I'd like to see. Thank you so much on Ferris for the $2 super chat. If she dookie on a bed, she crazy. Facts. Oh, she crazy. Oh, come on. We already know she crazy. Look at her face when they were talking about all the stuff that Johnny Depp allegedly did. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. It's hard to fully believe it too. It's hard, and it's not easy for one to fully wrap your mind around that BS and like hear that narrative from Johnny Depp's side. Also hear her narrative from years before, but then finally get to hear Johnny Depp's side. And then when they start talking about how she's a victim, she starts welling up with tears and her frown gets even deeper. You know what I'm saying? It's just interesting, y'all. Something just ain't right. Exactly. Sandy, the sassy queen. Exactly. Where are the ring imprints from Johnny's rings on her face? Because he clearly wears those rings every day, all day, every day. He doesn't seem like the outdoorsy type who's out there, chopping wood and building porches and stuff like that. I like working on wood, like where he has to take his rings off. He doesn't seem like the type. He is full on head to toe the part, which is a rock star. You could even see it at trial. He's got the rings on. He's got all that. He got jewelry on. I don't think he ever leaves the house with something on his fingers, some ring on his finger. So why isn't there an imprint of something? Especially those some of them are big and they protrude out. So why, when there be some sort of scratch, some sort of hit of some sort? That's why it just Like I said, the math ain't mathing for me with this still. But you never know. They might have some information or some footage or some audio or something like that we have never ever seen before. And this might blow everybody's minds away. You never bloody know. Real talk. So we will definitely see. We will definitely see. But I say this, as other people say, what say you? What say you? What are your thoughts on this? You know what I'm saying? Are you feeling it? Are you feeling the start of this whole side of part 2 of the trial? Team Amber Heard, are you feeling it? Do you think that they came out strong, or is this kind of weak? I'll leave that question up to you guys. All right. Shelly, at the Pascal show, would be great to be able to be by your mods a coffee to buy your mods. Okay. To buy your mods a coffee option. Ooh, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. The only way I can think of is like maybe you send money, coffee money to Cash App, and then I can send it to them as well that way. But of course, the Cash App is down below. That would be greatly appreciated, of course, because shout out to Nur and Debbie and Lady Justice. The three have been the three amigas. They've been in here killing it and making sure that too many best webcams, you know what I mean, coming in trying to spam the chat. But I do appreciate all you guys, you know what I mean. And then it hasn't been. It's been a marathon. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a marathon. But yeah, guys, what an experience! What an experience! Today got very interesting, very, very quickly, and I look forward to when we talk about this again tomorrow morning. I mean, I think I'm going to be doing a little video later on tonight. I got to take a few hours off, but I most likely will be on around later on, like 9 p.m. because there's a piece that I want to talk about if I have time, that is. But yes, I need to jump off and take some time and give my voice a rest and stand up and walk around and be a part of society for a second. But I appreciate all y'all for being on and being a part of the conversation, being a part of the stream. All y'all who've been in and out throughout the day, I really do appreciate it. And for those of y'all who were here, ride or die from this beginning of today to the end of the stream, I really do appreciate it. It's been 7.5 hours of nonstop streaming. It's been insane, but I do appreciate all y'all for being here. But if you haven't done this yet, hit that like button down below. Send those likes all the way up. Do not forget to hit that subscribe button. Be really, really appreciated. Seriously, I'm working hard out here in these streets, so please hit that subscribe button. I'm hoping I can get to 60,000 subscribers before the end of this week. That would be phenomenal, but I know that's wishful thinking. But we can at least try, right? But anyway, it's time to get going. I will be on, if I don't do the show tonight, I will be on tomorrow morning to watch this monstrosity circus roller coaster ride of a trial. You know for a fact you'll be able to watch it with me right here. So be sure to tune in, and I'll see you guys soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another, and I'll see you guys very, very soon. Have a great rest of your day, guys. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.